Towards the Abolition of Whiteness. The Haymarket Series. David R. Roediger. Preface. When President William Clinton withdrew the nomination of the civil rights lawyer Lani Guinier for Assistant Attorney General, Guinier both expressed sharp disappointment at not having the opportunity to defend her views and added her agreement that a divisive debate over race was the last thing the nation could now afford. In taking the latter position, though not in her larger views, Guinier typified the current stance of most American liberals and much of the left by implying that the Democratic Party's hesitantly progressive politics is such a fragile flower that it cannot survive even the frank dissection of racism, let alone the pursuit of race-specific reform initiatives. The essays collected in this volume argue that the history of U.S. labor sharply calls into question the proposition that those who seek to address class oppression in the U.S. should hesitate to raise the issue of race. The essays suggest that race and class are so imbricated in the consciousness of working-class Americans that we do not get class if we do not get race. Indeed, the refusal to engage the complexities of race can result in the retreat from class just as surely as can a reductive obsession with race as a trans-historical, essentialist category. Moreover, the whiteness of white workers, far from being natural and unchallengeable, is highly conflicted, burdensome and even inhuman. To address not only racial oppression, but also class exploitation and even militarism, the idea that it is desirable or unavoidable to be white must be exploded. These essays are offered as political, as well as historical, interventions with considerable modesty. Many are contributions to debates still in the initial stages of definition. By themselves, and even in combination with The Wages of Whiteness, Race and the Making of the American Working Class, Verso, 1991, they represent only the beginnings of a reconceptualization of U.S. labor history. Moreover, to claim a place for revising labor history in mapping the renewal of left politics is bound to seem like special pleading for a discipline currently much regarded as less than relevant and in decline. It is part of the burden of this volume to show that the crisis of labor history is not only closely connected to crises in the larger society, but also that a working-class history that takes race and gender seriously can speak tellingly to such crises. In that sense and, I hope, in others these essays echo W.E.B. Du Bois' insistence in Black Reconstruction in America, 1935, that replotting U.S. history with African American workers and racially privileged, but also burdened, white workers at its center is a political act that opens dramas in the past and the present. Many people shared their ideas, their reactions to drafts of these essays, their own not yet published research and even their research notes as this book took shape. I am grateful to Laura Edwards, Donna Gabasaya, Julie Willett, Caroline Waldron, Philip S. Foner, Bonnie Stnoff, Randy McBee, Patrick Huber, Eric Arneson, Roger Horowitz, Nancy Hewitt, Herbert Hill, Lawrence Glickman, Leanne Weitz, Noel Ignatieff, Jean Allman, Susan Porter Benson, Steve Watts, Robin D. G. Kelly, Steve Ross Worm, Barry Goldberg, Archie Green, John Kua Wachin, Franklin Rosemont, Rose Fuhrer, Sundiata Cha-Jua, Tara Hunter, Yvette Hugini, George Lipsitz, Paul Guerin, Rick Halpern, Aubrey Quinn, Alden Morris, Bruce Nichols, and Paul Talon for such assistance. Barrett and Weitz in particular provided detailed suggestions and searching commentary to which the revision process has not done full justice. The more that I discover how much I have to learn about race in the U.S., the more that I appreciate how brilliantly I was taught about race by George Fredrickson and Sterling Stuckey in graduate school at Northwestern University. Talks before audiences at the Newberry Library, Chicago, the New Left Review Lecture Series, the Southern Labor History Conference, Iowa State University, University of Chicago, University of California at San Diego, University of Michigan, the United Auto Workers New Directions Summer School, Purdue University's American Studies Symposium, the University of the Western Cape, South Africa, Marxist Theory Seminar, and meetings of the Missouri Conference on History, Organization of American Historians and American Studies Association afforded opportunities to test ideas in this book. Thanks are also due to the Newberry Library's Lloyd Lewis Fellowship, funded in part by the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the University of Missouri Research Council. Library staff at the Newberry and at the University of Missouri's Western Historical Manuscript collections were immensely helpful. Research assistance from Shuang Hu, Brett Rogers, and Amanda Bishop made the writing go much faster than it otherwise could have, as did typing and editorial assistance from Patricia Eggleston. Mike Davis and Mike Sprinker, as series editors, provided their customary perfect mixture of patience and prodding. This collection mixes in about equal parts new essays and reprinted ones. Citations to the original publication are included in the first note of each reprinted essay. Thanks are in order to the editors of Monthly Review, The Year Left, Verso Books, New Left Review, Labor/Le Travail, Fernal of Social History, New Politics, American Quarterly, and the Charles H. Kerr Publishing Company for permission to reprint articles originally appearing in their pages, and to International Review of Social History, Cambridge University Press, for permission to reprint portions of an article. In the case of the reprinted articles, few changes have been made beyond the correction of small errors, mostly typographical or stylistic. The articles, which follow a previously unpublished introduction on the political implications of studies of the historical and social construction of race, are arranged chronologically in the order of their appearance and are grouped under two headings. The first includes largely historiographical articles on the new labor history and race, while the second gathers mostly new essays addressing the possibility of studies in whiteness and the replotting of U.S. working class history. The only whitey is System and Ideology. Amory Baraka, 1991. As long as you think you are white, there's no hope for you. James Baldwin. The Price of the Ticket, 1985. From the Social Construction of Race to the Abolition of Whiteness. A telling joke that has made the rounds among African American scholars comments on the distance between academic trends in writing on race and life in the real world. I have noticed, the joke laments, that my research demonstrating that race is merely a social and ideological construction helps little in getting taxis to pick me up late at night. The humor here is sufficiently ironic that the joke does not signal a rejection of the idea that the social construction of race is worth talking and writing about, but it does focus attention on the fact that race may be more easily demystified on paper than disarmed in everyday life. The problem raised by the taxi joke is a part of the broader questioning of recent critical scholarship on the grounds that its professed attempts to be popular and political have not yielded results that have proven useful in stemming the tide of reaction in the U.S. Among the most sweeping critics of the new scholarship, there is a tendency to regard its lack of immediate political impact as proof that not only postmodernist studies, but also scholarly works emphasizing race and gender, are at best frivolously apolitical and at worst obscenely hypocritical in their radicalism. Such attacks demand an answer, both because they at times score effectively in criticisms of the hyper-academicized jargon filling recent writing and because radical intellectuals should want to be held to a standard of political engagement. It would be easy to show that the critics of the new scholarship themselves often lack any coherent politics beyond a vague populism or a longing for a kind of Marxism that is unlikely to survive in a world in which women and people of color increasingly form the core of both the working class and the left. Similarly, it would be easy to argue that it is unfair to expect a small number of university teachers to influence the habits of America's cab drivers. What is harder, but necessary, is for those of us who believe that recent scholarship does make some modest contribution to radical change to be far more specific about how this is so and about the political implications of our work. In taking up this challenge, I want to focus here particularly on the political implications of the idea that race is given meaning through the agency of human beings in concrete historical and social contexts, and is not a biological or natural category. The development of this insight constitutes a major achievement of recent scholarship and one broadly established across disciplinary lines. Students might learn this lesson in biology through the writings of Stephen Jay Gould or Donna Haraway, in history via Alexander Saxton's and Edmund Morgan's penetrating studies or Barbara Fields' seminal essays, in sociology from Richard Williams, in literature courses from the works of Toni Morrison or Hazel Carby, in women's studies from Bell Hooks or Verne Ware, in religious studies from Cornel West, or in African American studies by reading Sterling Stuckey's Indispensable Slave Culture. Post-structuralist theory has enriched the work of some of these scholars and more fully informed the studies by Eric Lott, Colette Guillemin, and Coco Fusco, all of which open important dimensions in the denaturing of race. Students who come to understand that race is given meaning within human society rather than within DNA codes are thus often putting together what they have learned in a number of areas. It often takes a good while for the insight to click. Even among left-inclined students, the idea that race is natural is so ingrained that there is an assumption that liberal and even radical education must be trying to teach that race is not very important, but nonetheless is a material reality. When students do get it, they are often tremendously enthusiastic. Seeing race as a category constantly being struggled over and remade, they sense that the possibilities of political action in particular and human agency in general are vastly larger than they had thought. They reflect on the manner in which structures of social oppression have contributed to the tragic ways that race has been given meaning. They often come to indict those structures. I owe the limited, but important, extent to which these things happen, one small corner of the extravagant Reader's Digest/New Republic nightmares regarding what goes on in politically correct American higher education is happily made flesh. But as important as this transformation is, it sometimes proves more satisfying as a guide to making a way through seminars than through the rest of the day. As the joke that begins this chapter suggests, for all its insubstantiality, race is a very powerful ideology. If students hope that the potency of race will give way simply because they can offer a strong intellectual demystification of the concept, they will quickly be disappointed. More important, the insight that race is socially constructed is so sweeping that by itself it implies few specific political conclusions. In the absence of a large student movement or class movement in which they might test directions to proceed from general insight to specific actions, students whose eyes have been opened concerning race may turn up in the Clinton campaign, with its emphasis on bringing all Americans together. They may end up in small socialist sects, whose general acceptance of race as a natural category is balanced by an eager insistence that race is also manipulated and given prominence by employers and politicians seeking to divide workers, an insistence that makes for an argument that sounds like a thorough demystification of race based on the understanding of class. On campus, students who have been enlightened regarding race may be found agitating for the expansion of African American studies, because they appreciate the ways that racial ideology has conditioned history and daily life. Conversely, they may argue that anything race-specific is illusory and dangerous. Or those challenging the existence of race as a natural category may argue a hodgepodge of political positions. Newsweek's special section on the Los Angeles rebellions of 1992, for example, takes the enlightened view that the very concept of race may be a relic, which is scientifically spurious since there is no such thing as black, and white, does not define a race. The article then more or less randomly offers a thoroughly familiar and confused set of remedies for the urban crisis, emphasizing tax incentives to business, workfare, free enterprise zones, self-help, family values and beefed-up police forces. Obviously, no amount of writing by radical intellectuals can stand in for a freedom movement in which ideas can be tested. But it nonetheless is incumbent on those of us who have argued that seeing race as socially constructed is a vital intellectual breakthrough to suggest where we think that breakthrough may lead politically. This introduction begins with a short travelogue of examples from England and Africa. This section is designed to show that the idea that race is socially constructed broadly works, by helping powerfully to clarify important issues, but that it does not, by itself, settle the question of what political direction to take in matters of race and class. Returning to the U.S., the chapter critiques attempts to minimize emphasis on allegedly divisive on illusory racial issues in American political struggles. It argues that the central political implication arising from the insight that race is socially constructed is the specific need to attack whiteness as a destructive ideology rather than to attack the concept of race abstractly. While acknowledging a tragic past and significant roadblocks to the creation of working-class non-whiteness, the essay concludes that consciousness of whiteness also contains elements of a critique of that consciousness, and that we should encourage the growth of a politics based on hopeful signs of a popular giving up on whiteness. Transatlantic notes on the social construction of race. It is not possible to travel far without encountering vivid evidence that race is a socially constructed ideology rather than a biologically determined category. In Ghana's Ashanti region, where this is being written, we are greeted on the streets by children who chant, "Oboroni Koko Maki." English-speaking Ashantis often translate this as "Red White Man, good morning." Similarly, "Oboroni Vawu," the term for used Western clothing, is charmingly translated as "the white men, they have died." However, Oboroni derives from Aberokure, the Akan word for "from across the waters," and is thus not the equivalent of Euro-American usages of white. The many Chinese, Koreans, and Japanese now in Ghana are generally also termed Oboroni. But in discussing translation, Ashantis will point out that this is not just because they are from across the sea, but because they are white, that is, they are perceived as looking and acting like Europeans and Americans. African American visitors present an intriguing case because they literally have crossed the waters to reach Ashanti. In most cases today only the fairest of such visitors would be called Oboroni. But in the recent past there apparently was some tendency to apply the term to them according to its original derivation. Thus it is intriguing in a number of ways that British listeners to Malcolm X's talks in Ghana on his celebrated pilgrimage to Mecca tell me that Ghanaians expressed surprise to them that an Oboroni could say such things. Indeed, one listener recalls hearing Malcolm described as a white man with astonishing ideas. Whatever strong elements of playfulness run through such characterizations, they ought to alert us to the complexity and the reality of the social construction of race. Other transatlantic experiences demonstrate the ways the social construction of race enters politics. In 1984, when we lived in the London borough of Brent, immigrants and descendants of immigrants of many nationalities often called themselves blacks, because that racial category came close to becoming what A. Sivanandan's brilliant work has characterized as a political color of the oppressed. Asian Indians, Pakistanis, Malaysians, Turks, Chinese, Bangladeshis, Arabs, and even Cypriots and some Irish so identified themselves. While on a movement-approved speaking tour in South Africa in 1989, we noted how consistently opponents of apartheid exposed the government-created mixed-race category of coloreds as an ideological creation, by always taking care to use the term so-called coloreds. Many among the so-called colored population insisted that they were in fact Africans. On the same visit to South Africa, the son of an African laborer in the Cape Ione harbor told a story that further wonderfully illustrates how race is a created, and recreated, ideology. Whites only signs, according to the father, appeared history for Cali on the Cape Ione waterfront only after literally minded white U.S. seamen avoided Europeans only facilities. Each of these examples is valuable in showing that the insight that race is socially constructed is apt and important. But they are also useful in pushing our discussions toward the complexities of how such knowledge might be applied politically. If extended, or probed, each example raises its own problems. For instance, we need to reflect on the fact that since the early 1980s the initiatives towards building a pan-black identity among the British oppressed have been stalled and even dismantled, amidst a sharp resurgence of ethnic particularism. How should political activists, armed with the knowledge that race is a mutable, ideological category, evaluate this change? Was it the inevitable result of trying to build resistance based on the illusion of political color? Is ethnic particularism, a more historic if not more real identity, bound to outlast an invented tradition of common blackness? Or, as Sivanandan forcefully maintains, was the real possibility of unifying the exploited around the class and race-based consciousness of political color subverted by deliberate state policy and by opportunism among ethnic leaders? Similar problems attend the South African example. In my early talks there, I eagerly attempted to extend the phrase so-called colored to all racial constructions, and spoke of so-called whites and so-called blacks. As a way to force consideration of the fact that these were also historically created categories, this was perhaps a justifiable strategy. As a contribution to political debate in the freedom movement in South Africa, it was less apposite. The best militants there were arguing for thorough programs of affirmative action in the schools, the movement structures and the larger society, holding that the way to non-racialism includes a consideration of race. I offered a formulation that could comfort those who thought that a non-racial future could be created by dismissing race-based politics and even discussion of race as unnecessary and counterproductive. Powerful as it is, the insight that race is socially constructed does not magically inform us with strategies for overcoming race-class oppression. The twist on the Ghanaian example only appears to be more mundane. As we walk in Kumasi, especially in neighborhoods we have not been in before, residents sometimes cheerfully shout, in English, "Hey, you are white." This struck me as being a puzzling, as well as a spectacular, example of non sequitur until I realized that you almost never see whites walking more than a short distance there. The full thought was, "Hey, you are white and out walking around," or "Hey, you are white and ought to have a car." While the comment seemed purely about color or about race, it was in fact about a behavior that made color worth commenting upon. Thus, while race is ideologically constructed, it is constructed from real, predictable, repeated patterns of life. Indeed, as Barbara Fields and Walter 5. Rodney point out, it is this connection to reality that gives race such a powerful ideological appeal. Whites are not biologically programmed to have a car or motorbike, but in Ghana they seldom lack one, and this makes race seem very much to matter in a hot, hilly, dusty place where walking is work. To announce that what really predicts vehicle ownership are income, ties to multinational corporations and roles in organized relief operations, missionary projects, or academic research would hardly dissolve the perceived connections of car and color. As Rodney's magnificent history of Guyanese working people observes, perceptions of the world in terms of race have thrived because they have seemed reasonably consistent with aspects of people's life experiences. Race is thus both unreal and a seeming reality. Its demystification cannot be accomplished by even an airtight intellectual case, but only by hard and immensely complicated cultural and political struggle. Why keep talking about race? The stateside evidence that race is socially constructed, ideologically powerful and fraught with complexity is more familiar but equally compelling. Electorally, as Thomas and Mary Edsel and others have shown, whiteness has become, to use Sivanandan's phrase, a political color that binds a disparate new right coalition together and allows it to attract enough votes from fearful and embittered middle-class and working-class whites to rule. From the completion of mid-1960s civil rights legislation through 1992, only one Democrat occupied the White House, and he after a particularly astute bow to the importance of ethnic purity. From benign neglect to Willie Horton, even the lukewarm Democratic commitment to civil rights has left the party so vulnerable to suspicions of being soft on race that its leadership has engaged for 8 years in a more or less open search for an unassailably white candidate in what has been called a Southern strategy but is better understood as a suburban one. Whiteness exercises such political force despite its thorough discrediting as a cultural color, despite its having become the fair game of stand-up comics who reflect on the vacuity of white culture in a nation in which so much that is new, stirring, excellent and genuinely popular in music, fashion, oratory, dance, vernacular speech, sport, and increasingly in literature, film, and non-fiction writing comes from African American, Asian American, and Latino communities. We face, in short, a mad and maddening situation in which the appeals of whiteness are at their most pitifully meager and the effectiveness of appeals to whiteness from Howard Beach to Simi Valley to the ballot boxes are at a terrible height. 6. The great American writer Ralph Ellison saw it coming over a decade ago, and framed a question which goes to the heart of modern U.S. politics and culture with merciless precision. What, by the way, is one to make of a white youngster who, with a transistor radio, screaming a Stevie Wonder tune, glued to his ear, shouts racial epithets at black youngsters trying to swim at a public beach, and this in the name of the ethnic sanctity of what has been declared a neighborhood turf? Unable to answer this question and understandably tired after a long period of racially based reactionary rule, there is every temptation for us to move from the insight that race is an ideological construct to the conclusion that it's high time to denounce it as both snare and delusion, and to return to a populist politics of economic reform. Dwelling on race, or advocating race-specific remedies, is on this view suspected as counterproductive and even malicious. Thus Barbara Field's staunchly materialist New Left Review article on the origins of U.S. racism ends with an astonishingly idealist castigation of a mother who asks her 4-year-old if a playmate is black and then laughs when the child answers that he is brown. Che young woman's benevolent laughter was for the innocence of youth too soon corrupted, Fields writes, but for all its benevolence, her laughter hastened the corruption. Fields argues that the woman, and radical intellectuals who emphasize race as a tragic flaw in the U.S., give reality to race. She rather harshly suggests that in so doing they are like the Ku Klux Klan and the white murderers of the black teenager Yusef Hawkins. Others hold that we should refrain from the discussion of racial issues on the practical grounds that only economic issues can generate electoral success. The concrete proposals vary widely as to what should be emphasized instead of race. Fields proposes the interesting, but constitutionally fanciful, strategy of affirmative action based on class, while for William Julius Wilson and the many influential policy thinkers around the liberal journal American Prospect, the issues capable of disarming race are those in which the white middle class has a direct interest, especially jobs and health care. Such strategies closely fit the chastened and dispirited mood of contemporary American liberalism, and they have some mass appeal among African American voters ready for anything but Reaganism, and albeit on low turnouts and with little alternative, therefore generally supportive of Bill Clinton's candidacy. Nonetheless, in my view, initiatives avoiding discussion of race have little chance of success, even on their own limited terms. The absence of a liberal labor vote, both because so few workers are now organized and because a majority of those in white households containing a union member have voted for Reagan and Bush over the last 3 elections, makes prospects for an ongoing mildly progressive, class-based alliance inauspicious. Nor can Democrats be much more thorough at shutting up about racial justice than they already have been in recent campaigns. Clinton's reticence in offering comment on the Los Angeles rebellions is standard operating procedure, excepting the Jackson campaigns, regarding race for post-1972 Democratic presidential politics, not a new departure. The strategy of ignoring race has in that sense been well and truly tried. For that matter, neither do the Republicans engage in much open discussion of race. They couch their appeals for a white vote in terms of welfare reform, neighborhood schools, toughness on crime and illegitimate births. In the 1991 Mississippi governor's race, the right-wing Republican victor, Kirk Fordice, ended an anti-welfare campaign commercial with a still photograph of a black woman and her baby. He literally invited white Mississippians to vote against African American people, but did so without directly discussing race. In the wake of the Los Angeles Rebellion of 1992, Bush's most vital soundbite ran, "For anyone who cares about our young people, it is painful that in 1960 the percentage of births to unwed mothers was 5% and now it is 27%. As the London Observer's U.S. correspondent Andrew Stephen keenly observed, "I owe the millions of Americans who saw the all-important soundbite, what he was really saying was, I'm talking about blacks, of course." Even the celebrated Willie Horton ad of the 1988 Bush campaign did not say anything about race. During the 1992 campaign, Dan Quayle managed to play on hostilities toward black welfare mothers by talking about, of all things, white sitcom character Murphy Brown. Serious attention to race is already absent from U.S. politics, and it is the right that benefits. But might the positive content of economic reform programs wean white voters away from race-based politics, opening the way for experience in campaigns that cross racial lines to nurture the insight that race ought not divide working people? Such a strategy has undergirded much of the white American left's approach to race and class over the last century and more. Unions in particular have seemed such a promising venue for the gradual teaching of white workers that their real economic interests coincided with those of African Americans that endangering their organization by premature assaults on racism has been seen as running counter to the interests of not only class justice but also of racial equality. To the extent that we argue that whiteness and various kinds of white ethnicity are reactions to alienation, an interesting modern case for this long-established strategy of overcoming white supremacy via an emphasis on class can be made. We may emphasize, as My Wages of Whiteness does, the role of powerlessness at work in opening people to settling for the fiction that they are white workers. Or we may follow Frederick Jameson's 8. Reification and Utopia in Mass Culture in stressing the ways alienation produced by bureaucratic structures and commercialized culture helps to undergird ersatz ethnicity among whites. In either case, it would seem that participation in authentic struggles against oppression and powerlessness could be a useful antidote to whiteness. When, for example, a white rights supporter of David Duke's 1991 gubernatorial bid in Louisiana stopped her litany of blacks on welfare myths, "They get new cars every year," in an interview with USA Today, she added, "The state won't take care of me." Perhaps if there were a large, militant movement for decent health care, that woman might join it, press demands on the state, gain a sense of power and, in the course of struggle alongside the black poor, question the myths she now recites. It would be hard to imagine a successful assault on white supremacy that did not include millions of such small miracles, and that did not include a rallying around pressing class grievances. But far more problematic is the tendency to assume that a rediscovered emphasis on economic issues clarifies all, or even most, questions of political strategy where either race or class is concerned. The historical record of anti-racist achievements of coalitions for economic reform is quite modest. From the National Labor Union through the Populists to the CIO, whatever we wish might have been and whatever their other accomplishments, such coalitions did not dramatically deliver the goods where racial justice was concerned. Nor does the record show that common struggles necessarily teach common humanity lastingly. The I. M. Watson wing of the Populists spectacularly learned the lesson of black-white unity and more spectacularly forgot it. The experience of defeat and there is no guarantee that class movements will win particularly led to recrudescence of white supremacy. IHE Dying Convention of the National Labor Union respectfully entertained proposals by the Southern racist intellectual Hinton Rao and Helper to forcibly remove blacks from the U.S., while the Knights of Labor, so brilliantly egalitarian at its height, actually came in its declining days to approve a resolution to colonize African Americans in order to help white labor. Why there are prospects for a better outcome in a new effort at economic-oriented reform that minimizes immediate emphasis on racial justice remains unclear, especially given that the substance of the tepid reforms on offer from neoliberals who spearhead the call for economic-based strategies is hardly the stuff great transformations of consciousness are made from. Advocates of increasing the weight placed on economic reformist appeals and of continuing the silence surrounding race sometimes have internalized a kind of Marxism that wants to emphasize the objective reality of class relationships as against the ideology of race. I have no quarrel with that distinction, but in applying it we need to avoid imagining that 9. Workers objectively view the world through their class experience in one part of their brain and subjectively through the distorting filter of race in another. At the level of consciousness, class is anything but a faithful reflection of objective reality. Moreover, the subjective way in which white workers perceive and define class is thoroughly shaped in the U.S. by their whiteness. Two recent studies of contemporary New Jersey workers make this rather airy point concrete. In David Halley's excellent sociological study of chemical workers there, white male workers identify themselves as working men and as middle class. They tend to see their white neighbors as being like them in class terms whether or not those neighbors are wage workers. They see black workers in jobs like theirs workers more likely than the white neighbors to share AFL-CIO membership with the white chemical workers as different in class terms, as loafers and intruders. Even more striking is Catherine Newman's recent study of industrial decline, based on interviews with white former factory workers whose plant has closed in Elizabeth, New Jersey. Many of the workers process this stark class experience by arguing that the employer was forced to leave because it was impossible to turn profits while being forced to employ blacks and Hispanics. A movement that seeks to outflank a David Duke simply by popularizing the kind of unemployment and healthcare plans that would benefit the hard-hit whites who form a large part of his constituency runs head-on into the problem that many of the white poor, including not a few on relief, cast the welfare state as a scheme to benefit those people. As an influential study quoted by the Edsels puts it, for a key sector of the white electorate virtually all progressive symbols and themes have been redefined in racial and pejorative terms. In such situations, one could as easily argue that attacking racism is a precondition for class-based reform as that class-based reform is a precondition for attacking racism. Nearly half a century ago, C.L.R. James critiqued traditional left strategy on race and class by writing, "Black and white, unite and fight is unimpeachable in principle. But it is often misleading and sometimes even offensive in the face of the infinitely varied, tumultuous, passionate, and often murderous reality of race relations in the United States." Many of those advocating single-minded emphasis on common economic grievances today might shy away from words like fight, from the mention of race in their slogans and even from slogans altogether. But we should still share James's unease with any political strategy that supposes that class irrevances in the US can be addressed without full attention to race. The British theorist Terry Eagleton has held that gender and nation, like class, are socially constructed identities based on an alienation that cancels the particularity of an individual life into collective anonymity. But he has refused to follow some contemporary post-structuralist theory. 10. In concluding that we should therefore suppose that we can go around any of these identities rather than go all the way through them. He has argued practically that because the truth remains that women are oppressed as women, that such categories, ontologically empty though they may be, continue to exert an implacable force we must struggle over, and talk about, gender. We must pursue a political strategy caught up in the very metaphysical categories it hopes finally to abolish. I would suggest that race is another such ontologically empty and metaphysical category that we must confront to abolish. Many leftists and liberals would perhaps grant the truth of at least parts of this critique of economism, but would still argue that, like it or not, race-specific politics have in practice simply been discredited as unworkable. In making a serious effort to locate the left wing of the possible, they point to demographic realities and white voting patterns and emphasize the dangers of minorities going it alone by continuing to organize around particularistic grievances. Indeed, the Edsels and other recent writers who champion economistic strategies do so not out of a dismissal of the importance of white supremacy but like the great early exemplar of such strategies, Bayard Rustin, out of a very grim appreciation of racism's influence. In an important public exchange with Democratic North Carolina politician Harvey Gantt, the victim of Jesse Helms's race-baiting in a recent Senate election, the populist historian Lawrence Goodwin argues for economic reform as the only viable Democratic strategy because he doesn't see any other way to cope with the racism of the American electorate. In opposing such economism, we must be humble enough to admit that it has triumphed as a strategy against reaction because existing alternatives to it have proven less than attractive. A liberalism based on half-hearted pursuit of affirmative action has not proven more popular than a liberalism based on half-hearted pursuit of job creation and health insurance. Attempts to combine and transcend the two approaches within a rainbow coalition have largely stalled. Initiatives to unite workers around revolutionary, rather than reformist, economic demands have had far less mass resonance than the appeals of a David Duke. In trying to stop a Duke, or a George Bush, opponents of reaction gravitate towards economic reformism almost by default. Supporting the pale populism of Eddie Edwards in Louisiana or Bill Clinton nationally is not so much the politics of lesser evil as one of last resort. But as understandable as such last resortism is, it remains a dead end. The strategy generally fails, even on its own terms, by not keeping the Helmses, Bushes, and Reagans from victory, nor even keeping Duke from winning a majority of the white vote. More seriously, the caution and the fear of open discussion of race bred by constant attention to the immediate electorally possible blinds us to the real tensions within white one supremacy. It leaves us unable to appreciate the ways in which a sharp questioning of whiteness within American culture opens the opportunity to win people to far more effective opposition to both race and class oppression. Take advantage of such possibilities requires that we not only continue to talk about race but that we pay attention to the most neglected aspects of race in America, the questions of why people think they are white and of whether they might quit thinking so. Towards a withering away of whiteness. When residents of the U.S. talk about race, they too often talk only about African Americans, Native Americans, Hispanic Americans, and Asian Americans. If whites come into the discussion, it is only because they have attitudes towards non-whites. Whites are assumed not to have race, though they might be racists. Many of the most critical advances of recent scholarship on the social construction of race have come precisely because writers have challenged the assumption that we only need to explain why people come to be considered Black, Asian, Native American or Hispanic and not attend to what Theodore Allen has marvelously termed the invention of the white race. Coco Fusco sums up this central insight and its political import, writing, "Racial identities are not only Black, Latino, Asian, Native American and so on, they are also white. Ignore white ethnicity is to redouble its hegemony by naturalizing it. To make its fullest possible contribution to the growth of a new society, activism that draws on ideas regarding the social construction of race must focus its political energies on exposing, demystifying and demeaning the particular ideology of whiteness, rather than on calling into question the concept of race generally." In defending this position, 3 points deserve elaboration. The first is that, while neither whiteness nor blackness is a scientific, or natural, racial category, the former is infinitely more false, and precisely because of that falsity, more dangerous, than the latter. The second is that in attacking the notion that whiteness and blackness are the same, we specifically undermine what has become, via the notion of reverse racism, a major prop underpinning the popular refusal among whites to face both racism and themselves. The last is that whiteness is now a particularly brittle and fragile form of social identity and that it can be fought. By far the most penetrating modern analysis of whiteness comes in the unlikely form of an essay of a mere 2 pages in a lifestyle magazine. Writing in Essence in 1984, James Baldwin reflected on being white and other lies and immediately put his finger on what sets whiteness 12. apart as an American social phenomenon. The crisis of leadership in the white community is remarkable and terrifying, Baldwin began, because there is, in fact, no white community. It is not merely that whiteness is oppressive and false, it is that whiteness is nothing but oppressive and false. We speak of African American culture and community, and rightly so. Indeed, the making of disparate African ethnic groups into an African American people, so lucidly described by Sterling Stuckey, is a genuine story of an American melting pot. In her passionate attacks on both the concept of an African American race and that of a white race, Barbara Fields characterizes African Americans as a nation. Whites are clearly not that. There is an American culture, but it is thoroughly mulatto, to borrow Albert Murray's fine description. If there is a Southern culture, it is still more thoroughly mulatto than the broader American one. There are Irish American songs, Italian American neighborhoods, Slavic American traditions, German American villages, and so on. But such specific ethnic cultures always stand in danger of being swallowed by the lie of whiteness. Whiteness describes, from Little Bighorn to Simi Valley, not a culture but precisely the absence of culture. It is the empty and therefore terrifying attempt to build an identity based on what one isn't and on whom one can hold back. Almost no left initiatives have challenged white workers to critique, much less to abandon, whiteness. Baldwin's wonderful comment in the film The Price of the Ticket, that as long as you think you're white, there's no hope for you, seems more poetic than political to radicals who have so long confined their struggles to encouraging whites to unite with blacks, and who have found it difficult to disarm racism, much less to think of abolishing whiteness. But a highly poetic politics is exactly what is required in a situation in which workers who identify themselves as white are bound to retreat from genuine class unity and meaningful anti-racism. In a fascinating 1974 essay, outlining the preconditions for the emergence of united labor struggles, the great London-based theorist A. Sivanandan defied usual formulations of the relationship between race and class, writing that in recovering its sense of oppression, both from technological alienation and from a white-oriented culture. The white working class must arrive at a consciousness of racial oppression. On this view, the rejection of racial oppression by white workers must arise not just out of common participation in class, or even anti-racist, struggles alongside blacks, but also out of a critique of the empty culture of whiteness itself. Rejection of whiteness is then part of a process that gives rise to both attacks on racism and to the very recovery of sense of oppression among white workers. If it does not involve a critique of whiteness, the questioning of racism often proves shallow and limited. Indeed, at this horrifying juncture in 13. Race relations, most whites describe themselves as not racists. Even David Duke packages white supremacy as a national association for the advancement of white people, allowing supporters to feel that, as one of them told USA Today, they are only doing the same thing as blacks in the NAACP. Even open Klan members now at times describe their organizations not racist. In St. Louis, young whites call blacks nigger on the non-racist ground that they are describing behavior, not genetics. Black guys are nice and polite, they reason, but niggers are pests. It is easy to regard such rationales as rank hypocrisy, especially in David Duke's mouth, but we should also face the fact that many whites genuinely feel absolved from being what they would call bigots or racists. Most white students these terms imply being an extremist, being violent or being worse than average. Most students are sure that they are none of those. The destructive term reverse racism grows out of this assurance among whites that they have transcended race. They are sure that they see the world based on merit, while multiculturalists, affirmative action officers, Native American fishermen, black nationalists, and pointy-headed liberals bring in race. An analysis that simply demystifies all conceptions of race without concentrating on critiquing whiteness runs the risk of reinforcing such widely and sincerely held notions. The whole struggle against the concept of reverse racism is in fact terribly difficult when we fail to question whiteness and instead stay on the terrain of politics as usual. Conservatives creepily quote Martin Luther King, obscuring the fact that he himself was an advocate of affirmative action, as they hold that they are the true believers in raceless standards based on the content of one's character. We try to argue from history to an audience not especially inclined towards the longer view. We hold that racism implies the systematic power to dominate and that since people of color lack such power, reverse racism is not a useful term. This perfectly valid point falls on deaf ears to the extent that the firmest believers in the reality of reverse racism are often precisely those whites most convinced of their own powerlessness. Our last despairing comments often begin with "but you refuse to see." But those feeling victimized by reverse racism do see. They see in just the way, with just the blindnesses, that their assurance that they are white, but not racist, and have white interests demands that they see. In the Simi Valley trial they saw Rodney King, down and being kicked, but as one juror put it, somehow still in control of the situation and menacing the white police. When Bill Clinton signaled his whiteness by using his appearance before the Rainbow Coalition to attack the rapper Sister Souljah, he hoped to appeal to the way many whites see. Or perhaps he just sees that way. He railed against Sister Souljah's comment that it is 14. Unremarkable that black youth in South Central Los Angeles who attack and kill each other all year, would consider doing the same to whites for a week. Souljah's comment itself is no more than an exercise in introductory sociology, but Clinton offered a soundbite comparing Sister Souljah to David Duke. His demand that listeners imagine that the situation were reversed and that Duke made a statement like Souljah's was on one level absolutely perfect nonsense. What would the reverse be? Would Duke go to Simi Valley or Beverly Hills, and say that it is unremarkable that whites who attack each other all year would attack blacks for a week? The situation hasn't a reverse. Police do not single out whites for racial harassment and brutality. Hundreds of white youths are not killed in crack wars and gang banging. Only whites could take Clinton's comment seriously. And they do. But the Sister Souljah incident also ought to alert us to the fact that we need not just capitulate to whiteness. The Rainbow Coalition, before which Clinton spoke, mobilized tens of thousands of whites not only around its social democratic politics but around the idea that the fight against Reaganism should include people of color as central constituencies and as leaders. The Rainbow's most striking success in moving young white workers to act on the perception that the fighting style of the Black Freedom Movement was more appropriate to their plight than anything in white politics. Its mobilizing of Midwestern auto workers in impressive 1988 rallies did not, it is true, always translate into votes. The Rainbow's disorganization, lack of democracy and timidity combined with the continuing power of race thinking among whites to limit the extent to which white workers entered politics as non-whites, but the possibility that they could do so within an organization agitating on both class and race issues was clearly present. We may suspect, moreover, that many white young people strongly appreciate hip-hop artists like Sister Souljah far more than they do Bill Clinton. The tremendous popularity of hip-hop music and style among white youth has been written off as a fascination with violence and sexism among very young white suburban males, but the attraction is much broader than that. Rappers with varying messages appeal to male and female middle-class and working-class whites from grade school to adulthood. Unlike rock, which brought whites to African American music but quickly diluted the black influence and threw up white performers as the most celebrated stars, hip-hop is embraced by whites without any sharp tendency to expropriate it. In this it more nearly parallels white working-class attraction to soul music in the 1960s and 1970s, and still, see by all means the Commitments, and perhaps to reggae. Hip-hop offers white youth not only the spontaneity, experimentation, humor, danger, sexuality, physical movement, and rebellion absent from what passes as white culture. 15. But it also offers an explicit, often harsh, critique of whiteness. Of course it would be ridiculous to claim that every white hip-hop fan is finding a way out of whiteness, let alone of racism. There will be no simple fix for the white problem in America, and it is well to emphasize limits as well as possibilities. The Guido subculture in Italian-American New York City, well described in the recent writings of Donald Tricarico, stands as an ambiguous example of both those possibilities and limits. Guidos have much adopted hip-hop and asserted a distinctive Italian-American identity as against white American wannabes. They refer to themselves as Guineas, turning that anti-Italian, anti-black slur into a badge of honor. But the break with whiteness and racism on New York's streets is less than complete. As Tricarico nicely understates it, in many ways Guidos resist identification with black youth and bite the hand that feeds them style. Historically, the use of an, often distorted, image of African American life to express criticisms of white culture, or longings for a different way of life, has hardly been an antidote to racism. The minstrel show expressed such longings beneath blackface while still holding African Americans in contempt, in a perfect illustration of Herman Melville's wise observation that, envy and antipathy, passions irreconcilable in reason, nevertheless may spring conjoined, in one birth. In some ways the greater the longing has been, the greater the need to reassert whiteness and white supremacy. Nor, as Norman Mailer showed, largely unwittingly, in The White Negro, has the use of African American culture to critique whiteness come without superficiality, fatuity, and paternalism. Loss of whiteness can have the beauty it does in a film like John Waters's Hairspray, or the vapidity and arrogance it does in a film like Soul Man. And these extremes exist not just among, but within, individual whites. Finally, there is a sense in which whites cannot fully renounce whiteness even if they want to. The Italian-American heroine, in many ways, I think, of Spike Lee's Jungle Fever is as exemplary a race traitor as any seen on the big screen within memory, but when the police come, she is still white. Even given all these problems, we cannot afford to ignore the political implications of the mass questioning of whiteness as a trend and a possibility in the U.S. In a variety of settings, including even the Duke campaign, whites are confessing their confusion about whether it is really worth the effort to be white. We need to say that it is not worth it and that many of us do not want to do it. Initiatives against a Duke, or a Bush, should not only be class-oriented and anti-racist, but also in a sense explicitly anti-white, with a central focus on exposing how whiteness is used to make whites settle for hopelessness in politics and misery in everyday life. When a Clinton panders to whiteness, we should not let him off the hook on the grounds that his comments are only arguably racist as currently 16. Defined. Our opposition should focus on contrasting the bankruptcy of white politics with the possibilities of non-whiteness. We should point out not just that whites and people of color often have common economic interests, but that people of color currently act on those interests far more consistently in politics, at the workplace, and increasingly in community-based environmental struggles precisely because they are not burdened by whiteness. We should transform reverse racism from a curse to an injunction, reverse racism, campaigning for expanded affirmative action on the grounds of both justice and the need to remove the privileges that tragically reproduce whiteness. Coalitions for economic reform need to be considered not only as vehicles for class mobilization and for the disarming of racism, but also as places where whites learn that people of color currently make more close connections between class and community than whites do, and therefore of course assume a central place in insurgent movements. If even MTV realizes that there is a mass audience for the critique of whiteness, we cannot fail to attempt to rally, and to learn from, a constituency committed to its abolition. Note: this article is based on a keynote address given during Socialist Week at Iowa State University in the fall of 1992 before the presidential election of that year. 17. Part I. The New Labor History and Race. The reality, the depth, and the persistence of the delusion of white supremacy in this country causes any real concept of education to be as remote, and as much to be feared, as change or freedom itself. What black men here have always known is now beginning to be clear to the world. Whatever it is that white Americans want, it is not freedom neither for themselves nor for others. It's you who'll have the blues, Langston Hughes said, not me. Just wait and see. James Baldwin. The Price of the Ticket, 1985. Despite the fact that the 19th century saw an upsurge in the power of the laboring classes and a flight toward economic equality and political democracy, this movement lagged far behind the accumulation of wealth, because in popular opinion labor was fundamentally degrading and the just burden of inferior peoples. It was bad enough to have the consequences of racist thought fall upon colored people the world over, but in the end it was even worse when one considers what this attitude did to the European worker. His aim and ideal was distorted. He began to want not comfort for all men but power over other men. He did not love humanity and he hated niggers. W.E.B. Du Bois. The World and Africa, 1946. Labor in White Skin, Race and Working Class History. Labor in white skin cannot emancipate itself where the black skin is branded. That line from an 1866 letter to François Lafargue, and repeated in capital, is perhaps the most quoted of Karl Marx's observations about the United States. But the work of our labor historians, past or present, has done little to illuminate why Marx's aphorism not only has the ring of truth but that of a ringing truth. The scholarship which most ambitiously attempts to conceptualize the history of workers in the United States continues to ignore black workers and, as critically, to ignore the effect of attitudes towards blacks, and towards Indians, Chinese, and Latinos, on the consciousness of white workers. George Raywick's call for a history that recognizes slavery as a fundamental part of the history of the whole American people, was pioneered by W.E.B. Du Bois and is continued today by Alexander Saxton, Herbert Hill, Richard Slotkin, Gwen Mink, Manning Marable, Peter Rachleff, Mike Davis, and a few others. But in the structuring of the debates that most preoccupy labor historians, race moves quickly and decidedly to the wings. Criticisms abound of lack of attention to race and slavery in U.S. labor history in particular, and in Western scholarship generally, with such leading scholars as Eugene Genovese, Emmanuel Wallerstein and David Montgomery all sounding warnings in recent review essays degree and the many recent studies by sociologists, political scientists, and even occupational folklorists showing the staying power of racism as a pole around which white workers' consciousness takes shape give added urgency to the comprehension of these themes in history as, of course, do the starkly contrasting patterns of white and black working class voting in the 1980 and 1984 elections degree. Nonetheless, the new labor history has yet to find an approach worthy of the problems being examined, or even to acknowledge that such problems must be consistently examined. The recent comments on Sean Willence's Chance Democratic by the historian Christopher Clark are instructive on this score. While Willence does not ignore women or black workers, they are not central to his notion of a New York working class movement, which at times achieved heights of class consciousness and even insurrectionary potential. He has not written a thorough history of New York workers, but only of the most prominent and perhaps the most class-conscious. Future studies will have to assess how far this slants his conclusions. This assessment comes in a review of a book which, while it ignores black workers and the national context of slavery even more than Clark allows, is still of great value. But the assumption remains, even as the issue of race is raised, that the black worker enters the story of American labor as an actor in a subplot that can be left on the cutting room floor, probably without vitiating the main story. What if race is instead part of the very lens through which labor's story must be filmed? The Old Labor History, Problems Right and Left. The original seminal works of labor history shared the racism of most scholarship on America written in the early 20th century. The approach of the Wisconsin School of John R. Commons and his pioneering associates betrayed what Melvin Dubofsky recently termed evident measures of chauvinism and racism. Registered trademark alongside the more active racism of Commons and his associates was the benign neglect typified by Werner Sombart's influential 1906 essays collected as Why Is There No Socialism in the United States? Sombart does not discuss black labor at all in a chapter entitled Politics and Race, in which he uses race to refer to ethnicity. The same silence characterizes the entire study despite Sombart's rather extreme and flat assertion, never pursued, that the Negro question has directly removed any class character from each of the two parties. But the most durable heritage of the original masterworks, especially from the Wisconsin School, has been the idea that in the normal course of things class alone, rather than race and class together, ought to be at the center of labor history in the United States. In an extravagant passage on Chinese exclusion, for example, the Wisconsin School's history of labor in the United States holds. 22. The anti-Chinese agitation in California, culminating as it did in the Exclusion Law of 1882, doubtless was the most important single factor in the history of America labor, for without it the entire country might have been overrun by Mongolian labor, and the labor movement might have become a conflict of races instead of one of classes. Degree. Rare is the modern labor historian who does not recoil from regarding Chinese exclusion as the historic victory of the American working class or from the image of the overrunning Chinese. But almost as rare are historians who would focus their objections on the final words in the quoted passage and emphasize how often the struggles of labor were about both race and class and how thoroughly racism shaped and narrowed the conceptions of class of some Unionists recently celebrated for their Americanism. In practice, neither the Marxism of the Old Left nor the populism and neo-Marxism of the new labor historians has managed to sustain a sharp break from the Commons tradition where race and class are concerned. Indeed, in many ways the traditions of labor history in the last 25 years have reinforced the Commons approach. By a long distance, the Old Left scholarship of Philip S. Foner comes nearer to an effective synthetic treatment of race and labor than any other of today's labor historians. Even Melvin Dubofsky, whose Give Me That Old-Time Labor History is an almost relentlessly hostile review of Foner's work, allows that in his writings, one can find, as nowhere else, the full story of the nation's minority and oppressed peoples. Foner, whether in books specifically on race, labor, and radicalism or in his general history of U.S. labor, never misses a chance to narrate fully the story of black workers or to detail instances in which racism undermined strikes and, more rarely, labor political action. Nor, as is so often charged, is his work mere narration. As Harold Cruse, certainly no ideological friend to Foner, has observed, American socialism and Black Americans breaks exciting new ground not just in its narration but in terms of Foner's method and the framing of questions. Much the same could be said about organized labor and the black worker, especially in its insistence that black self-organization, far from balkanizing the labor movement, was often the precondition for united struggle. If, in the aphorism that begins this article, Marx had meant just that white labor would be oppressed by virtue of black labor's remaining branded because labor unity would therefore be breached and strikes undermined. Foner's work could be considered a full history drawing on the analytic and predictive powers of Marx's brief words. Foner's stance is spelled out in his approving quotation of an 1865 editorial in the Boston Daily Evening Voice in the preface to Organized Labor and the Black Worker. 23. As an illustration of the crippling effects of racism on organized labor. The editorial compares cooperation of black and white workers with that between the clerk and the coal heaver. It adds that if any element in the labor force stands aloof, there is the end of hope for the labor movement. Commenting specifically on the recent emancipation of 4 million slaves, the editorial warns it would be blind and suicidal to fail to make common cause with the freedmen because lack of unity would make the black man our competitor. He will underwork us to get employment and we have no choice but to underwork him in return. Foner traces the bleak scenario of black-white disunity and recounts the rarer and inspiring instances when the slogan which graces a placard on the book's cover became real, black and white/unite and fight. He has found a large and important theme, I would argue, but one less grand than that suggested by Marx's aphorism or by the words of Du Bois and Baldwin which open Part I. In that passage on the deleterious effects on white workers of the branding of blacks, Marx might have had in mind cracks in the front of labor unity, but that could hardly have been his foremost consideration. At about the same time Marx wrote to Lafargue, he and Engels apparently still thought that ex-slaves will probably become small squatters, as in Jamaica, and thus would not be a great force in the industrial labor market. Moreover, Marx's famous comment came in the context not of an assessment of trade union possibilities but of praise for northern white workers who had helped to defeat politically President Andrew Johnson's forces in congressional elections. Most important, the passage links the overcoming of the branding of black workers with no mere piecemeal gains in either the trade union or political realm, but with the possibility that labor might emancipate itself, that most broadly visionary of Marx's prophecies. This and other evidence, including Marx's 1869 comment that the Civil War and emancipation gave to the working class a moral impetus, suggests that Marx, at least for a time, saw the stakes in the battle over racial oppression as involving matters quite beyond trade union unity. Only Du Bois, with his brilliant framing of black-white unity within the broader issue of white labor's willingness to sacrifice its possibilities for the spurious public and psychological wage of petty and not-so-petty racial privileges, begins to develop fully an approach that transcends the narrow parameters of black and white/unite and fight. The point is obviously not that Marx knew best about America or that Foner has led us away from the truths laid down by the great teacher. Marx's own follow-up of the insights in his aphorism proved quite uncertain in the years after 1866. And in any case, Foner's approach, essentially that of Popular Front communism with some sympathy for Black Nation 24. Alism, has few followers among the new labor historians. But few have managed to improve on this approach. Class and race, base and superstructure revisited. Curiously, another aspect of old left Marxism overemphasis on the point that class and not race is the central consideration in the history of white and black workers has found a place in the new labor history, with not entirely happy results. The privileging of class over race, which Foner largely abandons, was a consistent theme in early Socialist Party thought and is given more sophisticated expression in Barbara J. Fields' recent and sometimes scintillating essay Ideology and Race in American History. Fields reminds readers that race is not a biological fact but a social construct and argues that it is therefore an ideological category in a way that class is not. Though she makes the invaluable points that racism is not trans-historical and not, at a given time, understood in the same way by different classes, her essay is open to caveats and serious criticisms. While it is true that racism evolves in a context of class relations, class is also defined by workers in partly racial terms. Thus David Halley's recent work on white New Jersey chemical workers describes men who, as David Montgomery has observed, cherish the notion that whites are working men, while blacks who live in nearby Elizabeth and are far more likely to be members of the AFL-CIO than the neighbors of the white chemical workers are counted as intruders. Registered trademark. In addition, Fields treats the formation of a black racial category almost exclusively as a process occurring among whites and underplays the extent to which it reflected a process of nation-building by the various African ethnic groups undergoing forced emigration. A full discussion would have to organize itself around the categories of nation, race, and class rather than only the latter two. But even if we grant in good orthodox Marxist fashion that class is a theoretical category more basic than race in the last instance, Fields' approach generates problems. The overall burden of the essay is to distance class from race by putting the former above, or in the older Marxist schema of base and superstructure, below, the latter in a design of historical causation. Thus, we are treated to flights of fancy like the reality of class can assert itself independently of people's consciousness. Registered trademark, race, in Fields' essay, cannot, in the real world, neither can. Ironically, this emphasis on class comes very close to reproducing a version of Foner's black and white/unite and fight view of history. Fields finds those moments of black-white unity in the South, which she ac25 acknowledges to be rare, to be of signal importance in that they show class relations could be the solvent of some of the grosser illusions of racialism. She then cites New Orleans in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, with its alternation of impressive integrated strikes and racist violence, as proof that racial prejudice is sufficiently fluid and at home with contrariety to be able to precede and survive dramatic instances of interracial unity in action*. Quite so, but whether outcroppings of strike unity could survive in an atmosphere of terror against black workers is only one issue and one not more important than whether an impetus towards self-emancipation of the working class could so survive. If we look at the words of a leader of the interracial New Orleans strikes, we find indications that race can perhaps not be distanced very far from class and that, although the city's waterfront labor movement displayed laudable unity on the picket line, it was perhaps far from challenging politically the racist order of the city. As Oscar Ameringer recounts the words of Dan Scully, the Irish-American head of the Longshoremen's Union, testifying before a committee of the Louisiana legislature during a 1907 strike. "I guess before long you'll call us nigger lovers, too. Maybe you want to know next how I would like it if my sister married a nigger? I wasn't always a nigger lover. I fought in every strike to keep black labor off the dock. I fought until in the white supremacy strike your white supremacy governor sent his white supremacy militia and shot us white supremacy strikers full of holes. You talk about us conspiring with niggers. But let me tell you and your gang, there was a time when I wouldn't even work beside a nigger. You made me work with niggers, eat with niggers, sleep with niggers, drink out of the same water bucket with niggers, and finally got me to the point where if one of them blubbers something about more pay, I say, come on, nigger, let's go after the white bastards." Here racism and class feeling are utterly at home with contrariety, and as utterly bound up one with the other. Moreover, the white supremacy strikes, strike breaking by white supremacists and white attacks on black communities in Louisiana during this period illustrate that what Fields acknowledges could happen did regularly happen. An ideological delusion race, once acted upon, may become as murderous as a fact. Racism, in its many varieties, often gave rise to actions murderous not only of black workers but of the highest aspirations of labor. Its status as an ideological construct, though one reinforced by material facts like violence, job competition, and segregation, therefore in no way disqualifies it, as Fields supposes it does, from being a tragic flaw in the history of the South and the nation. *26. Whatever the weaknesses of Fields' stance, her essay captures the logic that undergirds some of the best of the New Labor history. In Willance's Chance Democratic, the murderous anti-black, anti-draft New York City riots of 1863, which weave together so many strands in the book that they might have been a fit subject for its final chapter, receive 5 lines of attention in which we learn that the disturbance still manifested, with all its racism, the hatreds and collisions of class before the paragraph turns to more disciplined wartime trade union actions. Admittedly, we are here dealing with a short summary of events beyond the scope of the book, but Du Bois' summary of the same event, which emphasizes that it was easy to transfer class hatred so that it fell on the black worker, is significantly more exact and suggestive. Degree similarly, failure to treat the black working class and its culture impoverishes the sections on working class culture generally in chance democratic. Willence's discussions of vital cultural forms sometimes tell us little more than that class was more important, and race less so, than we had ever thought. For example, the short section on minstrel shows begins from the premise that these mass entertainments took racism for granted. Willence finds that the real object of scorn in these shows was less Jim Crow than the arrivista, would-be aristo, and that the minstrels, turned from racist humor to mocking the arrogance, imitativeness, and dim-wittedness of the upper classes *degree, but it is precisely the coexistence of racism and a partial class criticism that makes the minstrel shows, especially in the work of Alexander Saxton, such fascinating sources regarding the development of white working class consciousness, its assertiveness and its debasement. Although Willence cites Saxton in support of his position, the emphasis in the latter's blackface minstrelsy and Jacksonian ideology is different. The ideological impact of minstrelsy was programmed by its conventional blackface form. There is no possibility of escaping this relationship because the greater the interest, talent, complexity, and bumanity embodied in its content, the more irresistible was the racist message of the form. Blackface minstrelsy's dominance of popular entertainment amounted to half a century of inurement to the uses of white supremacy. Nor, in the absence of a full discussion of racism directed against Indians and blacks, can Willence explore the rise of the penny press and its impact on New York City working-class culture with the subtlety and brilliance characteristic of recent work by Alexander Saxton, registered trademark, and Richard Slotkin. 27. Racism and self-activity. Willence's work is of special interest because it merges the old left privileging of class over race with the largely new left passion, laudable in its origins, to avoid condescension towards working-class subjects, to eschew determinism and to end the fruitless practice of preaching to people long deceased about what they should have done. Just as Willence, like many young historians, consciously models his work on Herbert Gutman's, Gutman consciously attempted to write history in which the essential question for study is not what has been done to men and women but what men and women do with what is done to them. This emphasis, drawing variously on anti-Stalinist Marxism, a populist emphasis on the role of the people in making history and, perhaps, elements of modern liberalism, may also gain adherents because, as Eric Hobsbawm has put it, historians are naturally more concerned with what actually happened, than they are with what ought really to happen. The result, as Montgomery has recently observed, has been that many of the best new labor historians have chosen to dwell upon working men and women as agents of historical change rather than the structures of social power that have historically divided workers, frustrated their collective undertaking, limited their objectives and secured the hegemony of capital. Some of the writing that stresses the self-activity of American workers has emphasized, from a more or less revolutionary socialist position, the radical potential which can be glimpsed in such activity at certain junctures. Influenced by C.L.R. James, those arguing for this view have praised the ability of workers in motion to take actions which transcend the possibilities envisioned by union leaders, which lay aside past prejudices of the workers themselves and which express the alternative, resistant culture present in daily working life indeed, born of experiences at work. More frequently, especially recently, the emphasis on workers making their own history has had a distinct reformist spin in its ideological stance and its political implications. Such scholarship has reflected what Jeff Ely calls, in a comment on recent European historiography, the scaled-down defensive expectations resulting from the world economic recession and the rightward political shift in Britain, the US and other capitalist countries. In this context, it is the capacity for survival with dignity, for limited political influence, for compromise, and for giving a twist to hegemonic ideas, which occupies center stage. There is little sense that the class expressions being described symbolize or presage greater things. Instead, especially in Willence, we find an increasingly shrill impatience with those essentialists and American exceptionalists. 28. who expect too much from the working class and therefore miss the class perceptions that did exist in the U.S. Obviously, much separates the revolutionary socialist approach to self-activity of workers from that of Willents and others, politically and otherwise. However, what is worth comment within the confines of this article is that both approaches reinforce tendencies to minimize the role of racism and of black workers and can, therefore, leave their practitioners unable to penetrate some of the deepest problems their work raises. Deficiencies in each approach are best criticized through an examination of the body of scholarship they most thoroughly inform. In the case of the revolutionary socialist perspective, that is the upsurge of American labor, often in wildcat strikes, in the 1940s. That upsurge is arguably the best studied process in the 20th century history of U.S. labor. It has attracted the attention principally of those interested in the revolutionary implications of rank-and-file action *, registered trademark writing. Before much of this literature had been published, Joshua Freeman issued a challenge it has too often failed to meet. He observed that during World War II black workers were often the victims of wildcat strikes, and argued that historians must not consider racially based strikes apart from strikes of other kinds. The week-long 1943 strike in Detroit at Packard Motors, making thousands of workers idle over the promotion of two black workers, and the 1944 hate strike by white Philadelphia streetcar workers over black employment were only, according to Freeman, two of the most famous of many such usually unauthorized strikes that occurred in the auto, armaments, aircraft, electrical, shipbuilding, rubber and transport industries during the war. In one 3-month period of 1943, over 100,000 man-days of war production employment were lost to hate strikes. Freeman, having noted their prevalence, raised an urgent question about these racially motivated wildcats: were the same workers, or types of workers, involved in the racial and non-racial strikes? One might ask further whether the racist wildcats set limits on the sweep of the goals of later unauthorized strikes? On their moral claims? On the participation of black workers? The newer studies take us very little distance towards answering these questions, but content themselves with observing that white workers sometimes overcame racism. Glaberman does not treat the hate strikes, except to say that black workers were among wartime wildcat strikers in auto but did not, and this is hardly surprising, join walkouts to protest their own employment. In a footnote, Glaberman also underlines the fact that in 1945 the same Packard plant that witnessed the massive 1943 hate strike saw an unauthorized strike in which some whites supported a grievance of 3 black workers *. Lichtenstein's shorter and more critical account of the wildcats emphasizes that racially motivated strikes declined in 29 numbers later in the war, as many white workers did accept blacks as part of the factory work environment. If we are to understand the joyous scene on the cover of Glaberman's book in which black workers, some in zoot suits, lead an integrated crowd starting a 1943 wildcat at Detroit Chevrolet, we need a far more penetrating discussion of race and shop floor actions and, perhaps, of the complex connections between black cultural radicalism and rank-and-file insurgencies. If we are to account for the pattern of wildcats in those plants, in which, as George Lipsitz has noted, separate white and black wildcats occurred, sometimes in response to each other, we obviously need to look deeply at racial issues. Similar study is necessary if we are to account for the failure of the wildcats to develop a lasting insurgent movement in the unions, or in politics *, if we are to place the auto wildcats in the context of race relations in Detroit during the war, and to determine why sometimes neighborhoods and sometimes, though decreasingly, workplaces served as sites of racial violence. Full discussion of the hate strikes must be on the agenda. The more we are attentive to all of these costs and complexities, the less we can assume that the subjective views of white workers are unimportant, that the question is not what this or that proletarian, or even the whole of the proletariat, considers its aim. The question is what the proletariat ts, and what, consequent on that being, it will be compelled to do. In contrast to the lines quoted above, in most of New Labor history, workers are not seen as compelled to do anything by capital, by the state, or by their class experience and destiny. But healthy as the push against determinism begun by Gutman and others has proven in some ways, it cannot be said to have given rise to a body of literature that has addressed the issues of class and race in a new, penetrating, or even a sustained way. Indeed, if we look at the scholarship that perhaps represents the most sophisticated expression of what I have called the reformist approach to working-class self-activity, the best works on labor and republicanism in the 19th century, and especially those of Sean Wilentz and Stephen J. Ross, we find silence or extreme caution where vital issues such as the impact of slavery, racism, and settler colonialism are concerned. I owe the extent that such gaps help keep these meticulously crafted local studies from placing the processes they describe fully in the context of the best historiography on republicanism, free labor, popular culture, and national politics. They keep labor history isolated and unable to nurture works of broad synthesis. It is a tribute to the ambitious agendas of Wilentz and Ross that they call to mind the finest insights regarding republicanism and the meaning of the American experiment. But insufficient attention to race makes comparisons of their work unfavorable when it is set alongside that of our 30 best novelists and historians. Wilentz, for example, invokes Herman Melville. But while Melville's work constantly reminds us that people of color were central to the culture of those who worked on or near water in 19th century America, New York City's black workers during part of the period discussed, one New Yorker in 11 was black appear twice in Chance Democratic, once in a footnote and once as victims of prejudice. The abolition of slavery in New York, and artisanal perceptions of abolition, are ignored. Nor does Ross give us much more than population figures for Cincinnati's black community, small in size but important in the waterfront working class. For Melville, a river between slave territory and the free states was an opportunity to explore the relationship between liberty and slavery, not just symbolically but referring concretely to black slavery. Even when writing about Northern workers on dry land, he never let slip from view the national reality of slavery, and all the manifold comparisons which workers and others must have drawn. In the best of the new labor history, the idea that white workers were wage slaves is almost purely metaphor, connected not at all, or in only the simplest of ways, to the actual practice of slavery, present across the river from Cincinnati and in New York City through 1827. For Melville, the experiences of settler colonialism and the metaphysics of Indian hating were central to the development of an America intrepid, unprincipled, reckless, predatory, with boundless ambition, civilized in externals but a savage at heart, a country which may yet be the Paul Jones of nations. Jacksonian Indian policies and the connection of Native Americans to the labor agitation over the land question are not broached in the studies of Ross and Wilentz. Of course, if we judged modern historians against the sweeping insights of Melville, none of us would get tenure. But if we adopt a somewhat less daunting standard, using the work of those historians offering the most challenging analyses of the growth of Republican and free labor ideas as a yardstick, we would again note that sparse coverage and caution where racial matters are concerned keep even the best analyses of labor republicanism from drawing upon and enriching the debates begun by those outside the field of labor history. For example, in his lengthy survey The Formation of the American Working Class, Wilentz observes, of course, the history of proletarianization can be traced back to the first European settlements and to the confiscation of land and labor from the indigenous population. See, for a start, Edmund S. Morgan, American Slavery, American Freedom. But he then adds, for simplicity's sake, I have concentrated here on the period of sustained growth of a free labor working class. Several pages later, slavery is also noted as being largely beyond the scope of the article * whether Wilentz is right to concentrate on antebellum Northern UR31. Ban workers, especially artisans, in writing the history of class formation in the U.S. is an open question. If he is wrong, he makes an error reproduced in my own recent work. But allowing his choice of emphasis, can we understand the consciousness of that northern urban working population, again especially artisans, without sustained reference to the existence of slavery as a national nightmare that charged every debate over republicanism and the manly independence of craft workers? Morgan's work, though concerned with an earlier period and a southern colony, is so replete with subtle connections between slavery and white popular consciousness that it suggests the need for extreme caution in deciding to achieve simplicity by foreshortening discussion of racial matters or, to take a problematic within the time period of Williams's and Ross's works, we might consider the debate initiated by David Bryan Davis's monumental studies of anti-slavery thought. Davis argues that abolitionist critiques of chattel slavery unwittingly bolstered capitalist hegemony by acting as selective responses to capitalist exploitation. For Davis, the focus is on middle-class reform leaders, but his arguments open a range of questions vital to labor historians. As Thomas L. Haskell has recently written, what remains unclear, in spite of much recent discussion of the relationship between abolitionism and the labor movement, is the exact basis of the labor critique of abolitionism. Did labor leaders work from a more advanced humanitarian perspective that really assigned equal importance to all varieties of exploitation, whether slave or free labor? Or did they simply assign a higher priority to the problems of wage laborers, nearby and racially similar, than to those of enslaved laborers, far away and racially different? What extent was the working man's criticism of abolitionism a pragmatic tactic for drawing attention to his own cause rather than a considered judgment of the equivalence of exploitation in the two cases? Haskell's questions are cast somewhat moralistically and will be refined by further research, but they are nonetheless vital. They must be supplemented by questions about whether many workers did not consider themselves free, largely in contrast to the black and enslaved population to the South. In Davis's terms, if the existence of slavery served to justify wage labor to abolitionist reformers, did it also do so to workers at some times and in some ways? These are urgent questions not much addressed in existing treatments of labor republicanism. Concretely, we ought to ask what was meant, for instance, in 1836, when New York City's journeyman tailors protested the conviction of their fellow workers in a conspiracy case with a handbill featuring a coffin and declaring, "The freemen of the North are now on a same level with the slaves of the South." If, as Ross's and Williams's discussions of wage 32. Slavery and similar constructions imply, the language was metaphoric, was it not also an extravagant metaphor and one given to collapsing upon itself at the first sign of amelioration? In the 1836 incident, a more favorable court decision in a similar case came days later and, as Williams puts it, the journeyman's fury abated. It is at least arguable that even in post-bellum years American labor rhetoric was impoverished rather than enriched by quick and easy invocations of slavery as a metaphor not backed up by any thoroughgoing critique and therefore quickly abandoned. We hear little these days, for example, about the Taft-Hartley Slave Labor Act, although its provisions still apply in ways little softened since organized labor fastened that epithet on it. Similar issues pervade Williams's discussion of Mike Walsh, a central figure in Chance Democratic and the leader of antebellum New York City's shirtless democracy. Walsh emerges as a tragic figure, destined for the ignominy of a penny dreadful, who between 1842 and 1846 developed a radical ant-capitalist republicanism and took that philosophy out of the workshops and meeting halls and into the streets, but who so succumbed in the 1850s to the lures of office in Congress, to a Napoleonic fascination with his own flamboyant image, to alcohol and, above all, to such a fixation on pro-slavery politics that he lost contact with labor issues in his own district. But Walsh became a pro-slavery demagogue not in the 1850s, when his labor interests were waning, but in the 1840s, when his anti-capitalist rhetoric was reaching white heat. His critique of the slavery of wages developed hard by his sympathies for pro-slavery Calhoun Democrats and, even in Williams's account, by the mid-1840s black slavery was for Walsh already the dominant issue. Thus it seems overly generous to preface praises of Walsh's anti-capitalist variant of artisan republicanism with "if his radicalism did not extend to the question of slavery and race," as though the two were separate and racial egalitarianism might have been grafted onto his ideas. Rather, his racism, much like that of the minstrel stage, made possible extravagant criticisms of the North's aristocrats but simultaneously undercut those criticisms. The tragedy of Walsh's career should also give us pause before accepting all of Willence's passionately stated strictures against approaching U.S. labor history from an essentialist or an American exceptionalist standpoint. Willence warns against essentialist reasoning measuring American working-class ideas and actions against some abstract orthodox Marxist model of what would have been and against idealizing the European working classes**. But Walsh need not be measured against the Paris Commune to be seen as lacking in the recoil against exploitation necessary to preach maturely the possibility of a thoroughly transformed America. It is enough to set his career against the finest American bourgeois radicals, such as William Lloyd Garrison or Wendell Phillips or Abraham 33. Lincoln, who were his contemporaries. In fact, were race and slavery considered, Willence could not portray the essentialist/exceptionalist framework with such sweeping caricature. If historians argue that the colonial settler experience in the U.S., and its attendant racism, and the singular experience of undergoing the making of a working class at a time when the slave population nationally dwarfed that of wage workers, and again with the racism attendant, influenced class consciousness in the U.S. in ways that discouraged the development of a revolutionary tradition, it is not clear why they should be charged with engaging in outmoded Marxist theology, as Willence would have it. It would be more charitable to say that such historians are establishing the context for what Willence calls American class consciousness. They are weighing from another angle the ways in which slavery was, as Eugene D. Genovese and Elizabeth Fox Genovese put it, the world's burden, while adding that in the U.S. that burden carried added dimensions and particular weight to explore how, whatever their racism, American workers made class-conscious choices within the parameters open to them, is of undoubted importance. To explore how racism shaped those parameters is also profitable. To join both concerns, or to realize that they are joined in a tragic history, is one of the key areas of unfinished business for the new labor history. The greatness of Herbert Gutman. Few eminent United States historians in the recent past have received such sharp and consistent criticism as the late Herbert Gutman. Eugene Genovese and Elizabeth Fox Genovese, for example, found Gutman a bourgeois writer occasionally referred to as a Marxist by people who could not possibly tell the difference. His work on the black family, according to Genovese and Fox Genovese, embraces a self-generating black family, worked out, as it were, after dark and in almost total abstraction from the labor process. They further suggested that Gutman's massive book on the black family could have been trimmed to 200 pages. Lawrence I. MacDonald characterized Gutman's labor history as marked by a strange sentimentality and added that it was a sentimentalism of the right. Michael Kazin, in a recent essay, dismisses MacDonald's criticisms of Gutman as examples of muscular Marxism but adds that Gutman's writings suffered from a wistful conception of the past. The increasingly irrepressible John Patrick Diggins called Gutman, not flatteringly, a Parrington in overalls *. Herbert Hill, in a significant forthcoming article, regards Gutman's work on race relations in the United Mine Workers as myth-making based on a romanticized vision of the working class. None of these criticisms is wildly off the mark, but the harshest of them tend to collapse on themselves. If Gutman's work were mainly noteworthy as an example of leftish culturalist nostalgia, then what would be of interest is not so much a dissection of his errors as a political explanation of how he nonetheless came to be one of the 2 or 3 most influential historians of his generation. How, specifically, did he come to inspire so many socialist historians? I am not quite yet ready to argue, using the image offered by FOX39. Genovese and Genovese, that a whole generation of historians has sunk into a neo-antiquarian swamp. This essay therefore tries to come to grips with Gutman's substantial heritage by first looking to the strengths that make his work appeal to those wanting to understand and change the world. It argues that Gutman's work was not only better than most of his detractors allow, but also that it managed to transcend some of his own lapses and rhetorical excesses. Part of his success derived from Gutman's individual passion and genius, but, I will argue, much of it also derived from his roots in the much maligned Old Left. Power and Culture provides an excellent opportunity to examine Gutman's contributions. It gathers a dozen of Gutman articles, representing Gutman's interests in labor history, African American History, and Public History. Celebrated essays like The Worker's Search for Power, 1963, appear alongside unpublished manuscripts and pieces previously published in other languages. The longest essay, almost a book in itself, is the previously unpublished Labor in the Land of Lincoln, Coal Miners on the Prairie, Gutman's most sustained study of the white working class in a given area. Materials not included in Gutman Classic The Black Family in Slavery and Freedom, 1750–1925, New York 1976, are published here for the first time. Especially important is Schools for Freedom, The Post-Emancipation Origins of Afro-American Education, an unpublished fragment edited for inclusion in Power and Culture by Eric Foner. Schools for Freedom wonderfully captures what W.E.B. Du Bois called the rhythm of united effort through which freed people sought to learn and know registered trademark class composition and the development of the American working class, 1840–1890, co-authored by Gutman and Ira Berlin and published in English for the first time, provides abundant statistical support for Gutman's contention that the urban working class was largely remade through immigration in the late 19th century. A useful bibliography of Gutman's writings, compiled by Andrew Geary, is appended to the collection. Berlin, the editor of Power and Culture, also contributes a long and fascinating introduction, Herbert G. Gutman and the American Working Class. That essay reflects its author's friendship with Gutman but also manages a fair portrayal of the academic quarrels in which Gutman came to be involved. Most of all, Berlin shows that at every turn Gutman historical writings reflect a political commitment, though not a politics easily summarized or labeled. Berlin succumbs to occasional overstatements, as when he characterizes Gutman's The Black Family as a study of class formation, but the introduction as a whole is the best published appraisal of Gutman writings. Berlin provides an excellent initial clue as to what set Gutman apart from, and above, most historians of U.S. working class life. For Gutman, 40. Study of the Afro-American family was not a detour on the road to a history of the American working class, but the center lane on the main highway, P 46. With the exceptions of old leftists such as Herbert Hill, Philip S. Foner and George Raywick, few American historians have deeply researched both the white and black working class. Gutman's project was startlingly expansive and sophisticated. As Genovese wrote in 1970, Gutman has set out to reinterpret the history of the American working class and in doing so has come to emphasize the process by which various immigrant groups became acculturated, in the double sense of Americanized and integrated into an advanced industrial economy. This concern has naturally led him toward a critical appraisal of the intersection of peasant migrations, the growth of the working class in its particular ethnic manifestations, and the black experience. This new approach to the history of the black and white working class points toward an appreciation of culture as politics. Perhaps predictably, Gutman only partially realized this full agenda. His work on black workers and that on white workers, for example, generally remained separated. When he attempted to discuss race relations within the working class, a desire to recover anti-racist traditions led to a straining of the evidence and an unwillingness to probe the extent of white working class racism. That Gutman lacked any sympathetic understanding of black nationalism likewise left profound gaps in his work. But he did argue for the fullest possible inclusiveness in working class studies, moving away from the profession's concentration on large urban workplaces and towards the small city, often in the Midwest, the artisan workshop, the plantation, and the slave-holding farm. He pioneered in the study of workers off the job and his students made seminal contributions to the study of gender and labor. He studied railway workers, miners, plantation slaves, house slaves, industrial slaves, the unemployed, coopers, refinery workers, housewives, and more. And yet he did not disaggregate the working class out of existence. His work was broad but also broadly focused, and the focus was on the making and reconstruction of the working class. The second great virtue running through Gutman work is an abundance of intellectual curiosity. He was clearly no master of theory. The most subtle insights of Raymond Williams and Sidney Mintz are quoted alongside ahistorical and idealist pronouncements from Clifford Geertz in Gutman's work, and with little sense that different ways of looking at the world are being alluded to. But Gutman was enormously interested in, and adept at handling, evidence and ideas growing out of that evidence. In Labor in the Land of Lincoln, for example, he lingers over details in portraying working-class life, providing even descriptions of foot races. 41. Among the Miners, p. 136. Gutman's writing in this regard much resembles Marx's ethnological notebooks and W. E. B. Du Bois' early sociological work. Like these two, Gutman provides a wealth of ideas to go with the wealth of detail. Rereading The Workers' Search for Power, written by Gutman a quarter-century ago, one is struck not so much by its well-known thesis that in smaller cities cross-class, pro-labor alliances developed more frequently than in large urban areas, but by the article's variety. The central thesis, as Gutman himself came to realize, pages 16 to 17, has not survived intact. But the article survives because of the stories it tells and the fact that it contains a half-dozen sub-themes, on topics ranging from republicanism to ethnicity, and develops those themes brilliantly. The Black Family similarly shows Gutman at his absolute best in interpreting sometimes fragmentary evidence. Another of the tremendous strengths of Gutman's work is its attention to the timing of historical changes. His writings show a sharp concern for periodization, a concern not common among U.S. labor historians. His groundbreaking essay, Work, Culture, and Society in Industrializing America, not reprinted in Power and Culture, proposed a new periodization for working-class history, and Gutman was quite disappointed that, though the essay won wide praise, it sparked little debate over periodization. His Class Composition and the Development of the American Working Class, 1840–1890, with Berlin, included in Power and Culture, returns to the issues of timing raised in Work, Culture, and Society. And, of course, the Black Family and related essays insist that history must be understood as a process, even as an unfolding drama. This emphasis on time and change grew not just from historical craftsmanship but also from a belief that showing a fluid past contributed to a sense of alternatives in the present and widened political possibilities for the future. 'Twas not, Gutman emphasized, ever thus. Sustaining Gutman intellectual curiosity and his attention to change was his commitment to history as a democratic process. As the concluding essay in Power and Culture, Historical Consciousness in Contemporary America makes clear, Gutman worked hard to make history accessible. Individually and through his American Working Class History Project, later, American Social History Project, he sought both to popularize history and to humanize it. As Berlin points out, part of the reason for his sharp attacks on Fogel and Engerman's Time on the Cross was that the book had been so thoroughly hyped as the triumph of high-tech, computerized history. Gutman believed, according to Berlin, that Time on the Cross had mystified a democratic art. He relished his position defending that democratic art with but a pocket calculator, just as he enjoyed his role as a public historian attacking Daniel Patrick Moynihan and other scholar policymakers in his writings on the Black Family. 42. All of the above bears emphasis, but it will be unexceptionable at least to Gutman's admirers. It argues that Gutman was a great historian because he was diligent, curious, broad-minded, and committed. It suggests that to emulate Gutman we should be bright, meticulous, and democratic. This is true enough, but in the balance of this essay I should like to advance one further, far more controversial, reason for Gutman's strengths, one that quite complicates the manner in which we envision taking up and extending Gutman heritage. Gutman was successful, I would argue, in large measure because he was enough a product of the old left to maintain a focus on power and exploitation even as he moved toward a culturally based history. Berlin provocatively titles this collection Power and Culture as an answer to those of Gutman critics who branded Gutman soft, sentimental, and nostalgic. Berlin maintains that, whatever else Herbert Gutman was, he was not soft. Although he spoke in the language of culture, he was preoccupied with questions of power. The relationship between the two, power and culture, was the central theme of his work. Power and Culture, Vit. The individual essays in Power and Culture give some support to Berlin's assessment. IHE workers' search for power is, of course, about power, though it has little sense of the extent of ruling class power at either the state or the national level. Same can be said of Joseph P. R. McDonnell and the workers' struggle in Paterson, New Jersey, labor in the land of Lincoln and the labor policies of the large corporation in the Gilded Age, the case of the Standard Oil Company. These are tough-minded assessments of workers' self-activity and of the power of companies and of the state. The material criticizing Fogel and Engerman, especially their use of statistics on whippings, tries to make a vital point regarding power, a point that perhaps never explicitly emerged in the debates with Genovese over time on the cross. Gutman argues, implicitly at least, that not short-term profit maximization but long-term labor and race control governed the logic of capital in the slave South. But in other places Gutman does adopt loose and sentimental culturalist assumptions. His work on race relations within the working class, discussed above, is the worst example, but essays like A Note on Immigration History and Labor History and the Sartre Question show that these tendencies in Gutman's work were not confined to racial matters. In the valuable interview with Mike Merrill in Power and Culture, Gutman's confused discussion of republicanism and socialism would have been greatly enriched by attention to power. Similarly, in the same interview, in discussing essentialism and what is of lasting value in Marxism. 43. Gutman rather softly settles for saying that Marx's theories provide some very useful questions, p. 344. The overall picture that emerges from Gutman's work is neither that he has the sure-handed ability to balance culture and power posited in Berlin's essay nor that he wears nostalgic blinders as charged by his critics. Instead, Gutman's work, as a whole and in many individual instances, tends towards sentimentality and towards a hesitancy to confront ruling class power, but it never quite succumbs. He complains rather wildly that historians have shown excessive interest in high points of class struggle like the Haymarket Riot, the Great Strikes of 1877, the Homestead Lockout and the Pullman Strike. He laments that close attention has also focused on the small craft unions, the Knights of Labor and the early socialists, excluding the great mass of workers who belonged to none of these groups, p. 70. But Gutman constantly focused in his work on strikes and on organized workers. He wrote fine introductions to reprints of the International Working People's Association's Alarm and to International Socialist Review. Under his direction, the American Social History Project began the making of an award-winning film, 1877, about the great strikes of that year. The best example of Gutman's flirting with undefying formulations but then transcending them in practice lies in his frequent allusion to the Sartre question. In Power and Culture, Jean-Paul Sartre is frequently and most approvingly quoted or paraphrased as saying, "The essential is not what one has done to man, but what man does with what one has done to him," pages 358 and also 58, 326-8, 346, 349. Though a clever phrasing, issues of gender and language aside, the quote shows Sartre at far from his best. Despite the way the Sartre question inspired Gutman, it is not even a slightly useful formulation for historians. In order to portray what man does with what one has done to him, we must, of course, know what one did. Thus, putting the most charitable interpretation on it, the Sartre question is but a convoluted and inferior phrasing of Marx's point that people make their own history but not under circumstances of their own choosing. The use of one rather than exploiting class in Sartre's maxim is problematic and, oddly enough, the maxim subverts its own populism by seeing the oppressed as reacting within ground rules set by one's behavior. But Gutman apparently extracted from the Sartre question a way to balance emphases on power and on culture. He called Sartre's line a Thompsonian formulation, referring to the work of E. P. Thompson. Thompson has consistently studied class struggle and has reminded his readers that class entails a historical relationship that cannot be portrayed except in writings which discuss both the exploiters and the exploited, the first three historians Gutman mentions as being successful. 44. At answering the Sartre question are all old left Marxists, albeit monumentally subtle and creative ones. In praising W.E.B. Du Bois' approach in Black Reconstruction, C.L.R. James's historical writings and the work of George Raywick, Gutman singles out historians concerned with exploring class conflict by analyzing workers' self-activity within class relationships. Registered trademark Gutman once said that much of the new labor history developed out of the decomposition of classical Marxism and that it came out of a politics broadly associated with the redefinition of socialism, pages 342-3. It might be added that the best of recent historical writing, that of Raywick, Genovese, Alexander Saxton, David Montgomery, and E.P. Thompson, has succeeded because these writers retained, even internalized, old left problematics regarding exploitation, resistance, and class power as they made creative advances. This pattern holds to a significant extent for Gutman, who grew up in a radical family, was immersed in popular front causes while at Queen's College, and was for a time a communist. Berlin is on the mark in calling Gutman very much a son of the Jewish Old Left, p. 7, and it may well be in this heritage as well as in his creative departures from it that Gutman's work gains its strength. Pre-capitalism in 1. Confederacy, a note on Genovese politics and the slave South. In a recent issue of Commentary, historian Eugene D. Genovese says goodbye to socialism and to Marxism in 3 rambling pages. The farewell to socialism is straightforward. But surely the 80s, Genovese writes, will be remembered as the decade in which socialism met its Waterloo. It failed, Genovese adds, for reasons that Ludwig von Mises, among other right-wingers, long ago identified. Private property must now hold sway, not just for the foreseeable future but as a transcendent truth, though perhaps it can be placed in the context of a corporatism that makes it subject to social control and the guidelines of a national moral consensus. For Genovese, not socialists but traditionalists, and especially the Southern traditionalists, now hold the key to political wisdom. The abandonment of Marxism is more hedged. Fugitive phrases suggest that once Marxist ideas might have some merit, if they could be combined with traditional ones and reclaimed from the majority of the left, which got drunk on the anarchism of the 60s. Nonetheless, Marx has not, for Genovese, simply been dragged down by traducers. He is himself culpable in that the left has carried Marx's utopian view of human nature to its logical end, ironically ultra-individualist conclusion, and embraced every mutually exclusive call for personal as well as group liberation. Genovese's political defection is of slight consequence. It may in fact be good that the belittling of gay liberation and abortion rights and the calls for capital punishment in his article are not identified with Marxism. In any case, Genovese never was known mainly as a political thinker or as a theorist. Certainly few radicals searched through National Review, Commentary, New Republic, and other conservative journals to follow twists in Genovese's soured-on-the-left Marxism in recent years. 47. However, Genovese is deservedly important among American historians. After C. Van Woodward, he is probably the most important historian of the U.S. South. His distinctive and learned interpretations of slavery in the South as a pre-capitalist social system have influenced a generation of students of the American past and have exercised a particular attraction to radical historians in that they represent perhaps the most ambitious and surely the most celebrated application of Marxism to U.S. history. The value of looking at Genovese's exit from the left therefore lies in its clear expression of the specific politics of history he is abandoning and, to some extent, clings to. Indeed, so vividly are those politics spelled out that it becomes easier to see how intimately connected Genovese's historical work has always been to a specific brand of Marxism, a variety that unfortunately has too often been seen by American intellectuals as the only possible one. In leaving Marxism, Genovese manages to preserve his long-standing critical respect for Stalinism. He would take this as no slur and perhaps as a compliment. His writings and talks have consistently emphasized an appreciation of Stalin. In pointing to his continued affinity for Stalinism, I do not refer to Genovese's use of invective and overstatement in argument, as in his wild recent charge that those who wish to open the literary canon to works by women and writers of color are really attacking Western civilization. And dishonestly. Degree hideous as such a charge is, it finds an echo in the words of so many neoconservatives formerly on the anti-Stalinist left that it is dangerous to overemphasize the habit of Stalinist methods. What instead identifies Genovese as retaining elements of a Stalinist approach is his specific equation of the possibility of socialism with Stalinist attempts to build socialism in one country and, later, in several underdeveloped countries. As recently as 1983, in The Fruits of Merchant Capital, Genovese wrote with mixed but tremendous admiration for Stalin, that great and ferocious warlord who brilliantly predicted in 1931, "Either we close the gap in 10 years or they crush us." This prediction, Genovese thought as late as 1983, captured the reality of global class war and pointed to the essential content of the revolutionary fires that are engulfing the earth. Today, for Genovese, those fires are out. But his analysis of the present retains an admirable, if misplaced, consistency. He still sees our century as a death battle between Soviet-style socialism, the only socialism we have had, and its opponents' registered trademark now. However, we have a winner. The result for Genovese shows not the folly of Stalinism but the impossibility of socialism. No amount of blather about the collapse of communism's having opened the way to real and democratic socialism will serve. Nor can the radical, left daydream of workers' control help salvage any of Marxism, which for 48. Genovese was grounded in claims of superior productivity, not on visions of freedom, and has now been defeated on the battleground of production. Genovese in fact makes the unlikely argument that Stalinism has not been harsh and closed enough, that the central contradiction in the socialist countries has been the vain attempt to combine an unrealizable goal of personal liberation with a form of social organization that, above all, required maximum social discipline. Registered trademark. This sense that distinct capitalist and socialist systems fought it out in the 20th century is mirrored by Genovese's view of the 19th century United States, in which a distinctly pre-bourgeois South challenged the capitalist North. In both cases, it is granted that capitalism is the dominant system of the world economy, but it is freely supposed that ruling classes in enclaves like the American South or the Soviet Union can attempt to compete indefinitely in a capitalist world without coming to see extraction of surplus value from laboring people as the key to their fortunes. At the least, Genovese has held, even after slaveholders adapted to capitalist norms in order to survive, the property foundation of their system pulled them out of that capitalist orbit and toward pre-bourgeois psychology, ideology, and material interest. Genovese's view proved exceedingly popular among historians, in part I would argue, because it appeared during the hottest years of the Cold War, a time when the idea of stark opposition between totally different political economies was a staple of American media, popular culture, and intellectual life. Marx and Engels generally thought about the South differently. They credited ascendant capitalism with considerably broader impact than Genovese has. Thus the Communist Manifesto, in a passage that Jürgen Habermas has recently observed, may have as much relevance to the precariousness of post-capitalist as to that of pre-capitalist social formations, argues that capitalism compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeois mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization into their midst, that is, to become bourgeois themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. However schematic, overstated and even problematic such a passage is, it does carry clear and important implications for any consideration of the slave-holding American South. Marx did not shrink from such implications. He wrote, with Engels, of the Civil War as a struggle between two social systems, the system of slavery and the system of free labor. But this did not imply that one social system was capitalist and the other not. While the form of appropriation of surplus value made a vital difference, the logic of both systems was, for Marx, capitalist, chat fact that we not 49. Only call the plantation owners in America capitalists, but that they are capitalists, he explained, is based on their existence as anomalies within a world market based on free labor. For Marx, in Capital, the question of the political economy of the South was a historical one based on relation to the world capitalist system. The Southern economy preserved something of a patriarchal character, so long as production was chiefly directed to immediate local consumption. However, integration into the capitalist world economy as a cotton exporting area changed all that. It was no longer a question of obtaining from the plantation worker a certain quantity of useful products. It was now a question of the production of surplus labor itself. In contrast, Genovese argues that the pre-bourgeois status of the South derived from the internal dynamics of the master-slave relationship, which imparted a paternalism to the system. The paternalism, like socialism in one country, was not only able to survive in a hostile world but to develop a coherent non-capitalist ideology. In making this case, Genovese strongly attacks Marx and Engels, but never on the central issue of the political economy of the South. His Marxian interpretations of the slave South begins with Alfred North Whitehead's admonition that a science which hesitates to forget its founders is lost. It holds that there is little worth remembering in the writings of Marx and Engels on U.S. slavery. Maintaining, not quite accurately, that Marx and Engels restricted themselves to journalistic pieces on the secession crisis and never attempted that kind of analysis which we have come to call Marxian, he traces subsequent Marxist failures to discuss the South intelligently to the sins of our fathers. The sins are many, largely ignorant of the South, he writes. Marx and Engels let pro-union partisanship erode their judgment. They engaged in politically expedient fabrications and gave in to a dangerous tendency toward economic determinism in their own thought. Genovese also charges, in a long section of small relevance to the South, that Marx and Engels alternated between idealizing and savaging the Lincoln government and between romanticizing and judging harshly British working-class support of the Union degree. However, the most serious accusation is that they did not regard slave-holding Southern leaders as moral and worthy adversaries. They failed to see that Judah P. Benjamin, Jefferson Davis, and J. H. Hammond were class-conscious, socially responsible and personally honorable representatives of a distinct, paternalistic, and anti-bourgeois Southern ruling class. Marx and Engels, Genovese complains, refused to see Southern rulers as neither cynical nor hypocritical but honest. They withheld full respect and admiration from the slaveholders and were blind to everything virtuous, honorable, decent, and selfless in the best elements of the slave-holding class. 50. Nowhere in the essay does Genovese give any sense of the reason that Marx and Engels did not accord admiration to the Southern ruling class. He implies that they were functioning as moralists and opportunists and then moves on to a discussion of the highly problematic view of the Second International popular historian, Algy M. Simons, that the antebellum South was somehow semi-feudal. Genovese loosely likens Simons to Marx and Engels and then easily demolishes the notions of Simons and others regarding Southern feudalism. Registered trademark. He does not point out that Marx's own views were even more critical of the feudalist position than his own. For Marx, the South was not feudal but distinctly bourgeois. And it is exactly for that reason that Marx refused to regard the paternalist and patriarchal claims of the planters as worthy of respect and admiration. He saw such ideology as cant, posturing and hypocrisy because he disagreed with Genovese on the issue of whether the Southern elite was anti-bourgeois. Marx, to use Genovese's phrases, persisted in a denial of Southern legitimacy and refused to see a war for Southern independence, because Marx believed that the South is neither a territory strictly detached from the North, nor a moral unity, not a country, but a battle cry. For Marx, the South was a dissenting but bourgeois part of a bourgeois republic. For Genovese, it was the one serious, internal opposition to the powerful, confident bourgeoisie in U.S. history. I do not propose here to discuss whether Marx or Genovese had the better of this argument. My view is that Marx did, but neither analysis wholly settles a hornet's nest of theoretical and historical issues. What does deserve comment is that Genovese could undertake, in that long article and in a long career as a Marxist, to explore his differences with Marx while not identifying the roots of those differences. Clearly Genovese was being honest and not hypocritical. He did not seek to muddy Marx's position but sincerely did not see how Marx could believe that the North and South had different property forms and labor markets, and thus different systems, the system of slavery and the system of free labor, but still share one capitalist political economy with the rest of the bourgeois world. Indeed, Genovese's 1983, with Elizabeth Fox Genovese, returned to a consideration of Marx's work on slavery, though much closer to acknowledging Marx's position, still minimizes the importance of Marx's contention that the slaveholder had developed a capitalist personality in his relation to labor. Moreover, it tends to attribute Marx's position to ignorance and contradictory logic, and ultimately to conclude that Marx could not have been making an important point. A reconsideration of Genovese's Marxism as he himself abandons socialism illuminates how closely intertwined history is with politics and helps us appreciate some of the subtle and immense changes brought about by the collapse of communism. On the former score, it is not 51. Genovese alone whose perceptions have been limited by Cold War politics. My own rather embattled anti-Stalinism has, over the years, tended to make me think of Genovese's treatment of Marx's writing on the South as a deliberate obfuscation. Looking at the same historical works by Genovese in a new political context, such a charge appears ridiculous. His sharing in a Cold War consensus that, East and West, divided the world in two based on property forms now seems a much better explanation for his skewed presentations of Marx's view. That the Soviet bloc has given up, largely without a fight, on what it had called socialism, has opened tremendous intellectual space as well as political space. As the turn to the right by Genovese shows, such openings do not mean that there will be automatic movement towards left positions critical of Stalinism. But the openings do give us an unprecedented opportunity to rethink the past, present, and future. Where communism was black. Liberal columnists at the Johannesburg Weekly Mail gently mock South Africa's Communist Party by placing "world's last" before its name in editorials. But the joke does not so much succeed in dismissing the importance of that nation's communists as in raising sharply their achievements in remaining, as nowhere else in the world, a key part of a mass freedom movement. One might explain this achievement by following South African Communist Party, SACP, leader Joe Slovo's argument that his party in effect had developed a premature Gorbachevism, a concern for democracy and human rights and a spirit of independence that made it more capable of critical thinking and less subservient to Moscow than its sister parties elsewhere. However, as African National Congress Education Officer Z. Paulo Jordan shows in a brilliant reply to Slovo, it is dangerous to overemphasize the extent of the SACP's break with the stultifying traditions of Stalinism. If it is admitted that the SACP has historically functioned at the national level less democratically and independently than some other communist parties, such as Italy's, we might have to look elsewhere for the source of its strengths. Perhaps, in providing a forum for local resistance to an apartheid police state, the communists offered to black South Africans new ways of looking at the world, and of imagining and carrying out self-organization and resistance, even while laboring under the dead weight of Stalinism. Robin D. G. Kelly's superbly crafted Hammer and Hoe explores the history of communism in another apartheid police state, Alabama in the 1930s. Indeed, Kelly originally set out to write a comparative history of communism in South Africa and in the American South. His emphasis helps to make sense of the historical appeal of South African communism. Kelly asks not whether the Communist Party was good, or correct, 55, or independent, but how the party came to attract a substantial number of African American workers in Alabama and to energize their struggles. Or, more exactly, he asks how these black workers could embrace and use the Communist Party as a vehicle for organizing themselves. He insists on measuring radicalism not by its ideological purity but by its ability to interact with a received culture to generate bold class organization. In so doing, Hammer and Hoe closely resembles, ironically enough, Roman Laba's recent fine but fiercely anti-communist study of Polish solidarity in its approach. The result is a story that is fresh in every way. Although we have two wonderful oral memoirs by Alabama communists in Sharecroppers Union, SCU, leader Ned Cobb's All God's Dangers, told to Theodore Rosengarten, and in Birmingham labor leader Hosea Hudson's narrative, told to Nell Irvin Painter, nothing like so full an analytical account of the Communist Party, CP, in Alabama or any other southern state exists. Moreover, Kelly establishes Alabama's important place not so much as a microcosm but as a cauldron holding currents vital for understanding the 20th century South and modern America. Quasi-feudal oppression in the countryside persisted alongside Birmingham's highly, though recently, developed iron and steel industries. Jim Crow and lynch law poisoned the state's political culture but existed alongside traditions of biracial labor unity, an African-American culture of opposition and a fragile presence of white liberalism. Equally fresh are Kelly's interpretations, which do nothing short of turn much of the current wisdom regarding the history of communism squarely on its head. For example, most scholarship that has offered a critical defense of the Communist Party in the 30s and 40s has tended to hold its Popular Front policies in high regard, emphasizing attempts under Earl Browder's leadership to draw on American democratic political traditions, and to enter into meaningful political alliances with liberal political forces. While this is an understandable viewpoint among engaged historians searching for models of left-center unity, for ways to Americanize radical ideas, and even for precursors of Eurocommunism or perestroika, Kelly's interest is in African American agency in Depression-era Alabama. From that point of view, the Popular Front appears as much less of a blessing. Kelly in fact argues that the wild, often ultra-Stalinist, and sectarian third period that preceded the Popular Front better undergirded black organization among tenant farmers and industrial workers. The extreme confrontational rhetoric of the third period communists was not taken seriously by Alabama's early Black Party members, who avoided posturing and suicidal confrontations whenever possible. But on another level, rhetoric regarding a new world, which probably appeared extravagant to 56 other working-class audiences, resonated among African Americans, whose traditions emphasized both a struggle for survival and the transcendent hope of deliverance. Help from a powerful ally, even one as far away as Moscow, could seem a source of power and possibility, especially when poor communications and the unfamiliarity with the South on the part of white party leaders from the North ensured that party discipline remained largely a local matter. Kelly regards the belief of at least one black rural activist that all the leaflets, handbills, and newspapers he distributed were printed in Russia, p. 100, as neither sad nor shameful. He sees it instead as a logical reaction to the centrality of Russia in popular notions of communism, to the third period emphasis on Soviet achievements and, most of all, to the desire to believe that a powerful nation would support African Americans in a second civil war by a people whose collective memory of the first one was intense. The role of the communist-led International Labor Defense in mobilizing around the world against lynch law in the Scottsboro case and other Alabama miscarriages of justice helped to establish the Communist Party's image as such an ally. Kelly is at his subtle best in describing the role of race consciousness in making communism appealing to significant numbers of black Alabamans in the early 1930s. Eschewing a narrowly ideological approach, Kelly does not place much emphasis on the Communist Party's distinctive call for self-determination for a Negro nation in the Black Belt during these years. Sticking closely to the evidence, he finds that such a position was not nearly so important to rank-and-file party members in their organizing activities as it has been to modern historians of communism. Nor does he find grassroots interest in Pan-African struggles to have been overwhelming. While the Soviet Union was at times termed the New Ethiopia, the Birmingham campaign to defend the real Ethiopia against invasion by Italy was undramatic. But Kelly is too shrewd to suppose that absence of grand expressions of nationalist sentiment meant that race was unimportant to black communists. In effect, the decision to recruit African Americans into the movement made sure that working-class whites could easily be race-baited away. Thus two separate parties were formed, Kelly writes, a large, broad-based organization of Southern blacks and a tiny cadre of Northern whites, p. 30. Therefore, communism offered an opportunity for race-conscious as well as class-conscious mobilization. Moreover, it became a vehicle for pursuing what Kelly calls interracial class conflict, providing its working-class cadre with resources, a sense of power, and training useful in challenging entrenched and cautious black elites. The culture of early Alabama communism was therefore the culture of Birmingham's African American industrial working class and of the rural poor of the SCU. Indeed, it is noteworthy that hammer and hoe may be 57. Our most sophisticated study of communism and culture, but that it does not analyze socialist realism or the other much debated cultural theories of international communism. Instead, Kelly writes brilliantly on the folk traditions of resistance through cunning that made SCU members act humble even as they assembled what black communist Harry Haywood would later call a small arsenal of weapons, p. 45. Rural blacks in and around the party, according to Kelly, transformed popular spirituals into political songs, making "Give me that old-time religion and it was good enough for Lenin, and it's good enough for me." Third-period anti-religious propaganda enjoyed little currency in Alabama, where most black communists continued to attend services regularly, p. 115, even as they drew on a rich vein of African American folklore skewering opportunistic ministers to attack conservative preachers. For many members, even outside of organized churches, the Bible was as much a guide to class struggle as the Communist Manifesto. The Popular Front period saw black participation in the Communist Party of Alabama decline both absolutely and relatively. A retreat from attacks on white chauvinism and a tendency to de-emphasize, however slightly, involvement in local black issue-oriented politics made the Communist Party seem less an instrument of deliverance. The former change, undertaken in an atmosphere in which white party members were capable of using "comrade nigger," p. 137, to refer to black communists, failed to attract many of the relatively liberal, but still segregationist, Southern progressives to the movement. However, enough whites did come in to make Alabama communism less a vehicle for race-conscious African American mobilization. The shift to a Southern white leadership probably lessened room for local African American initiatives. An increasing cautiousness born of a desire to appeal to moderates doubtless made the party less of a clear alternative in interracial class conflicts. Nor did building an open, above-ground party necessarily seem wholly desirable or possible to black workers. Even so, Kelly is far from claiming that the change to a popular front line was the sole reason for the decline of African American communism in Alabama, or that the agency of black workers proved entirely useless in the longer run. Intense repression, popularly supported with special zeal because communism was associated with social equality and nigger unions, made organization difficult no matter what the line. The Popular Front initially appealed to Birmingham's black communists because it seemed to open new strategies for blunting repression in a state where opponents at times professed a desire to lynch Russia, but settled for victims nearer at hand. Kelly's rounded portrait of the decline of the SCU emphasizes not the absence of a correct line but the presence of factional battles with socialist-led unions, of terror, and of agricultural. 58. Transformations caused by market changes and federal intervention. Kelly is also eager to demonstrate the continuing positive actions of ex-communists, especially in the Congress of Industrial Organization, CIO, but also the modern civil rights movement. Daniel Singer's recent jest that ex-communists constitute the largest political tendency in France may have literally applied in black Alabama by 1940 even if the movement never had more than several hundred African American members in the state at any one time, it ran through members rapidly and the institutional presence of other political parties in black Alabama was slight. Kelly argues that, absent the fierce factional infighting and purges that often characterized the Communist Party elsewhere, Alabama's black members often drifted from the organization without bitterness and without a backlash against radical politics. In particular, the many who left to devote their full energies to CIO organizing saw the Union as a force for deliverance, as they had seen the Communist Party some years before. Much else deserves mention regarding this groundbreaking and beautifully designed book. Especially noteworthy is the sustained consideration of gender, both in probing the experience of communist women and in nuanced consideration of the role played by manhood in the construction of both communist and anu-communist worldviews. For this reason and a host of others, Kelly's lyrical prose and rigorous analysis deserve the widest possible readership. Notes on working class racism. The West seems to suffer deep anxieties about the precariousness of its civilization and to have a need for constant reassurance by comparison with Africa. Africa is a carrier onto whom the master unloads his physical and moral deformities so that he may go forward, erect and immaculate. Chinua Achebe. The work culture of university students enjoins against the dikasyon of the final chapters of assigned books. Some students will have read the whole assignment, but in solidarity with the majority who have not, discussants generally concentrate on the early pages. As it is in so many other ways, George Raywick's From Sundown to Sunup, The Making of the Black Community is exceptional in this regard. Each year my students react sharply to its final 2 chapters, which provide a wide-ranging discussion of relationships among slavery, racism, capitalism, repression, and the American past. They passionately take up the arguments in those brief chapters, the very ones most ignored by historians. The students are right in sensing that the closing pages of Sundown are full of meanings, past and present. The historians are wrong. Near the beginning of Sundown, Raywick observes that slavery was a fundamental part of the history of the American people. In the final 2 chapters, he attempts to connect slavery and racism with that broader history and with the development of Western capitalism generally. The themes are obviously far too broad to be tackled in the 30 pages Raywick devotes to them. The chapters are episodic, skipping about in place and time. Periodization is quite loose. References to the racism of Englishmen and of Northerners are offered with insufficient attention to how class differences and ethnic divisions shaped racial. 61. Attitudes among whites. All that granted, it still seems to me that Raywick's brief chapters on racism, slavery, and capitalism in Sundown are indispensable for any analysis of the themes he addresses. They have a place alongside the writings of Edmund Morgan, W.E.B. Du Bois, Oliver Cromwell Cox, Walter Rodney, and C.L.R. James as the truly seminal work in this area. They succeed in part because of Raywick's sheer force in generating ideas and connections. The argument that white working-class disaffection with the Civil War effort helped cause Lincoln's emancipation of the slaves is brilliant, intriguing and ironic. The contention that racism took its strongest hold among those people who most thoroughly participated in the new, revolutionary developments of the modern world ought to be the subject of volumes by students of comparative history. But Raywick's chapters do more than generate intriguing hypotheses. They provide a framework that can be expanded to illuminate the political tragedy of white racism and particularly of white working-class racism. They begin a discussion of the relationship between such racism and white workers' self-activity. In building on Raywick's framework, we can go in different directions. No attempt is made to implicate Raywick in the conclusions drawn here except to say that he inspired me and to note, in 3 separate sections, how his specific insights in Sundown might inform future work. Raywick offers the best available short summary of efforts at black-white unity in the U.S. labor movement. Such efforts, he writes, were not successful often enough. This is a painful truth for us as leftists who rightly admire those who risked much to take egalitarian positions within the labor movement. Nor will Raywick allow us to romanticize by supposing that working-class organizations fell victim to racism as the result of misleadership that subverted the good intentions of the membership. He specifically addresses the cases of the National Labor Union and the American Railway Union, which maintained racist policies despite pleas by their very forceful leaders, William Silvis and Eugene Debs, respectively. Raywick then discusses populism, as a movement characterized first by black-white unity, and then by a relapse into white supremacy. We are reminded that the lessons of class unity were unlearned as well as learned. Recent work by U.S. historians underlines the extent to which white anti-racism was a weak trend in the labor movement. Even high points of black-white unity, like the 1886 Richmond Convention of the Knights of 62. Labor, so brilliantly explored in Peter Ratcliffe's work, contain serious compromises with racist opinion. Nor was the sole problem vacillation on the part of Ernst Powderly and other leaders of the Knights. Rank-and-file racism also flourished. The fine studies of Anu Black and especially of anti-Chinese racism by Alexander Saxton reinforce the point that racism was popular and even a force encouraging white working-class unity. Herbert Hill's detailed studies of trade union racism take the tragic story of breaches in black-white unity even in progressive industrial unions into the modern era. Accounts of the Louisiana sugar wars of the 1880s remind us how quickly unity could give way to murderous vigilante violence. Herbert Shapiro's and David Carleton's writings show white American workers in textiles and railroading using direct action to enforce color bars and maintain white workers' control. Hate strikes against the employment of minority workers have been a recurring feature of U.S. labor history, and have often involved white self-activity on behalf of workers' control, narrowly defined. My own work suggests that even Albert Parsons, hanged a century ago for his staunch advocacy of working-class self-activity, could wholly forget the special oppression of black workers despite his background as a radical Republican anti-racist. Of course, some factors have favored the growth of egalitarian working-class organization. Industrial unions have been better than craft unions, revolutionary unions or unions with strong radical contingents have been better than conservative unions, democratic unions have been better than bureaucratic and dictatorial unions. Industries with large numbers of black workers already present have given rise to more examples of black-white unity than ones with lesser numbers of black employees. The anti-racist activities of two unions, the Southern Tenant Farmers Union and the Industrial Workers of the World, typify such trends. All these patterns matter, but they should not wholly divert our attention from the broad pattern of black-white unity being not successful often enough to undergird a worker's struggle against either racism or class rule. In explaining why white workers accepted and even deepened American racism, Roediger argues that in a split labor market white workers gained or thought they gained certain advantages in avoiding misery and even in avoiding proletarianization. He allows that there was much illusion in their belief. This is not the place to debate the extent of material benefits derived from white skin privileges. Clearly some material gains accrued, and just as clearly white workers were often settling for what Du Bois called a higher public and psychological wage. Roediger's greatest 63. Contribution lies in helping us understand the circumstances under which white workers would accept such trade-offs. He proposes a framework that can make white working-class racism both more understandable and more tragic. That framework moves beyond labor market-based explanations. Roediger connects racism with the various losses of humanity required during the transition to capitalism. The separation of work from the rest of life, the bridling of sexuality, the loss of contact with nature, the ming of labor by clocks rather than by sun and season, the injunction to save by postponing gratification, all these were monumental, and monumentally painful, changes. Roediger suggests that in complex ways, and especially for profit-minded Englishmen, such changes intensified racism during the years of American settlement. Racism served to justify slavery, but it also did more than that. Racists still longed for older ways, and even still practiced older styles of life, guiltily. All of the old habits and styles of life so recently discarded by whites in the process of adopting capitalist values came to be fastened on blacks. As Roediger wonderfully puts it, Englishmen and profit-minded settlers in America met the West African as a reformed sinner meets a comrade of his previous debaucheries. The racist, like the reformed sinner, creates a pornography of his former life. In order to ensure that he will not slip back into the old ways or act out half-suppressed fantasies, he must see a tremendous difference between his reformed self and those whom he formerly resembled. Blackness and whiteness are thus created together. Although Roediger does not apply this framework to the development of working-class racism in the U.S., it works astonishingly well in that connection. Modern urban working-class racism took shape alongside the imposition of time discipline, the bastardization of crafts, the attacks on holidays, and the attempts to control sexuality and drinking characteristic of capitalist development in the second quarter of the 19th century. Significantly, integrated and black-led amusements were often singled out for attack. The banning of Negro Election Day in 1831 in Massachusetts is the best studied example, thanks to Paul Feyler and others. But Alessandro Lorini's work on New York City shows similar state repression of black-white crowds. A poem in tribute to Negro Election Day, written after its demise, shows how much more than interracial mixing was under attack when the holiday was ended. And is Election Day no more? Good old 'lection. No more shall we go up to see old Willis. He has hung up his fiddle. 64. On the last peg. The days of old 'lection are over. The glorious days of Landy John. When Gid used to hustle coppers. And the niggers play paw-paw. On Boston Common. No more shall we eat 'lection cake. Or drink muddy beer. Misnomered ale. At old Bly's. The days of dancing sook are done. And Fat Bet shall shake her jolly sides no more to the merry winding about of linked sweetness, long drawn out, from old Pompey Fiddle. Hill. 30 years later urban workers in the United States would be flocking to minstrel shows. By that time many of them had painfully adapted to various forms of repression in a world not of their own making. The early minstrel stage, as the black choreographer Lenny Sloan has recently observed, often featured Irish immigrants beneath the black face. Irish also took their places in the audience. Thus those most acutely experiencing the wrenching adaptation to urban wage labor helped to organize white working class longings, fantasies, and dreams as projections upon supposedly oversexed, lazy and naive black characters. That these adjectives fit the negative stereotyping of the Irish only made for greater psychic investment in minstrelsy's illusion of white supremacy. Similarly, the late antebellum period sees the coining of the word coon as a racial slur and zip coon becomes a stock minstrel character. Before then, variations of coon had applied to rural whites, especially those trying to be clever. The transition to urban industrial life became no less painful for whites by virtue of their transferring the epithet and its negative connotations to blacks. But perhaps that transition and its pains became more deniable, at least for those who did not read Herman Melville's fierce punning on the term coon in describing a racially indeterminate rural character in The Confidence Man. The ways in which this tragic drama played itself out in U.S. history are extremely diverse and complex. Allow me one personal example. I grew up in an Illinois family when Florida vacations were becoming possible for many workers. As my relatives and my parents' friends made the trip, a steady stream of their pickaninny postcards from the South made there. 65. Way back to Illinois. An extended and expensive Florida vacation violated the values of steady work and sacrifice that workers had internalized. Nonetheless, the cards reassured, it was Southern blacks and not the vacationers who were taking it easy. 4. The pressure of blacks for equality, Raywick concludes in Sundown, intensifies all social conflicts in the United States. That hopeful statement, echoing Marx, provides a happy contrast to the bleakness of much of the American experience emphasized in this chapter so far. Revolutionaries can take small comfort from my argument that working-class racism has not automatically given way even in moments of self-organization among workers. Nor is it a cheering thought that such racism has deep, unconscious roots in patterns of repression and is therefore quite irrational. Nonetheless, we know that history bears Raywick out, from the 8-hour struggles after the Civil War to the rebellions in the auto industry in the 1960s and 1970s, as the walls of racial oppression tumbled, class rule was also shaken. Of course, this doubly liberating potential comes in part because a united working class can fight more effectively than a divided one. But Raywick's analysis of racism would suggest that far more is involved than strategic unity. The stakes in discussing this question are very high, as Marx's formulation, quoted by Raywick, indicates, labor cannot emancipate itself in the white skin where in the black it is branded. Anti-racism, in this reading, is not just linked with improving the prospects for success in this strike or that election but with the se/femancipation of the working class. We cannot explain this historic connection of anti-racism and self-emancipation on purely structural grounds. We cannot simply observe that blacks constitute a key strategic sector of the working class. They did not constitute such a sector when Marx wrote. Any full explanation must therefore include, even emphasize, cultural and ideological factors. In particular, it must consider, after Raywick, the extent to which white work rares defined themselves by negation as not black and not Chinese. They were free laborers because they were not slaves. They considered themselves manly/respectable/Americanized/mature/middle class because they were not allegedly degraded and dissolute people of color. But the process is two-sided. White workers have also historically longed for those values they imputed to black culture: leisure, joy, expressiveness, and community, for example. Even the minstrel show, in its own perverse way, expresses this hankering. The embrace of zoot suits, of rhythm and blues, and most recently, of rap and Iracy Chapman's music. 66. By white working class youth, indicates that longing more directly. George Lipsitz's evocation of the search of American workers for a rainbow at midnight in the post-World War II U.S. suggests how black cultural forms have inspired white workers, how blackness is linked with more than degradation in white workers' minds. Indeed, as Roediger has argued, we may be living in a world in which large numbers of people who do not trace their roots to the African diaspora come to embrace the label black. Non-African ethnic minorities in Britain, including Indians, Pakistanis, and even Cypriots, call themselves black in many cases. In South Africa, those designated colored often choose to call themselves black. In France, SOS Racisme, the most important new social movement in the country, is black-led and its white members largely adopt black fashions. And whatever the political significance of the Jackson campaign in the United States, it at least showed that substantial numbers of white workers are willing to pair blackness and positive change, even liberation, in their conscious thoughts as well as in their subconscious. It would be a wonderful irony if white notions concerning blackness notions developed to rationalize both slavery and repression of white desires gave way, even partially, to a sense among young workers that to be black is to be more human and more able to resist the alienating aspects of late capitalist life. The idea of sharply different black and white races is, of course, a social creation. So far this social definition of race has buttressed white supremacy and class rule. If an opposite process is now to take place, or even is already taking place, we can still expect no easy resolutions to the acute racial and class contradictions in the U.S. White attempts to embrace black culture and black modes of resistance will often be condescending. They will sometimes be silly. They will, if the history of white appropriation of jazz and rhythm and blues is any guide, frequently be shot through with racism. But for all of that, radicals cannot afford to ignore the halting steps with which some white workers are not only dropping some racist assumptions, culturally and politically, but are negating those assumptions and recovering repressed parts of themselves. In the largest sense, such cultural activity will be as vital as point-of-production struggles in any possible remaking of the working class. In the wonderful picture that graces the cover of Martin Glaberman's excellent Wartime Strikes, cultural and workplace activities merge as black zoot suiters lead a celebration of largely white wildcat strikers outside an auto plant. Styles will change and there will be many problems, but I have the feeling we have not seen the end of such pictures. Note: this essay was first published in New Politics, No. 7, Summer 1989, 61-6. 67. 6. The Crisis in Labor History. Race, Gender, and the Replotting of the Working Class Past in the United States. For at least a decade, labor history in the United States has proclaimed itself in disarray. However, until recently the fretting has been pleasant enough. The discipline seemed able to have what one commentator on academic trends has called a fashionable crisis. It anguished eloquently in rather prominent publications, bemoaning its own inability to achieve a full synthesis of the proliferating studies of labor in various cities and trades, studies which were widely and rightly regarded as important and intelligent. Only in the last 5 years has the mood turned markedly gloomier, with increasing worrying aloud that labor history is, as one academic press editor puts it, a declining subfield. The sharpening concern with the future direction of labor history is an international one, but the forces feeding that concern are perhaps distinctive in the U.S. case. The so-called death of socialism, registered most dramatically in the fall of the Soviet Union and of the Warsaw Pact regimes, but also in the electoral misfortunes and decreased emphasis on social transformation among Western European working-class parties, has obviously played a large part in generating a sense of crisis among labor historians internationally. But the resonance of the death of socialism in causing a rethinking of U.S. labor's past is less great. Writing about a nation long without a socialist left of any consequence in the unions or in politics, Marxist U.S. labor historians have long had to premise arguments for the use of historical materialism on the grounds that class analysis illuminates societies in which socialist movements are weak as well as those in which such movements are strong. Indeed, U.S. historians ought to be especially well placed to resist the increasing vogue of sliding transitions which hold that the Soviet Union equals socialism equals Marxism equals any challenge to capitalist hegemony. 69. On the other hand, the decline of organized labor has been far more wrenching in the U.S. than in any other industrialized country, with union density cut in half from its post-World War II peak. This decline has obviously called into particular question many of the assumptions of the institutionally based old labor history, whose leading figure, Philip Taft, wrote in 1966 that American organized labor has succeeded in devising protections for itself unequaled in any other country. But in a broader sense it has challenged all of U.S. labor history. From its inception as a sub-discipline within economics in the U.S. nearly a century ago, labor history has benefited from the presence of the labor problem. Its promises to guide trade unionists, to inform the arguments of reformers and to promote class peace gained meaning in proportion to the perceived strength, and threat, of organized and organizing labor *, but with union membership now covering only 1 worker in 6. With the labor vote small and split, and with strikes rare, defensive, and often ill-fated, the labor problem commands less attention from institutions and from the public. Moreover, the internationalization of capital and the tendency of US-based corporations to relocate rather than to confront organized labor have tended to redefine the labor problem as one to be solved in space, by moving, rather than in time, by responding to labor's demands. That the new labor history emerged in the U.S. in the late 1960s professing a determination to write the history of workers rather than unions has not prevented the decline of unionism from having a profoundly disorienting impact on new labor historians. Many of us who became interested in working class history in the late 1960s and early 1970s were quite critical of existing unions. But we still assumed that organized workers would be audiences for, and, in the inspired initiatives of Stoughton Lynd and others, participants in, efforts to rethink labor history. We also assumed that rank-and-file upsurges, especially in the highly unionized automobile sector, would continue to give urgency to research on the history of the labor process and of shop floor militancy. The lack of a labor audience and of a militant labor movement was especially troubling because trade unions continued to a surprising extent to be the subjects of the new history. Despite their substantial innovations, the new labor historians often ended using the history of unions, radical parties, and strikes to tell the story of workers. This was of course true of the first such historians, most prominently David Montgomery, David Brody, and Herbert Gutman, who had roots in old left and / or institutional approaches to labor history that emphasized organized labor registered trademark, but it has also continued to be true through a quarter century in the works of Daniel Wolkowitz, Shelton Stromquist, John Kumbler, Alan Dawley, Peter Friedlander, Robert Ziegler, Michael Kazin, Patricia Cooper, Meredith Tax, Ronald Schatz, Mary Blewett, Thomas Dublin, James Barrett, Joshua 70. Freeman, Leon Fink, Ava Barron, Vicky Ruiz, Peter Rachlev, David Corbin, Joe William Trotter, Richard Ostriacher, Nancy Gabin, Susan Levine, Eric Arneson, Nelson Lichtenstein, both Bruce Nelsons and even Sean Willents, among many others. Far from lapsing into what Howard Kimmeldorf has criticized as a peripheralization of unions, the new labor history has made organized labor central to its attempts to capture the working class past. The fear voiced by critics of 2 decades ago was that the new labor history would be dominated by culturalists who would write the histories of bowling teams rather than of unions. Such fears persist, but with little basis in what has actually been published. When David Brody recently proposed that a new synthesis of U.S. labor history might profitably begin by assuming that organizations can be taken as institutional manifestations of the consciousness of workers, he captured the trajectory of the new labor history, which set out to write the history of workers rather than of unions and often ended by writing the history of workers through the history of unions. To identify that trajectory is not to ridicule it. The study of workers' consciousness partly through their responses to trade unionism has often yielded brilliant results, especially when combined with study of the labor process and study of gender. Moreover, there are still gaping holes in the history of organized labor. But in a society in which trade unions are increasingly marginal not only in national life but in shaping the consciousness of their members, a labor history identified largely with studies of the unions is bound to be susceptible to crises. The crisis of the labor movement need not, of course, necessarily consign labor history to antiquarianism. It may be that a revival of working-class organization is at hand. Brodie is undoubtedly right to reject the recent arguments that hold that management has a new face which is not a replay of history and that therefore not much can be learned from labor's past. But even if the unions do revive, it seems to me that the research agenda that has begun to mature in the latest stages of the long period of decline of U.S. labor organization still deserves to be pursued. The record of pro-Republican voting by the white working class in the 1980, 1984, and 1988 elections, for example, has raised the critical historical issues of working-class conservatism and working-class racism in sharp relief. Degree reflection on the assault on the labor movement by the state has encouraged rich studies of the legal history of labor and important accounts of labor and politics. The many scholars sent by the recent past to the study of the impact of the Cold War in isolating trade union radicals are producing very significant work. Studies that place U.S. labor in the context of international relations and of the relocation of workers and industries have, not surprisingly, also developed impressively. Most important, the idea that white males, identified simply as WORK71 ERS, must be at the center of any synthesis of U.S. labor history has come under sharp question as the labor force has become increasingly non-white and female and as white male trade union membership has plummeted. As recent works by Michael Goldfield and Mike Davis show, African Americans are now considerably more supportive of trade unionism than whites and far more receptive to what might be called social democratic politics, American style. The roles of working women and, to a lesser extent, of workers of color have understandably received greater emphasis from labor historians in the very recent past, as have the male gender identity and, again to a lesser extent, the white racial identity of white male workers. Historians have, in this atmosphere of trade union decline, also become much more aware of the ways that a focus on organized labor can slight the histories of working-class women, African Americans, and others who historically were often excluded from unions. While agreeing that we need far more study of workers not in unions, I would take this point further and in a slightly different direction. Just as the question of whether organized labor in the U.S. has a future is fully tied up with labor's ability to draw on the energies and critiques of such so-called new social movements as feminism and anti-racism, so too is the future of trade an eye on history based on its ability to situate the past of labor organization within the dynamics of racial and gender formation. Towards the study of race in labor history. The best session at a superb labor history conference held recently in Detroit centered on slavery, emancipation, and the transition to free labor in the U.S. South. The convener of the session remarked at the outset that it had initially been difficult to put a panel together because some scholars working his field considered a labor history conference less than an appropriate venue for the discussion of their work. My mind immediately raced back to W.E.B. Du Bois' conclusion to his classic Black Reconstruction, 1935. In one of the very few passages from a history book that I ever more or less managed to commit to memory, Du Bois wrote, "The most magnificent drama in the last 1,000 years of human history is the transportation of 10 million human beings out of the dark beauty of their mother continent into the new-found El Dorado of the West. They descended into hell, and in the 3rd century they arose from the dead, in the finest effort to achieve democracy for the working millions which this world had ever seen. It post-Civil War reconstruction in the U.S. was a tragedy that beggared the Greek, it was an upheaval of humanity like the Reformation and the French 72. Revolution. Yet we are blind and led by the blind. We discern in it no part of our labor movement. Degree. That, in 1992, the conveners remarked labor historians could recall Du Bois' 1935 indictment of American historians generally is decidedly less than a hopeful sign. However, the session did occur, with incisive, challenging papers given before a large and enthusiastic audience. One could argue a case for either hope or despair as to whether the new labor history at last is about to take up fully the question of racial identities within the working class. Though making the case for hope, I would stress that grounds for hope have been present before but not fully realized. I would also emphasize the tremendous stakes involved, stakes strikingly captured by the way in which Du Bois frames the issue in terms of drama. The ability of labor historians to convincingly cast their research in terms of dramatic issues like emancipation and independence depends in large measure on extending to the discussion of race the same sort of tough-minded analysis that has matured more quickly where the study of class and gender is concerned. The tardiness of U.S. labor historians in making the study of slavery and race central to their work is as ironic as it is regrettable. The very project of a new labor history initially gained its appreciation for the fact that masses of working people make their own history not so much through witnessing significant trade union insurgencies as through the example of the Black Freedom Movement. The leading figures in early attempts to rewrite working class history were profoundly influenced by Du Bois and by the Black Trinidadian historian C.L.R. James. Herbert Gutman set out a research agenda which, as Ira Berlin has written, made study of the Afro-American family, not a detour on the road to a history of the American working class, but the center lane on the main highway. Registered trademark such scholars as Gutman, Harold Barron, Paul Worthman, and James Green produced path-breaking analyses of race and labor. Above all, Alexander Saxton published The Indispensable Enemy, Labor and the Anti-Chinese Movement in California in 1971. Saxton's work, itself indispensable and unsurpassed, fully raised the question of the impact of white racial identity on unions and on white workers themselves at that early date. Nonetheless, scholarship on race and labor failed to flower. Saxton and George Raywick did not come to be considered central figures in the new labor history as Brodie, Montgomery, and Gutman did. Fascinating studies of race and white workers, such as those by Mary Ellen Freyfeld and Barry Goldberg, remained unpublished and underappreciated. Eric Foner, Sean Willents, and David Montgomery brilliantly and convincingly restored the centrality of the sectional controversy, the Civil War and Reconstruction to working-class U.S. history, but they did so largely without the same 73. Emphasis Du Bois placed on the self-activity of black workers and on the white racial identity of white workers. Herbert Hill may be partly correct in attributing the new labor history's failure to fully engage the questions of racial identity and racism to an excessively zealous search for a usable and inspiring past. However, other factors also mattered greatly. The nearly total isolation of communist historians from the new labor history deprived younger scholars of associations with Philip S. Foner and Herbert Aptheker, two of the most knowledgeable students of race, antiracism, and labor. The strong influence of Eugene Genovese's weighty studies of slavery as a pre-capitalist political economy tended to isolate the history of slavery from the history of wage labor. Moreover, the very strength of the new history's emphasis on daily life made it less than quick to understand the symbolic and political importance of whiteness even to white workers who did not regularly encounter workers of different racial identities. Several recent developments open the possibility that the new labor history will at long last realize its early promise with regard to providing a full consideration of race and a critique of working-class whiteness. The novelist and critic Toni Morrison has recently observed that studies of gender relations and identity have cleared the ground for the reconsideration of racial identity within cultural studies generally. Asterisk. Her point applies with specific force to the study of labor's past. In the last decade, gendered studies of the working class past have proven far and away the most dramatic contributions to labor history. Studying not only women workers but the masculinity of male craft workers and trade unionists, historians have reinvigorated scholarship on unorganized workers, pioneered in sophisticated research on labor in the service industries, and convincingly connected the work experience with ideology, family, consumption, and leisure. Many of these historians, including Joanne Meyerowitz, Evelyn Nakano-Glenn, Nancy Hewitt, Dolores Janiewski, Vicky Ruiz, Dana Frank, Patricia Cooper, and Tara Hunter, have been enormously attentive to the dynamics of race as well as to class and gender. But even when they have not discussed race extensively, historians of labor and gender have made a decisive contribution to the study of race and class. They have demonstrated, particularly in the recent work of Joy Parr, Elizabeth Pfau, and Jean Boydston, that the consideration of class and gender is not a zero-sum game in which an increasing emphasis on one variable leads inexorably to a diminished emphasis on the other. Instead, class identity and gender identity are so thoroughly interpenetrating that intellectual excitement and understanding come precisely when both are stressed. This example has strongly encouraged a moving away from dead-end debates about whether to give priority to race or class identity in the study of labor as well, and have engendered a move toward 74. The difficult, rewarding task of showing how racial identity and class identity have shaped each other. Moreover, in giving attention to masculine as well as feminine gender identity, recent labor history has set a vital precedent that can lead to full interrogation of the racial identity of the dominant racial group as well as of the subordinate ones. The recent outpouring of work on African American, Asian American, and Latino labor history further signals the possibility that a consideration of race will structure, and not just appear episodically in, new attempts at synthesis in U.S. working class history. Workers of color occupy prominent places in recent studies of race relations in the unions and among the working class generally, with major contributions made by such scholars as Ivor Bernstein, Bruce Nelson, Barbara Griffith, Rick Halpern, Peter Rachleff, Nelson Lichtenstein, Robert Korstad, Robert Norrell, Eric Arneson, Michael Honey, Roger Horowitz, and Nancy Quam Wickham. Much of the finest work in labor history in the past 5 years has been the result of the partial democratization of the universities. Ronald Takaki, Earl Lewis, Joe William Trotter, Vicky Ruiz, Robin D. G. Kelly and Tara Hunter have written powerful studies that open the possibility that the best of labor history research in the near future will in large part be by, as well as about, non-white Americans. Indeed, the very recent scholarship by Kelly and Hunter comes closer to making real the new labor history's vision of connecting work, community, daily life, consciousness, and resistance than do any other American studies written during the last decade. Registered trademark. Finally, during a period in which every major election has provided reminders that finding a usable past necessitates confronting the issue of white racial identity, scholars have succeeded in raising the questions of when, why, and with what results so-called white people have come to identify themselves as white. Making whiteness, rather than simply white racism, the focus of study has had the effect of throwing into sharp relief the impact that the dominant racial identity in the U.S. has had not only on the treatment of racial others but also on the ways that whites think of themselves, of power, of pleasure, and of gender. Labor historians cannot claim to have pioneered in this problematizing of the notion of whiteness. That honor belongs to figures in literary and cultural studies, including bell hooks, Coco Fusco, Toni Morrison and a host of others who sometimes write with rather more postmodernist jargon than we would prefer. But labor historians do have a distinctive and critical contribution to make by historicizing discussions of whiteness and by showing the ways that what Du Bois brilliantly termed the public and psychological wage of white racial identity varied over time, place, and class location. Moreover, insofar as the new labor history has consistently stressed the role of workers as creators of their own culture, it is particularly well positioned to understand that white identity is not merely the product of elites or of 75 discourses. If some of the most deeply historical work on whiteness and class continues to emerge from English and political science departments, labor historians can at least point with pride to the fact that one of their number, Alexander Saxton, has written the most sweeping and provocative account yet of the pivotal role of whiteness in American politics and American culture in his remarkable Rise and Fall of the White Republic * registered trademark. It would stretch optimism too far to suppose that the study of race, or even of gender, has already established a claim to be central in any revivifying of labor history. Scholarship on race, class, and gender remains in its early stages and deserves the searching criticism it is sure to receive. The theoretical sophistication of the new scholarship, for example, is at this point far from imposing. New approaches face practical problems in writing and conceptualization that are so daunting as to seem at times insurmountable. Discussing the triad of race, class, and gender would be difficult enough, but that is just the tip of the iceberg. Writing about a single workplace or working class community might involve analysis of masculine and feminine gender identities formed in concrete material circumstances among workers holding, or developing, or being seen as having, white, African American, and Chinese racial identities. Once we acknowledge that the class identity of, say, an African American woman worker is influenced not only by her own race and gender identities but also by social relationships with, say, Chinese males, and vice versa, we see the practical difficulties associated with treating race, class, and gender in what Tara Hunter brilliantly terms their simultaneity ****. Often, and here my own work holds out a revealing negative example, authors settle for treating complex identities in manageable dyads, treating white racial identity and class in one work, for example, and leaving class and gender for a later book, or a later section of the book. In addition, when scholarship on white racial identity focuses, as it sometimes must, on the broad political and cultural forces promoting whiteness, it exists in some tension with studies that take day-to-day relations between white and non-white workers or the self-activity of African American workers as their points of departure. Though such tension is potentially exciting and productive, we should not be blind to the threat of a worst-case scenario in which research on white racial identity and male gender identity becomes yet another way to arrogate to white men the center stage in an untextured labor history degree. But as crying as the need is for serious critiques of race, class, and gender approaches, labor history has not been well served by recent dismissive broadsides, which verge on branding as fraudulent the entire effort to see class consciousness as part of a set of interpenetrating and historically constructed identities. In a recent article in the prestigious American Quarterly, for example, Stephen Watts characterizes race, class, and gender. 76. Analyses of American history and culture as merely fashionable incantations. Within labor history, Judith Stein's essay on the work of Joe William Trotter and Robin Kelley sets an equally harsh tone. After perceptively noting that Trotter and Kelley pay substantial attention to gender in their studies of race and class, Stein criticizes their emphases on both race and gender as ahistorical exercises driven by current political sensibilities. She charges that by imposing categories and judgments from the present onto the past, Kelley and Trotter lose sight of the relations of class power that shaped the lives and consciousness of both black and white workers. Stein does not very much bother to claim, as more venerable Marxist formulations might, that class relations at the base shaped race and gender relations in the superstructure. Instead, she seems to ignore the considerable extent to which white male workers themselves raised the issues of race and gender in fashioning a class identity and to assume that because it is supposedly derived from direct experience in production, class is a more timeless category. Stein's questionable judgment in choosing to single out for caricature two of the most closely documented and deeply historicized books yet produced by historians attentive to issues of race, gender, and class obviously limits the appeal of her critique. Nor is there much possibility for white embrace of the chaotic combination of wistful populism with hints of a prolier-than-thou Marxism that runs through the essays of both Watts and Stein when they argue that consideration of gender and race detracts from the study of class and power. Nonetheless, and especially insofar as they speak as part of a wider attack on multicultural scholarship, Watts and Stein do succeed in framing issues in a way which historians committed to the development of scholarship on race, class and gender ignore at their peril. The accusations of fashionability and of present-mindedness must in particular be met head-on if we are to avoid apologizing for our successes in producing work that is trendy in the highly positive sense that it grows out of and engages real trends in the recomposition of the labor force and the labor movement in a way that more nostalgic formulations do not. This need not imply a moralistic lecturing of the dead for their failure to live up to current ideals of egalitarianism. The point of historical studies of racial identities in the working class in such groundbreaking books as Du Bois' Black Reconstruction and Saxton's Indispensable Enemy has never been to mount a facile indictment of white workers as simply racist. Rather, it has been and is now to understand how historicized racial identities dramatically shaped what workers could do and dream in their lifetimes, and how better deeds and dreams can be made possible in ours. 77. Part 2. Studies in Whiteness and the Replotting of U.S. History. All Negroes were friends of ours, and those of our own age were in fact comrades. We were comrades and yet not comrades. Color and condition interposed a subtle line which both parties were conscious of and which rendered complete fusion impossible. Mark Twain, on his youth in Missouri. Sexual politics, like class struggle, will thus necessarily be caught up in the very metaphysical categories it hopes finally to abolish, and any such movement will demand a difficult, perhaps ultimately impossible, double optic, at once fighting on a terrain already mapped out by its antagonists and seeking even now to prefigure within that mundane strategy styles and being an identity for which we have as yet no proper name. Terry Eagleton, Nationalism, Irony, and Commitment, 1988. The so-called mob, race, class, skill, and community in the St. Louis General Strike. In July 1877, the U.S. economy suffered from continuing depression and trade union fortunes from continuing decline. Nonetheless, during that month a remarkable nationwide railroad strike sparked an even more remarkable chain of events in the large industrial city of St. Louis. The railroad walkout stopped traffic in the rail center of East St. Louis by Sunday, July 22. The following day saw demonstrations of solidarity initiated by leaders of the Socialist Workingmen's Party of the United States of America, (SWPSA), coincide with sporadic strikes to restore wage cuts by several St. Louis trades outside the railroad industry. Such strikes spread on Tuesday, especially among coopers, iron molders, wire workers and rivermen. At a Tuesday night mass meeting of about 10,000, the SWPSA, an organization of scarcely 1,000 members in St. Louis, proposed that the strikes become general, with an end to child labor and the institution of the 8-hour working day as their political demands. On Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, a stormy series of tramping processions, initially SWPSA directed but featuring many spontaneous offshoots by integrated crowds, enforced the general strike order. A general strike under different, but also SWPSA influenced, leadership developed as well in the heavily industrial enclave of Carondelet, which had recently been annexed to the city. Not only was the general strike the first in an industrial city in the United States, but the executive committee which led it attempted to set up a workers' assembly of SWPSA leaders and delegates from organized trades, one of the world's first workers' councils. The executive committee pressed demands for shorter hours and abolition of child labor and added, or let speakers using its platforms add, calls for banking and currency reforms, provision of food to those on strike, non-intervention by 85. Federal troops, public works, and nationalization of railroads. While demanding much, the executive committee also displayed a desire to negotiate and to achieve some results. Indeed, the first SWPSA speech suggesting expanding the railroad strike stressed, this strike will extend to all kinds of business, and in the end capitalists and the government must grant at least a portion of the rights demanded. With the economic activity of the city of 350,000 at a standstill, even bars and brothels closing, the executive committee conferred with industrialists and with the mayor and took to itself some of the functions of government. Provision of guards for factories, of permission for mail and passenger trains to move and of emergency plans for continued medical services fell to the strike leaders, who even asked St. Louis Mayor Henry Overstalls to recognize their efforts to keep order by deputizing strikers. In East St. Louis and apparently in the Carondelet section of St. Louis, such recognition of the strikers' police powers did occur. But even as the St. Louis mayor thrice met with delegations from the executive committee, he coordinated the organization of an armed anti-strike committee of public safety which he and many of the city's elite had convened. The English and German language press solidly arrayed itself against the strike. Federal troops and guns massed in St. Louis, and additional arms and men came from the state government for suppression of the strike. On Thursday, July 26, Missouri's governor, John Phelps, came to the city to join his efforts with those of Overstalls and the Committee of Public Safety. A handful of workplaces reopened. The Executive Committee, so bold in its early proclamations, became increasingly timid in its tactics by midweek, cancelling all authorizations for mass meetings and parades after Wednesday. But this circumspection failed to convince the mayor and the Committee of Public Safety that the Executive Committee was a voice of restraint. On Friday, when its forces were sufficiently large and well-armed, the Committee of Public Safety, invested with powers as a posse comitatus and under orders to shoot to kill resistors, raided Executive Committee headquarters and ended the strike with wholesale arrests that eventually totaled 150 or more. The strike leaders offered no resistance. The crowds, after 2 days of almost no communication from the Executive Committee, mounted only token opposition. Continuing strike action in Carondelet and East St. Louis came to a quick end with the intervention of federal troops. The labor upheaval in St. Louis has received attention as an early general strike and as a proto-Soviet. It is the subject of 2 excellent books giving narrative accounts and a large body of other historical literature *, but if the novelty and the drama, and even the irony and anomalies, of the 1877 general strike have been successfully captured by historians, the analysis of why the strike unfolded as it did and of how it fit into the 86. larger pattern of post-Reconstruction labor and urban history has hardly begun. The formation of a huge private army to confront the strikers requires explanation, as does the scenario of a socialist leadership using a situation of shared power to bargain with the mayor and ultimately defusing a mass movement. Both these developments take on special significance in the context of a growing consensus among historians that, at least in small and medium-sized cities, working-class leaders often felt themselves to be important parts of communities, held exalted ideas of Republican citizenship, and were able to achieve a measure of local power during the Gilded Age. Both the behavior of the St. Louis Executive Committee and of the Committee of Public Safety best make sense in the light of a social analysis of who was leading the strike, who was participating in the processions spreading it, and who acted to oppose it. But accounts from the press, participants, and Gilded Age historians of the general strike amount almost to a cautionary tale against the use of such evidence to determine the social composition of groups in conflict. So contradictory are the accounts and so unrestrained the rhetoric that few conclusions can be drawn about who fought whom. The Committee of Public Safety, for example, usually drew descriptions as representing order, the people, citizens, the city, and our best young men rather than any class or interest. However, other accounts found merchants and clerks to be the social base of the committee. The strikers and demonstrators attracted more varied and passionate assessments. Describing this group as canaille, the mob, or rabble, the St. Louis press was of several minds concerning the composition of its leadership and its ranks. Early in the week, the Dispatch distinguished between real railroad strikers and tramps and loafers anxious to pillage and plunder. By Tuesday the paper found the strike movement dominated by hordes of idle loafers and tramps. Its editorials nonetheless included continued attempts to reason with the workingmen. According to the Missouri Republican, the radical labor movement drew support from a few unprincipled demagogues, more rattle-brained visionaries, and a lot of honest but deceived workingmen. The Globe Democrat christened the strike leadership the Executive Committee of United Tramps, while the Republican saw them as representative of no one but themselves and a crowd of bummers. But both the papers also spoke of turbulent workingmen as the backbone of the movement, even alluding to the better class of workingmen bulking large in crowds. The Globe Democrat found unnamed persons secure in the enjoyment of comfortable income helping to lead the strike in which the toiling masses allowed themselves to get mixed up with the spoiling masses. The German-language press similarly vacillated between seeing Arbeiter and Bummler as chief strike. 87. Participants, with the liberal German Catholic Daily America blaming homeless and stateless journeymen. Registered trademark Missouri Republican reporter J. A. Dacus's 1877 study of the strikes nationwide, the best such contemporary account, fell prey to the same inconsistencies. Dacus denied that there was any such thing as a united and enthusiastic labor strike in St. Louis. He described those in the streets as a disreputable rabble, in the ranks of which very few members of the operative and industrial classes were to be found. Those dominant, he added, were pariahs, the men who never perform useful labor. But at other junctures Dacus allowed for participation by the large mass of unemployed poor, dispirited, hopeless, ready to seize upon any occasion to improve their really deplorable condition, and characterized crowds as composed of mechanics and molders. Support came from tradesmen and artisans, with here and there a man of thought and culture, who believed with earnestness of martyr confessors that labor did not receive its just rewards. Other impressionistic accounts are just as inconsistent. Committee of Public Safety leader Albert Warren Kelsey, in memoirs written over 3 decades after the general strike, recalled a howling band of anarchists, although there is no other evidence of any anarchist role in the strike. Early St. Louis historian J.T. Scharf found the mass of the disaffected were tramps and irresponsible persons, idlers and curiosity seekers. But the somewhat later history by Russell Nolan, based on Missouri Republican articles, portrays a labor strike rooted mainly among railroaders. The Signal Service reports to Washington, D.C. during the upheaval most often simply refer to the crowds as being made up of strikers. Registered trademark, along with a common tendency in contemporary accounts to blame outsiders, tramps, or unwanted strangers, went a marked emphasis on African American participation in strike processions. The Missouri Republican analyzed such crowds as mostly black, writing of squads of squalid Negroes and of whooping, dangerous-looking aggregations of brutal Negroes. The Globe Democrat found a more equal division among black and white demonstrators, while complaining of maniacal yelling by the former. Dacus repeatedly referred to crowds composed largely of Negroes, in some cases joined by a few sorry specimens of the Caucasian race. Out-of-town newspapers allude to important, but minority, black participation in strike processions. Of course, the range of descriptions reflected in part the real variety of the crowds and the changes in their composition from day to day. However, the contradictions in the evidence, the offhandedness of the observations, and the tenor of vehemence suggest that most of the documents describing the strike bespeak at least as much a desire to end it as to analyze its roots. In such a situation, statistical evidence regarding those 88 arrested and those identified as the leaders of the strike and of the Committee of Public Safety assumes special importance. This article attempts a social analysis of the strike based on evidence from documentary sources, from city directories and from the 1,880 manuscript census. It seeks to describe the occupational, racial, and ethnic composition of strike and Committee of Public Safety leaders and of rank-and-filers arrested or identified as participants in strike crowds. It also considers the age and rootedness in the community of members of these groups. It argues that the last of these factors played a vital role in uniting the strike and Committee of Public Safety leaders in a common perception that the rank-and-file demonstrators constituted a grave threat to social order despite the absence of violence. Such fear, accentuated by an intense civic boosterism rooted in a contest among St. Louis, Chicago, and other developing cities for trade and industry, contributed to the willingness and ability of the Committee of Public Safety to act decisively against the general strike and to the failure of the Executive Committee to act much at all after spectacularly setting the strike into motion. Albert Warren Kelsey's memoirs, however inaccurate in narrative details and bias against the strike, constitute a useful point of departure as the only primary account to attempt a relatively full record of the Committee of Public Safety and its composition. Although nearly as anxious as the St. Louis press to identify the committee with the whole city, Kelsey observed that all groups did not participate equally. "I saw among the prominent citizens present," Kelsey wrote in describing the first committee meeting he attended, the Catholic Bishop Ryan, the principal bank presidents, the police commissioners, editors of journals, etc., etc., just a representative assemblage of the various classes, including the merchant princes and moneyed men of the city. Rank-and-file citizens, militiamen, he recalled, were respectable members of the body politic, who had responded to a call from their employers to enroll themselves as being willing to assist in the preservation of law and order, mostly clerks and bookkeepers. If we discount the reference to a representative assemblage of the various classes, Kelsey's summary comports well with the evidence on the 107 ward leaders of the Committee of Public Safety and the 176 members listed in 3 surviving police militia rosters, one from the week of the general strike and the others from 14 and 23 months later, see Tables 1 and 3. The minuscule proportion of skilled workers and laborers, which together comprise only 1.30% of committee leadership and 5.52% of the membership, disqualifies the citizens' militia from representativeness and makes its class nature contrast with other, more broadly based, late 19th century militia units that historians have studied but outside of the wage working class. The committee did 89. Draw on a spectrum of social groups. Its leadership included merchants, 23.38%, financiers, 5.19%, manufacturers and builders, 23.38%, professional men, 23.38%, government officials, 5.19% in addition to a pair of former governors, small businessmen, 10.39%, particularly grocers and saloon keepers, and railway managers, 6.49%. Among members, clerks and bookkeepers predominated, with those two groups plus salesmen and collectors accounting for 51.18%. 11 lawyers joined 9 other professionals in comprising 15.75% of the membership. Manufacturers, 9.45%, and merchants, 7.87%, filled the ranks in about equal numbers, with railway officials adding 3.94%. Small proprietors, 2.36%, were underrepresented in the membership, perhaps because the exigencies of drill 1 or more nights per week conflicted with late closing schedules. Kelsey's stress on the rootedness of the committee in St. Louis's body politic was also accurate. Of the leadership, a higher percentage, 94.62%, of those cases not compromised by two common names or insufficient data can be identified through the 1877 city directory than can be for either strike leaders, 79.17%, or strike rank and filers, 60.00% and 25.00% in 2 samples. The geographical persistence of committee leaders in St. Louis from 1875 to 1877, 83.25%, and from 1877 to 1879, 76.92%, far outdistanced that for other groups, as did the proportion of committee leaders identifiable in the 1880 manuscript census. Committee leaders, at an average of 46.89 years, were also older than members of any of the other samples. The Committee of Public Safety succeeded in uniting members of the non-wage working class of the community across ethnic lines, as Table 2 illustrates. Although almost half, 47.83%, of the recoverable cases among its leadership were born in the United States, significant numbers of German natives, 32.61%, and Irish immigrants, 10.87%, were present. The former group was overrepresented in proportion to its place in the general population of the city by a factor of 2.08 and the latter by a factor of 1.33. German participation is particularly striking because relatively few Germans were among the city's executives, supervisors, managers, merchants, professionals, or proprietors, the groups from which the leadership of the Committee of Public Safety overwhelmingly came. In part, the extent of German leadership mirrored a similar overrepresentation of Germans among the strike's leaders and among its rank and file. The strike was very much, though far from exclusively, a German problem, and the elite sections of the German community responded to it forcefully. In addition, the leading members of the German population had had ample opportunity to ponder how they would choose to define their 90 commitments to free labor and republicanism, some of them since the 1848 European revolutions. Through the American Civil War and the labor insurgency that followed, through radical reconstruction and a turn to liberal republicanism, German political and opinion leaders in St. Louis had developed a sophisticated ideology drawing on Republican ideals but admitting, after the Civil War, no significant social divisions in the U.S. The Westlake Post, for example, briefly supported the 8-hour working day at the end of the Civil War before aligning itself against labor candidates. Its part owner, Karl Schurz, the most prominent German-American politician in America and the Secretary of the Interior during the 1877 strikes, played a critical role from his St. Louis base in the de-emphasis on civil rights in Republican Party politics during Reconstruction and was author of the epigram "There are many social questions in America but there is no social question." The German press was as vociferous in its opposition to the general strike as its English-language counterpart. Perhaps its most influential editor, Karl Denzer of the Anzeiger des Westens, was a convener of the Committee of Public Safety. The partly German St. Louis Hegelians, one of the leading schools of philosophical thought in the U.S. in the late 19th century, developed the German-American elite's outlook into a potent public philosophy which stressed the centrality of private property in civilization, the critical role of the working capitalist in transcending the contradiction between workers and owners, the inviolability of the power and unity of the American state, and the mission of education in keeping property safe from confiscation by a majority composed of communists. Counting in the ranks of their leading thinkers Missouri's lieutenant governor during the general strike and St. Louis's top educational officials, the St. Louis Hegelians both gave voice to and molded a German-American conservatism that steered far away from reaction, a philosophy that identified the American tradition as anti-aristocratic, meritocratic, and bourgeois. In Henry Brockmeyer, the lieutenant governor, they also furnished a major leader of the suppression of the general strike. In addition to sustaining an ethnic unity, the Committee of Public Safety, led by a former Civil War general from each side, brought together ex-rebels and ex-Yankees in the St. Louis elite. The city, antebellum home to the nation's first Chamber of Commerce, had experienced a major sectional rift among its upper classes, culminating during Reconstruction in the formation of a separate Union Merchants Exchange for pro-Northern businessmen. A single merchants' exchange was re-established only shortly before the 1877 strike, but no sectional animosities appear to have surfaced inside the Committee of Public Safety. 10 identifiable Southern-born Americans, 21.7% of the sample, joined 8 Northern-born Americans, 17.39%, and 4 from Missouri. 91.870%, among committee leaders. The unity and zeal displayed by those composing the Committee of Public Safety deserve consideration. Especially striking was the participation of merchants and small proprietors. Historians have recently noticed, and possibly overemphasized, the fact that Gilded Age businessmen, especially in smaller cities, often sided with labor in wage disputes. One study has applied this perception of a split between vendors and manufacturers specifically to the 1877 general strike in St. Louis. Several contemporary accounts refer to business support for the 1877 railroad strikes nationally, with one even suggesting business leadership of crowd violence and the transfer of looted goods to the inventories of those involved. But despite some small business participation in the leadership of the strike and attempts by the executive committee of the strikers to broaden such support, as discussed below, the data on the Committee of Public Safety indicate that merchants and their white-collar employees acted decisively against the general strike in St. Louis. Consistent participation by both industrial and commercial capitalists, illustrated by the statistical evidence and press accounts of who funded the volunteer troops, suggests that analyses positing a merchant sector relatively sympathetic to labor's demands may apply poorly in a large mercantile manufacturing center like St. Louis. Indeed, a merchants' militia, at first separate from the Committee of Public Safety, itself armed as many as 1,000 men. If there was a split between the mercantile sectors of the economy and those of the manufacturers and railroad executives, it lay in the realm of tactics. Railway officials, especially Thomas A. Scott, president of the Pennsylvania Railroad and the nation's most politically powerful entrepreneur, vigorously argued for action by the Federal Army against the railroad strike. From St. Louis, James Harrison Wilson, a former Union military officer and federal receiver of the failed St. Louis and Southwestern Railroad, joined former Governor Thomas Fletcher, a pro-railroad political leader, and Charles Belcher, head of a large sugar refinery, in calls, often directed to Schurz, for increased federal intervention and declarations of martial law. Although such pressure resulted in the administration of Rutherford B. Hayes preparing, but never issuing, a proclamation to put these rioters in the position of levying war against the U.S. registered trademark, it found little echo among St. Louis businessmen, who regarded the strike as a state and local matter. The Committee of Public Safety confined its substantive requests of Washington to the loan of 12,000 arms for use by local citizens. Even in the realm of tactics, the differences between Wilson and his associates on one hand and the Mayor and Committee of Public Safety on the other can easily receive too much emphasis. First, there was little legal justification for a broad call for federal troops. Lacking, particularly in St. 92. Louis, was any firm evidence of insurrection, thus, only the strikes on the mail-carrying railroads, the rail lines in federal receivership, and an odd industry like Belcher's, whose warehouses were government-bonded, could support the argument for intervention. Degree more important, the scenario of massive federal intervention was not a live policy option from the standpoint of manpower. The 25,000-man National Army, already spread thin in Indian wars in the Dakotas, a year after Custer's defeat, the Southwest and the Northwest, and in Mexican border troubles, could not attack strikers at all points. The 42 officers and 410 regular troops who were assigned to St. Louis and who played an important part in escorting in guns, storming the railroad strike strongholds in East St. Louis and Carondelet, and exerting moral power against the general strike, represented nearly 1 American soldier in 50. Their assignment left their commander fretting about the undermanned defense of Kansas City against strikers there. Secretary of the Interior Schurz meanwhile complained of the lack of troops for prosecution of Indian wars. The National Guard had by 1877 reached what one of its leading historians has called its nadir nationally. Its few units, ill-trained and poorly equipped, showed a propensity, both inside the St. Louis area and elsewhere, to refuse service and to fraternize with strikers. In Missouri, the disintegration of the militia was serious. The late Reconstruction efforts to reform, and especially to fund, the militia had come to little. The handful of extant units played a negligible role in policing the general strike. Finally, the disputed 1876 presidential election, which had brought Hayes, a loser in the popular vote and the barest winner in the electoral vote, into office, narrowed options. Hayes's election resulted from a bargain to gain Southern Democratic support regarding contested electoral votes by removing federal troops protecting black civil rights in that region. Neither he nor Democratic governors then had much reason to advocate a vigorous role for the federal army during the strike. The Democratic governors who did call for troops won derision in the socialist and, to an extent, in the Republican press. Missouri's Governor John Phelps, a Democrat, did not request troops. The Hayes administration more or less scrupulously directed the regular army to act only in defense of federal property or on orders from state officials. All reports from federal officers in the St. Louis area accept the authority of the Committee of Public Safety and uphold its authority, largely on pragmatic grounds, to lead the suppression of the strike. So, for that matter, might have Wilson, who punctuated his appeals to Schurz for federal action by serving as a leader of the committee. However, the wide participation in and acceptance of the Committee of Public Safety by the city's elite should not obscure what an unorthodox formation it was. That the leaders of a major metropolis could call for the 93. mustering of a 10,000-man army, armed by loans of munitions from other levels of government and by private subscriptions, is in retrospect amazing. At the time it was likewise regarded as a last-ditch experiment. According to Kelsey's memoirs, even the legal device of forming a posse comitatus to legitimate Committee of Public Safety actions was not at first considered. As all authority from the state or city officials had already been exerted without effect, he wrote, we were compelled to assume extra-legal powers, in the hope that any action taken would later be approved by the legislature. It is not possible to account for so bold a move by a municipal elite known for its conservatism on the grounds of opposition to strike violence. The Committee of Public Safety formed on Tuesday, July 25, the day before the first full day of the general strike and before any acts of vandalism or physical intimidation had occurred. As the week progressed, an inflamed press could point only to a single police casualty, a fire allegedly of suspicious origin, minor looting of bread and soap, a pair of alleged assaults on strike breakers, and the reportedly menacing stance of the tramping strikers. In its more sober moments, the local press allowed that good order generally prevailed. OPSA speeches transcribed in the St. Louis papers and proclamations of the Executive Committee followed the national OPSA policy of consistently warning strikers against imitating violence. In the wake of the general strike, Mayor Overstolz could boast of its suppression without the destruction of $1 worth of 38 property. In part, racism and published rumors accentuated fears of disorder out of proportion to its occurrence. The press regarded any participation by African Americans in a labor disturbance as unexpected and threatening, with even the Republican Globe Democrat advising summary execution of blacks involved in disorderly strike processions. Strikers, according to the newspapers, possessed several thousand arms. That internationalists led the upheaval provoked the most sensational reportage. They are the sworn foes of every establishment in society, wrote the Missouri Republican, which continued, they demand the abolition of public worship, the seizure and transformation of churches into halls and hospitals, the abrogation of the relation of marriage, and the substitution of promiscuous freedom between the sexes, the repeal of all property laws and a redistribution of wealth equally among all members of society. But rumor, racism, anti-communism and rhetorical excess overlay a more fundamental opposition to the strike as a strike. Hard by the Republicans' reports on the terrors of the Internationals was another article in the same edition insisting that none of the wild ravings of the communists in St. Louis have surpassed the inflammatory addresses / the railroad strike in East St. Louis. Asterisk. The Dispatch complained of mechanics. 94. And workingmen who increase the prevailing disorder, damage business, and endanger the peace of the city, and incite rioting, by getting up strikes for higher wages. Another account described strike processions, however lacking in violence, as rioting, a position which resonates well with Mayor Overstolz's back-to-work proclamation of July 26, a document forbidding interference, by intimidation or otherwise, with the employees of any mill, factory, business or business establishment or railway. Such broad opposition to the general strike among the leading citizens and their willingness to undertake the ambitious, unorthodox step of forming the Committee of Public Safety rested on the elite class status and rootedness of the participants and took shape around the protection of property and the defense of the city and its image. The nearly total stoppage of retail and wholesale trade gave merchants and small proprietors a material stake in seeing that the strike was settled even if the terms of settlement did not much involve their interests. Governor Phelps' July 26 order to end the strike appealed strongly to such business concerns over ending the suspension of trade. Moreover, the city was not rigidly segregated by class, with the result that homes of the well-to-do were sometimes near centers of strike activity. This was particularly true of the Lucas Market environs, the site of the largest nightly strike meetings and an area of long-standing concern to wealthy residents nearby. The name of the Committee of Public Safety was sometimes rendered as the Citizens' Organization for the Protection of Property registered trademark. The members of the Committee of Public Safety also acted out of a concern for St. Louis, as they defined it. On the one hand, there was a concrete dimension to this concern. For many years, the city had operated amidst a fiscal crisis. The business community had long feared municipal bankruptcy, a fact which had given impetus to a reform/home rule campaign which reached fruition in 1875 and 1876 and to the re-election of Overstolz in 1877 as a fiscal reformer. According to the prevailing interpretation of Missouri law, the perpetrators of damage to person or property in an unlawful assemblage were liable for damages and this feature of the law suggests how anxious developing areas were to provide a climate favorable for capital investment. The city in which the disturbance occurred was also responsible for repayment of damages up to 75% of the total amount. From its inception, Committee of Public Safety efforts found justification in terms of forestalling the city's financial collapse. Also at stake was St. Louis's reputation, a commodity that, in the context of boisterous rivalry with Chicago and other developing cities, was as precious as its bank account. From the start, the city's press perceived the nationwide strikes of 1877 as an opportunity to show the superiority of St. Louis. This St. Louis Daily Market reporter found early in the conflict that 95. In its home city, in contrast to others, the wild mob spirit is unknown. The Globe Democrat understood the troubles in Baltimore and Pittsburgh, those exceptionally disorderly cities, but thought St. Louis to be removed from the danger of such outbreaks by the diffusion of prosperity and the consequent interests of all classes of citizens in the preservation of peace. When sharp labor conflict did develop, the press could only stress the presence of a sufficient number of brave and law-abiding citizens to take care of their families and themselves. The Committee of Public Safety became a symbol of municipal order and a repository of civic virtue in newspaper accounts. These were roles to which the committee was not loath to assume. But carrying them out, and salvaging the city's honor, depended on an end to any disorder or disruption of business. When such a successful suppression of the general strike had been achieved, the Missouri Republican headlined "St. Louis redeems her credit as a city," possibly with puns intended. A huge and festive military parade reaffirmed St. Louis's reputation for good order. An odd kind of civic pride even developed around the idea that St. Louis had generated, and diffused, America's only genuine commune. The leaders of St. Louis's general strike, many of them in jail, did not participate in the celebrations in which the Committee of Public Safety paraded its victory. But as surely as the social facts typifying the Committee of Public Safety shaped its behavior, so too did those characterizing the identifiable strike leaders contribute to their extraordinary actions in boldly initiating and then largely abandoning a general strike. In its rootedness and its social composition, the strike leadership differed as much from those identifiable as rank-and-file tramping strikers as it did from Committee of Public Safety leaders. A year after the general strike, Peter Lofgren, one of its leaders, argued that socialists faced a dual task: they not only have the ruling classes to overcome but also the so-called mob to control. Degree in accounting for the seemingly contradictory behavior of strike leaders, the social and demographic differences between leaders and rank-and-filers that underlay a statement like Lofgren's deserve emphasis, as do racism and tactical considerations. The occupations of the strike leaders, summarized in Table 4, contrast sharply with the press accounts stressing the presence of vagrants and manipulative wealthy persons at the head of the upheaval. More than 2 in 5, 40.43%, of the 47 identifiable leaders were skilled workers. Professionals, white-collar workers, and small proprietors accounted for 27.66% of the leadership, equaling the proportion of unskilled workers. While far more working class than the Committee of Public Safety, this sample also sharply differed from the two available samples of rank-and-file tramping strikers occupationally. The first and less reliable of the latter samples, that representing the group arrested outside strike. 96. Headquarters, included 2 strike leaders, both skilled workers, and 71 rank-and-filers. For the entire sample, as summarized in Table 7, unskilled workers outnumbered the skilled by 55.48% to 34.93%. If we disregard the 2 leaders and the 4 cases in which no occupation is given, the proportions are 60.45% versus 35.07%. Most of these men seized in the raid on strike headquarters were, however, released for lack of evidence. The second and more reliable rank-and-file sample, drawn from evidence of later arrests and prosecutions and an occasional press mention of a tramping striker during the strike, tips, as Table 8 illustrates, STLL more heavily toward the unskilled, 61.76%, over the skilled, 32.35%. In both rank-and-file samples, non-watch working class groups constitute a negligible proportion. Since recent work finds wide disparities in standards of living between the American skilled and unskilled, the leadership and the rank-and-file likely differed significantly in material circumstances. Of the 9 top leaders of the strike's executive committee, arrested together and charged with riot, none was unskilled. Only 2 were even skilled workers, a shoemaker and a printer, with the latter having recently run his own newspaper. Joining these two were a student/party organizer, formerly a baker, two clerks, one formerly a lawyer, a doctor, formerly a lawyer and soon to be a sign painter, a drug and bleach maker and peddler, a news dealer, soon to be a bookkeeper, and a self-employed bootfitter. That several of the parenthetical references are to downward mobility fits the larger leadership sample as well. 5 of the recoverable cases, 10.64%, slid from having a trade to laboring status between 1875 and 1877. 3 more, 6.38%, moved downward from proprietorship or professional work to wage work or to joblessness. Another 4, 23.79% of those remaining in St. Louis, had experienced downward mobility by 1879. Such data reflects statistically the precariousness of the social position of members of the general strike leadership. More human examples lie in the careers of Henry Allen and Peter Lofgren. Allen, the Welsh immigrant who led the American section of the UPSA, was a self-taught physician who practiced among the poor. Unable to earn enough from medicine, he was moonlighting as a sign painter at the time of the general strike. By 1878 he identified himself solely with the painting trade. Lofgren, a Dane who also led the American section, would write in 1878, "Thousands of young persons, to my knowledge, lawyers and professional men, now live a very precarious existence, glad to sleep on a lounge in some office, and not knowing whether they will have a meal the next day." The words were in part autobiographical, as Lofgren had secured only a clerkship after passing the bar. Losing a white-collar job at a newspaper hostile to the general strike, Lofgren was by 1878 a tailor. Since 6 of 97. The unskilled strike leaders, 46.15%, had held higher status occupations just before 1877. The proportion of leaders who had reason to conceive of themselves as unskilled workers in the long term might be put as low as 14.89% of the sample. Conversely, if the numbers of recently lapsed proprietors and professionals are added to those in the strike leadership still involved in such pursuits in 1877, these groups together form over a quarter, 25.53%, and, with the addition of white-collar workers over a third, 34.04%, of the leadership. Although businessmen were more important in the suppression of the strike than in its leadership, there was a large enough pool of lapsed and practicing business and professional men at the head of the strike to make understandable the executive committee's overtures to merchants for support. As late as Friday, July 27, when the strike headquarters was seized, these overtures continued with the strike leadership asking for mercantile support and resolving, "We deem it to the true interests of all businessmen, particularly the retail dealers, to use their best endeavors to further the passage of an 8-hour law and living wages. The working classes in times of prosperity constitute the great circulating medium of the country. Good times for the mechanic means active industries, and plenty of business to the storekeepers*. The large numbers of skilled workers and of such workers recently descended into unskilled jobs, which together comprise 51.06% of the recoverable cases among the general strike leadership, join other evidence in suggesting the possibility that trade unions played a more important role in setting the stage for the general strike than any historical accounts have yet argued. No less than 21 separate crafts had locals in St. Louis in 1877, with another score of locals having disappeared the previous year. Only 3 of the 30 skilled workers identified as strike leaders or as rank-and-filers in the more reliable rank-and-file sample came from trades with no evidence of extant or very recent trade union activity. Moreover, the broader radical milieu in St. Louis, involving the UPSA, unions, secret societies, greenback groups, cooperatives, and Turner societies organized many skilled workers, in many cases alongside small proprietors. Such organization makes more explicable the boldness of the UPSA in envisioning the possibility of a general strike and its early tactical successes in coordinating it. That the unskilled were generally not active unionists, nor, from the available evidence, likely to be in other radical organizations, further distanced the strike leaders from the rank and file in terms of experience and contacts as well as occupation. Strike leaders also differed dramatically from rank and file tramping strikers in terms of rootedness in the community. Over 3/4 of 98. The leaders, 79.17%, are identifiable from the 1,877 city directory as against 60.00% from the more reliable rank and file sample and 25.00% of the less reliable rank and file sample, in every case disregarding cases compromised by too common names or insufficient data. While the 60% figure should warn against acceptance of the press's view of the tramping strikers as a rootless, transient mob, the strike leaders are nonetheless nearer the Committee of Public Safety than to even the more settled sample of the rank and file. The same holds true for rates of retrievability from the 1,880 census. Moreover, the incidence of strike leaders' persistence in St. Louis from 1,875 through 1,877, 64.95%, and from 1,877 through 1,879, 60.42%, more than double those of the rank and filers and again more closely approximate figures for Committee of Public Safety leaders, see Table 9. The mean age of the strike leaders, 39.2 years, trails that of the Committee of Public Safety by over 7 years but exceeds the mean age of the more reliable rank and file sample by 2.32 years and of the less reliable one by 8.84 years. Registered trademark. The 18.46% illiteracy rate among those seized outside strike headquarters is also significant in light of the extent to which the socialist movement, which provided much of the strike leadership, prized education, literacy, and culture. The constitution of the German section of the International Workingmen's Association in St. Louis, an immediate precursor of the UPSA, insisted on the knowledge of English as a criterion for membership. 4 of the 9 top executive committee leaders became newspaper editors in the 2 years following the general strike, as did 2 important secondary leaders. Another top leader had just stopped producing his own paper. 2 top leaders went on to write popular utopian socialist books, one to a leading position as a freethought writer and another to translate part of the autobiographies of the Haymarket martyrs before owning a chain of California newspapers. Copyright that so many of the strike leaders came from the German community in St. Louis, an immigrant community in which literacy and education were important badges of status, made distinctions as to the ability to read and write still more vital degrees. So did a strong strain of 8-hour philosophy, which stressed the cultural degradation of workers under the long hours system and at times verged on holding that only an educated working class could make serious reforms but that only with reform could the greater portion of the working class become educated. Strike leaders considered themselves representative of the aspirations, but not the condition, of the working class. The leaders also saw themselves as enough a part of the community to entertain hopes that Mayor Overstolz would deputize them to police the general strike. They appealed to the mayor on Tuesday, July 24, asking that he oppose federal intervention, and on Wednesday, with offers of a 99 peacekeeping force and requests that strikers be fed. Even after Overstolz had unequivocally armed the Committee of Public Safety instead, after the Friday raid on strike headquarters, and after wholesale arrests, 2 strike leaders still at large went to the office of Overstolz to negotiate. There they were taken into custody. Perhaps more laden with symbolism than these consistent appeals to municipal authority was the scene on July 24, in which executive committee leaders asked Logan U. Rivas, the author of the most unabashed St. Louis booster literature and the leader of a campaign to move the capital of the United States to St. Louis, onto their speaking platform. Having bought the formerly trade union-owned Daily Press on his arrival in St. Louis 11 years before, for a short time in that failing paper and then in tracts and speeches, Rivas preached a populist boosterism that stressed the industrial mission of the citizenry as one of St. Louis's prime resources. Rivas refused offers to speak at the strike meeting, pleading his lack of information and arguing for development as the key to the city's well-being. But had he assented, the brand of boosterism which was his trademark would likely have found a sympathetic ear among the strike leaders who sought to recruit him to speak. The strike leadership's constant appeals to republicanism, its repeated cautions against the initiation of violence, and its persistent efforts to bargain, even in the face of the seizure of its headquarters, all argue against the press's view that the executive committee negotiated insincerely while planning violence. Only the slimmest threads of evidence point to the contemplation of even small trade union self-defense squads, and these might well have been seen as attempting to keep order registered trademark, nor can the strategy of asking the mayor for deputization and arms be regarded as a ploy to get guns and prestige useful in fighting opponents of the strike. In Carondelet, where a separate striker-based and Uppsala executive committee was probably sanctioned as a peacekeeping body by St. Louis municipal authorities, that group peacefully disbanded with the suppression of the strike in other parts of the city. The Carondelet example is also one of several that suggest that the strategy of continued appeals to the mayor, though ultimately unsuccessful, was not as ill-conceived as it appears in retrospect. East St. Louis's mayor, for example, also deputized strikers. St. Louis's overstalls displayed unfailing cordiality to executive committee delegations through Thursday of the general strike. Belcher's sugar refinery asked both the federal government and the strikers' executive committee to guard its premises. A local meat packer appealed successfully to the executive committee to haul ice to preserve his wares and pronounced 3 cheers for the strikers upon announcement of the decision. Stockyards recognized the authority of the executive committee by securing approval for the MOVE 100. Mint of corn and hay registered trademark, however, far more difficult to explain than the strategy of appealing to municipal authorities were the decisions taken after Wednesday, July 25, to end strike parades and mass meetings and to concentrate solely on negotiations. In effect, the executive committee, lacking a press of its own, divorced itself from contact with the strike's rank and file. It might be argued that the executive committee had to follow such a course to make its overtures to Overstalls convincing. But by midweek Overstalls was already drilling Committee of Public Safety troops and was preparing a back-to-work order. There was mounting evidence that mere appeals would not work. More important, the leverage in making such appeals lay in control over the alleged mob, control which the executive committee increasingly abdicated. Since unsanctioned meetings continued, featuring militant rhetoric for which the executive committee still drew censure in the press, the withdrawal of sponsorship for processions and demonstrations did not make sense even as a law and order measure. The lone other tactical explanation of the leadership's actions and inaction, that hearing of the carnage and defeats of labor in Chicago and Pittsburgh, the executive committee foresaw defeat and sought to head off bloodshed and subsequent prosecutions, is also unsatisfactory. A leadership with such a view would have called for abandonment of the general strike, not just of strike parades. The ending of mass strike support activities is best viewed as the product of fear rather than hard-headed strike, let alone revolutionary strategy. Any general strike in a city like St. Louis, where mean factory or workshop employment was but 8.92 workers, had to involve marches from workplace to workplace. On Wednesday morning the executive committee had initiated just such a tramping strike. But the strike leadership envisioned processions in which none but workingmen over the age of 18 should take part. The strike parades turned out quite differently, involving significant numbers of women and children. Crucially, if the statistics presented above are indicative, unskilled workers may have far outnumbered the skilled in strike parades. The reverse characterized the strike leadership. On Wednesday evening, Executive Committee member Thomas Curtis sounded not a little like the city's press in finding it necessary to address his speech to workingmen, and not to scalawags and loafers who attached themselves to the movement. In its subsequent limitation of attendance at Executive Committee deliberations to UPSA delegates and representatives of organized trade unions, a wary leadership sought in effect to convene a Soviet of the skilled and small proprietors, the groups already active in labor and radical organizations. The Executive Committee's new motto validated the worst fears being spread in the city's newspapers with the words "Death to Thieves." 101. Incendiaries and murderers. Those words must also have expressed the terrors of a leadership watching a strike grow on very different lines from those with which it was comfortable. The Executive Committee was close enough to the situation to know that virtually no violence had occurred, but the largely pre-industrial and often flamboyant strike symbols would have reminded them that the upheaval was a broad one, not wholly subject to forces they controlled or understood. Although Republican fifes and drums were much in evidence, urchins paraded to the accompaniment of a banner reading, "We don't want bread. We want cake and pie, or blood." The banner parroted the main symbol of the strike, a loaf of break on a stick. The focus on bread rather than specific trade union demands also found expression in the most popular song of the strikers, which began, "Bread for our little ones, wine for our sick ones." Along the Missouri Pacific Railroad tracks there appeared a rude kind of cross with a dead rat hanging from it and a sign appropriating the executive committee's slogan, misspelling it, "Death to Thieves." Neither the spelling nor the implication that rats, strike breakers, faced fatal reprisals would have pleased the executive committee. Moreover, there is evidence that some skilled, unionized workers, perhaps recoiling at such symbols and at black participation, failed to support the general strike by Thursday, 27 July. Given that the leadership of the strike and the rank and file appear to have been well integrated ethnically, as, for that matter, were the leadership of the Committee of Public Safety and, to some extent, the residential patterns of the city, ethnic prejudices could ill serve as vehicles for describing tensions between leaders and tramping strikers. Racism could and did. Indeed, the role of racism is probably the most subtle and vital issue in an analysis of the dynamics of the general strike. After the Civil War, the labor movement in St. Louis had developed a pattern of alternating active bursts of anti-black rhetoric with neglect of civil rights and union organizing among African Americans. J. J. McBride typified the combination of racism and concern for the interests of white labor in the immediate post-war years. McBride, and other Irish pro-labor leaders in St. Louis, fought for the 8-hour day and conservative racial policies. He was to be a major general strike spokesman in 1877. St. Louis socialists did not challenge labor racism prior to the strike. Like the UPSA nationally, they ignored the issues of black civil rights trademark degree nonetheless, perhaps moved by black self-activity and the necessity to enlist the aid of African American rivermen in shutting down trade. The UPSA became more flexible at the beginning of the general strike. At an early strike meeting, an eloquent address by a black speaker asked whether whites were ready to support the demands made by black workers. He received a resounding "We will," in reply registered trademark one of the 5 early 1Q2 executive committee members was black, as was one member of the first delegation to visit Overstalls. In all, 3 black strike leaders cooperating with the executive committee are mentioned. Integrated crowds were the rule in St. Louis. Just after the strike, a UPSA leader advocated unity of the races behind labor demands, and shortly thereafter St. Louis had one of the few black sections of the Socialist Labor Party in the United States. But alongside these developments was continued racism. Anti-Chinese and anti-black rhetoric marked speeches from executive committee platforms, especially after reports that black troops had arrived in St. Louis to police the strike. The fullest reminiscences of a strike leader, given from jail by Albert Curlin, blamed disorder and the movement failure on a gang of niggers. Curlin indicated that the executive committee retreat from sanctioning public activities stemmed from anxieties concerning black participation. His fellow leader Henry Allen also gave a post-mortem of the strike suggestive of the connection between racism and retreat. What makes such racist recrimination fascinating is that evidence regarding the rank-and-file tramping strikers does not suggest a very high incidence of black participation in the strike processions. Only 6 of the 77 rank-and-filers mentioned, 7.79%, are identifiable as African Americans. That proportion slightly exceeds the black share of the St. Louis population but hardly indicates that the tramping strikers were dominated by minority workers. Of course, it is possible that the newspapers sometimes departed from their usual practice at the UME of identifying the race of blacks charged with crimes, but so charged was the press with awareness of race during the strike, and so full are the references to race where they do appear, that this seems unlikely to have occurred widely. An alternative explanation, that police apprehended black strikers less zealously or effectively, is unlikely. For 1,877, black St. Louisans were arrested in proportions greater than their share in the population by a factor of 1.91. It thus appears that both the press and some strike leaders looked at an integrated tramping strike in which African Americans were an important but decided minority and saw a black mob. This ability to find in the mob that group which best fit with the prejudices of the beholder was hardly peculiar to white strike leaders. The press made similar judgments, and the British vice-consul in St. Louis went the American racists one better, identifying the participants in the processions as ignorant Negroes and Irishmen of the lowest class, ready for any job that has the promise of whiskey sick in it. Registered trademark, but in the mouths of socialist leaders who had cast themselves as heads of a general strike putatively representing the aspirations of all workers, indeed of a whole city, racist epithets had a particularly harsh ring. They recall and even 103. Illustrate a particularly full and brilliant passage by W.E.B. Du Bois on the many-sided ways in which racism undercut not only trade union unity but also the political and moral promise of the labor movement. The same passage also speaks to the events of 1877. In St. Louis, American Samoa, it addresses the way in which racism could serve as a metaphor for, and a goad toward, an animus against all unskilled labor. Despite the fact that the 19th century saw an upsurge in the power of the laboring classes and a fight toward economic equality and political democracy, this movement lagged far behind the accumulation of wealth, because in popular opinion labor was fundamentally degrading and the just burden of inferior peoples. It was bad enough to have the consequences of racist thought fall upon colored people the world over, but in the end it was even worse when one considers what this attitude did to the European worker. His aim and ideal was distorted. He began to want not comfort for all men but power over other men. He did not love humanity and he hated niggers. Registered trademark. In the wake of the general strike, the leadership's judgment that it played a valued part in the community received some vindication. Although rank-and-filers, especially black rank-and-file strikers, often went to the workhouse on convictions for breaching the peace, all 9 top leaders went free on an all pros equi verdict after a brief trial in which the prosecution was denied a vital delay. A cheering crowd greeted their release. Hundreds of OPSA supporters marched without interference in a funeral parade for one of their members just after the strike. Committee of Public Safety members registered their opposition to late payment of wages by railroads, acknowledging that some strike grievances may have been legitimate. Democratic political leader Matthew J. Brennan's controversial cooperation with Carondelet strikers did not prevent his appointment as assistant fire chief weeks after the strike. The Socialists began work in a variety of alliances with other parties and community organizations over such issues as German language instruction in schools and municipal charter reform. OPSA meetings quickly resumed and a socialist ticket took 5 of the 15 school board seats contested in October 1877. A month late, a grand jury investigation of the strike failed to generate indictments against strike leaders, citing technical impediments. Indeed, after August 1877, the main legal actions concerning the strike were proceedings brought by strike leaders who protested that their rights as U.S. citizens, and in one case as a British national, had been violated. By May 1878, 200 organized St. Louis socialists were allowed to drill regularly in public with arms. The following year, Governor Phelps approved creation of a Missouri Bureau of Labor Statistics and appointed Socialist Labor Party sympathies 104. ERS as its leading staffers. Shortly thereafter, such strike leaders as James Cope and Albert Curlin found their ways into the reform wing of the Republican Party. The latter, dubbed Albert the Agitator during the general strike, was a Republican-appointed city water inspector and then a writer for an arch-opponent of the strikers, the Westlake Post, in the early 1880s, before Haymarket sent him back into revolutionary politics. However, such openness to labor and radical input on the part of the local power structure did not undercut the development of mechanisms for suppressing future strikes. The St. Louis police force was increased in size on the argument that it had been undermanned during the strike. By February 1878, nearly 500 police reservists drilled regularly in 9 companies. Militia reform occurred in a burst. St. Louis soon acquired a massive National Guard armory. In 1882, the city abolished Lucas Market, the center of strike demonstrations, at the instance of property holders. The strong sense of belonging and of local Republican citizenship held by skilled workers in late 19th century St. Louis sentiments at times fostered by the receptivity of local authorities to a radical presence but at other critical junctures, like the general strike, mocked by uncompromising repression played a complex role in St. Louis labor history of the period. Such ideas, along with the reality of a social position between that of the anti-strike elite and unskilled workers, imbued skilled workers and their allies with the confidence to pose labor demands. Such ideas acted, as Leon Fink, Herbert Gutman, and Nick Salvatore have shown they did in other locales, to encourage democratic reform and to keep alive in the labor movement a sense of the possibility of self-improvement through collective improvement. But there was a cost. Ideas of local rootedness and Republican citizenship widened the gap between unskilled and skilled workers, especially when differences of demography and education between the two groups were pronounced. Such ideas limited the tactical flexibility of labor organizations by committing them to a local boosterism shared with the upper and middle classes, a boosterism variously defined but generally anxious not to see the underclasses sully local reputation. The very ideas which encouraged labor reform activities also set boundaries on that activity, including limits which made it difficult to counter anti-strike actions by the municipal authorities. They accentuated racism among skilled workers as a means of expressing those workers' inclusion in the community by dwelling on the otherness of black workers, even, in a case like St. Louis, when the black workers were not imported strike breakers. Fink's study of the skilled and unskilled in Milwaukee in 1886, Salvatore's work on the 1877 strike in Terre Haute, and accounts by Gutman of the reception of minority strike breakers in small city strikes suggest such that costs were exacted in areas far beyond St. Louis. 105. Table 1. Occupations of Committee of Public Safety Leaders. Field number of cases %% of identified cases professional 1823.38 banking and insurance 45.19 manufacturing and construction 1823.38 merchants 1823.38 railway officials 56.49 government officials 45.19 grocers and saloon keepers 810.39 skilled workers 11.30 other L 1.30 total 77 100.00 based on 107 leaders listed in J. Thomas Scharf, History of St. Louis, City and County, Philadelphia 1883, 2:1844-5, and originally in the Missouri Republican, July 25, 1877. Of these, 71.96%, are identifiable from Gulla's St. Louis City Directory for 1877, St. Louis 1877. 14 of the unidentifiable cases simply do not appear in the directory, 13.08%. 16 cases, 14.96%, have names that are too common or are insufficiently identified as to first names to permit identification. All the percentages in the third column are of the 77 identifiable cases. Table 2. Data from the 1880 manuscript census on St. Louis Committee of Public Safety Leaders. Birthplace number of cases %% of identified cases German states 1531.61 U.S., total 2247.83 U.S., South 1021.74 U.S., North 817.39 U.S., Missouri 48.70 Ireland 510.87 England and Scotland 24.35 Other European 24.35 Total 46 100.00 Sex, males, 100% mean age, 46.89 years Race, 100% white This table analyzes the same list of leaders as in Table 1. Of the 91 leaders whose cases are not complicated by having very common names or insufficient first names, 46, 50.55%, have been recovered from the U.S. Census Soundex Index to the Missouri Manuscript Census of 1880, including both St. Louis enumerations. All the percentages in the third column are of the 46 identified cases. In all the tables using 1880 census data for St. Louis some uncertainty is introduced by the questionable reliability of the enumerations. See Jeanette C. Lauer and Robert H. Lauer, St. Louis and the 1880 census, The Shock of Collective Failure, Missouri Historical Review 74 January 1982 151-63. Table 3. Occupations of Committee of Public Safety and Police Militia members. Field number of cases _% of identified cases white-collar employees 65 51.18 merchants 10 7.87 professionals 20 11 lawyers 15.75 manufacturers and supervisors 12 9.45 railway officials 5 3.94 skilled workers 6 4.73 unskilled workers L 19 small proprietors 3 2.36 other 5 3.94 total 127 100.00 based on 176 cases drawn from roll and directory of the branch guards, September 20, 1878, containing 67 entries. Volunteers for the Citizens Militia at St. Louis and Southeastern Railroad Office. July 25, 1877, containing 44 cases and 1st Regiment, PR, Lafayette Guard, Company A, Military Roll, Foon 11, 1879, containing 65 entries. The first two sources are at the Missouri Historical Society at St. Louis, and the last is at the Missouri Historical Society at Columbia. The 127 occupations identified through city directories comprise 72.16% of the sample. Of the remainder, 32 names, 18.18%, fail to appear in the directory for the appropriate year, while 15, 8.52%, are unidentifiable because the names are too common or lack first names, or signatures are indistinguishable. All percentages in the third column are of the 127 identified cases. Table 4. Occupations of strike leaders. Field number of cases % of identified cases skilled workers 1940.43 unskilled workers 1327.66 small proprietors 612.77 white-collar employees 48.51 professionals 36.38 others 24.26 total 47 100.00. Based on press accounts in the St. Louis Times, Journal, Globe Democrat, and Dispatch, Missouri Republican, Western Watchman, America, Irish World, Labor Standard and Westlake Post, 23 July-August 15, 1877. Leaders are defined as those identified as executive committee members, as leaders of the dominant pro-strike wing of the Carondelet Citizens Committee, as those speaking in favor of the strike at sanctioned strike meetings or as union delegates to general strike meetings. Simple instances of trade union leadership, such as the cases of the many Coopers delegated as negotiators with employers during the strike, have not been included. Were they included, the sample would be so more dominated by skilled workers. Identifications are from the 1877 city directory in 38 cases and from mentions of occupations in the press or in the researches of David Burbank in 9 cases. Of the remaining cases, 1 has left no evidence permitting identification and 2 have names that are too common or variously spelled to be identified. 107. Table 5 Information on strike leaders' birthplaces recoverable from the 1880 manuscript census. Birthplace number of cases _% of identified cases German states 631.58 Ireland 421.05 England and Wales 210.53 US 4 1 South/3 North, 21.05 Other Europe I 5.26 Sweden 210.53 Total 19 100.00 The list of strike leaders is as in Table 4. The information in Table 2 applies to the census research here also. Percentages in the third column are of the 19 identified cases, which represent 39.58% of the 48 cases in Table 4 not complicated by insufficient data or names that are too common to be identified. Both Kurland and Lofgren, 2 major strike leaders, apparently identified themselves to census takers as Swedish-born. Other evidence indicates that in fact Lofgren was Danish and Kurland was German. Table 6. Non-occupational data on rank-and-file strikers arrested in the raid upon the Executive Committee headquarters. Nationality number of cases percent of identified cases German 4663.01 US 1419.18 Irish 56.85 Polish 22.74 English 34.11 French L 1.37 Cuban 1.37 None listed L 1.37 Total 73 100.00 The source for this information is a list in the St. Louis Times, July 27, 1877. The newspaper apparently used information from police records which are no longer extant. The roster of the arrested gives age, nationality, marital status, job, and literacy. Nationality probably refers not to birthplace but to place of origins of recent ancestors. It is unclear whether literacy meant only literacy in English. This apparently very fluid sample has not been followed with further directory and census analysis because even with the information on occupation provided, an aid in finding common and variously spelled names in directories, only 23.29%, of the group can be identified in the 1877 directory. 5 cases, 6.85%, are vitiated by 2 common names or insufficient data. Most of those arrested in the raid were quickly released without trial. 108. Table 7 Occupational data on rank-and-file strikers arrested in the raid upon the Executive Committee headquarters. Field number of cases percent of identified cases unskilled workers 40.5 55.48 skilled workers 25.5 34.93 other 3 4.11 none given 4 5.48 total 73 100.00 The source is the St. Louis Times, July 27, 1877, as discussed in Table 6. One case listed as both a skilled worker and a laborer has been counted as a half in each category. Table 8. Occupational data on rank-and-file strikers. Arrested and those identified as mob participants. Field number of cases _% of identified cases skilled workers 1132.35 unskilled workers 2161.76 other 25.88 total 34 100.00 For the sources, see Table 4. These sources generated 77 names of rank-and-file strikers allegedly participating in processions or demonstrations aimed at extending the strike. Most are mentioned with regard to their arrest or trial on minor charges arising from the attempt to prevent strike breaking. Of the 77, 33, 42.86%, can be identified through the 1877 city directory and 1 other from the press. In 22 cases, 28.57%, the name is variously spelled or too common to identify conclusively. In 21 cases, 27.27%, there is simply no entry in the directory. The list that generated Tables 6 and 7 is not included here. Table 9. Rates of persistence in St. Louis. Group rate of persistence. Committee of Public Safety Leaders for 1875 to 77, 76/91 equals 83.52, as per Table 1, for 1877 to 79, 70/91 equals 76.92 strike leaders for 1875 to 77, 31/48 equals 64.59, as per Table 4, for 1877 to 79, 29/48 equals 60.42 rank-and-file strikers for 1875 to 77, 18/55 equals 32.72, as per Table 8, for 1877 to 79, 14/55 equals 25.45 based on the percentage of those identifiable as persisting in the listings in St. Louis City directories for the years indicated. In each case the base from which the percentage is calculated is the total number of cases in a group minus those vitiated by having 2 common names, varied spelling, or lack of first names. 109. Table 10. Information on rank-and-file strikers' birthplaces recoverable from the 1877 manuscript census. Birthplace number of cases percent of identified cases US total 635.29 US black 211.76 US white 4, 1 south/3 north, 23.53 England 211.76 German states 529.41 Ireland 317.65 France L 5.88 Total 17,100.00 See tables 2 and 4 for sources and methods. Of the 55 cases not complicated by two common names or varied spellings, as given in Table 8, data on 17, 30.91%, can be recovered through the Soundex index to the 1880 Missouri Manuscript Census. Gook, The Short History of an Americanism. The Haitians, in whose service United States Marines are presumably restoring peace and order in Haiti, are nicknamed Gooks and have been treated with every variety of contempt, insult, and bestiality. So wrote Herbert J. Seligman in The Nation in 1920. The contempt and bestiality will scarcely surprise those who have much studied American imperialism, but hearing the term Gook applied to black people may. In the last 40 years, Gook has chiefly slurred Asian people, especially, but far from exclusively, those actively opposing American presence in Korea and Indochina. But the broader pan-racist past of Gook provides almost a short history of modern U.S. imperial aggression and particularly of the connections between racial oppression and war. The origins of Gook are mysterious, but the dictionary makers agree that it is an Americanism. The Oxford English Dictionary counts the word originally and chiefly us and identifies it as a term of contempt, a foreigner, a colored inhabitant of South, East Asia. It offers a 1935 first usage, applied mainly to Filipinos, and notes use by U.S. troops in Korea and Vietnam, without considering that such usage is in fact applied to natives in lands where Americans were foreigners. The OED adds origins unknown as its verdict regarding scholarly knowledge of the coining of the term. If Gook did originate in the Philippines, it probably did so far earlier than 1935. Irving Lewis Allen, in The Language of Ethnic Conflict, refers to Gugu as originally a Filipino in the Spanish-American War, 1899–1902, and some scholars of American English suggest that Gook itself found usage during the same conflict. If so, Gook developed among troops who were probably connecting contempt for natives with contempt for promiscuous women and for poor people generally. An 1893 citation from 117. Slang and its analogues finds Gooks to be tarts and particularly camp-following prostitutes or barrack hacks, catering to the army. A 1914 source similarly defines Gook as a tramp, low. Another explanation, and it is surely preferable to think of the various possible sources of ethnic slurs as overlapping rather than as alternatives, is that Gook developed from Gugu, which, as Stuart Flexner suggests, may have been a mocking imitation of Filipino speech. If so, the origins would square with the roughly contemporaneous Spic, the derivation of which, H. L. Mencken held, came from Spanish speakers' alleged attempts to say that they did not speak English. One account from the 1930s specifically identifies Gooks on language grounds as Spanish speakers. Finally, the use of Gook in the Philippines had a specifically racial dimension, with the term applied particularly to those natives who had no mixture of European blood, a particularly despised, or pitted, category that imperialists freely predicted would die out as progress occurred. By the 1920s, Gooks were French and Creole-speaking Black Haitians and Spanish-speaking Nicaraguans. Marines, as we have seen, made the Haitians into Gooks. They also, after the 1926 invasion of Nicaragua, were responsible for so naming natives there. Into the 1930s in Costa Rica, Gugu described the citizenry, at least to Americans. Such a term, in the Philippines or Latin America, could hardly have failed to conjure up an image of an infantilized subject population. During World War II, the identity of the Gook expanded again. The West Coast's brilliant amateur student of language, Peter T. Imoni, took notes on radio commentator Dean Dickinson's 1943 comments on Gook, the Marines' word for natives everywhere but especially for Arabs. The latter of Dickinson's conclusions is likely closer to the mark than the former. Natives of France, or of Britain, or of Holland, were not Gooks, but people of color were. In particular, the mainly Arab population of North Africa acquired the status of Gook. Indeed, the usage spread to French colonialists so that, even a decade after the war, panicked settlers reacted to Algeria's national liberation struggle by indiscriminately slaughtering villagers in gook hunts. In the Pacific, World War II witnessed the usage of gook to apply to peoples far beyond the Philippines. Neither was coming from a nation supporting the U.S. nor from an American territory, proof against being called a gook. At the war's end, extensive riots between servicemen and natives erupted in Hawaii. Life commented in November 1945 that the rioting servicemen saw their enemies as gooks, that stupid, dirty lower strata of Honolulu citizen. The San Francisco News explained to a California audience that same month that gook was a Hawaii serviceman's name, roughly the equivalent to the mainland zoot suitor, the latter term describing the stylishly dressed Latinos and blacks who were often 118. The victims of mob violence stateside. When the Korean War followed fast on the heels of World War II, gook quickly named Korean friend and foe in that conflict. And communism and racism mixed promiscuously. A 1950 San Francisco News headline blared, "Hills are lousy with gooks," before the subhead read, "Mortars keep Yanks pinned down." One source cited South Korean soldiers fighting alongside Americans as calling North Koreans gooks. But it is unlikely that many Koreans saw the term as anti-communist rather than racist. Although one San Francisco Examiner report from 1950 maintained that gook was soldiers' slang for almost any non-American, there is so far no evidence that non-American whites in the United Nations force in Korea were so called. On the other hand, so prevalent was the reference to Koreans as gooks that in September 1950 General Douglas MacArthur directed that the use of the term be discontinued because it gave aid and comfort to the enemy by opening the U.S. commitment to democratic ideals to question. Although one October 1953 newspaper account optimistically held that gook has disappeared from the GI vocabulary, the word use certainly continued quite prominently after MacArthur's pronouncement. Life's December 1951. A Marine tells what Korea is really like, for example, is littered with casual references to gooks. That Vietnam followed Korea with no other sustained U.S. interventions between solidified the modern meaning of gook as an Asian. Clearly, the American command during the Vietnam fighting did not effectively press MacArthur's campaign against use of the word. One of the most revealing of the countless such references to gooks came in a 1969 report by war correspondent Robert Kaiser entitled "The GIs and the Gooks." Kaiser wrote, in a sentence suggestive of how anti-Vietnamese racism drew on formulations as old as the Indian Wars, "The only good gook," it is said again and again on U.S. bases throughout Vietnam, "is a dead gook." The stark dehumanization of enemies in such a line reminds us that racism is not only a way to motivate fighters in wars of aggression but also that militarism has helped to foster racism. The frenetic gook-baiting that so many anti-war XGLs later reported as a feature of basic training during Vietnam was easily enough turned on, but, despite the remarkable, hard-won anti-racism developed by some soldiers, it was not always easily turned off on U.S. soil. For example, Steve Jacobs, a Missouri-based psychiatric nurse counseling veterans of Vietnam, challenges clients when they use gook to describe their enemies not just because the word is repugnant but because it signals a continuing denial to acknowledge the war's horrors and a holding on to pain. The 1991 U.S. imperial adventure in the Gulf came complete with references to Indian country as a military synonym for enemy territory. 119. My students tell me that the more gung-ho stateside supporters of the war referred to Arabs as sand niggers. The combination of racism, imperialism, and war produces hideous things, including words. Those who would champion ethnic civility must oppose such barbarisms, and not just at the level of language. Note: this article was made possible by the late Peter Timoni's research notes on gook in the University of Missouri-Columbia's Western Historical Manuscripts collection and was written during the first days of the Gulf War. 120. 9. The Racial Crisis of American Liberalism. Andrew Hacker's Two Nations, Black and White, Separate, Hostile, Unequal indicts race relations in the contemporary U.S. as a system of what its publicity packet calls de facto apartheid. But its most chilling contribution to showing just how bad things are is an unwitting one. Unlike earlier liberal studies of racism, Two nations can only indict. Hacker sketches an apartheid system and adds, I wouldn't know where to begin, so far as strategies for changing it are concerned. The pessimism of two nations stands out especially when compared with the tradition of the liberal epics on race relations with which it identifies itself. Gunnar Myrdal's 1944 An American Dilemma, which Hacker counts as America's most notable book on race, PX1, matched two nations in its stark portrayal of black life and of the consistent betrayals of the American creed of equality by whites. But Myrdal stressed the tension between an overarching American commitment to justice and the brutalities of white supremacy. He saw room for progress and offered policy prescriptions with that end in view. Two Nations takes its title and subtitle from a combination of Disraeli's celebrated remark about the social distance between the rich and poor in Victorian England and the conclusion of the 1968 report of the U.S. National Advisory Commission on Civil Disorders, Our nation is moving toward two societies, one black, one white, separate and unequal. But the 1968 report also offered plans to combat inequality. Newsweek's laudatory review of Two Nations illustrates how different Hacker's approach is. The review features his photograph with the apt caption "A bleak diagnosis and no prescription." Though it is striking and sobering that Hacker could write, and reviewers could unproblematically praise, a study that posits a more or less 121 unchallenged and unchallengeable apartheid system in the U.S., his despair is hardly unique among American liberals. The old grounds for hope for racial justice have fled. Although African American support for organized labor remains high and trade union leadership is more integrated than in the past, the traditional black and white, unite and fight strategies of struggle suffer from the burdensome history of labor racism and the fact that the unions themselves have been decimated and shorn of both vision and social power. Two Nations makes virtually no mention of trade unions, either as vehicles for transforming society or even as factors shaping African American job prospects. The dream that integrated education would automatically produce racial harmony similarly stands discredited, both because of alleged failures of integration and, more broadly, because the perceived collapse of the educational system itself. Expanded job opportunities seemed a panacea in 1968 and seem an impossibility in the no-growth 90s. However, Hacker's study differs from those of the many liberals who share his gloom regarding race. He does not follow most liberals in arguing that we need to minimize emphasis on racial inequality and to turn instead to the practical task of building raceless coalitions to address economic growth and educational reform, which too many liberals see as prior and practical issues as opposed to the impossibilities of anti-racist political action. For example, Hacker writes eloquently of Republican electoral successes resting on the fit between the self-conscious whiteness of voters and the Republican Party's willingness to have itself regarded as a white party, p. 102. He proposes no counter-strategy. Thomas and Mary Edsall's influential analysis of race and contemporary politics, Chain Reaction, meanwhile approvingly quotes a description of a representative group of white Democrats turned Reagan supporters as people for whom African Americans constitute the explanation for nearly everything that has gone wrong, and for whom virtually all progressive symbols and themes have been redefined in racial and pejorative terms. They propose that the Democrats downplay appeals to special interests, for example, racial justice. In both cases, the diagnoses are bleak, but while Hacker offers no prescriptions, the Edsalls prescribe a deft sidestepping of the issue of race. Given these choices, I would confess a preference for Hacker's refusal, as one reviewer has put it, to pencil in upbeat final chapters over the notion that the pale populism of a Bill Clinton will start a process that builds a class coalition that in turn will ameliorate racial oppression. However, the choices need not be so limited. We ought to be able to learn from Hacker's unreconstructed racial liberalism without accepting its apoliticism and to criticize his assumptions without supposing that the left wing of the possible is located in the family rooms of Reagan Democrats. 122. While joining in the chorus of yeas which the book has so deservedly evoked, the great novelist Ralph Ellison wrote in his review of Myrdal's American Dilemma, it is also necessary to utter a lusty and simultaneous nay. Two Nations provokes the same divided response. On the one hand it provides a useful melange of information, and especially of statistical information, that debunks reigning myths concerning African Americans and crime, welfare, voting, and jobs. At a time when many liberals and a fair share of the left have shied away from support for affirmative action, Hacker offers a vigorous, commonsensical defense of partly race-based strategies to overcome partly race-based injustices. His central insight, that the story of race relations in the U.S. should focus on how white America has made being black so disconsolate an estate, p. 218, signals an unwillingness to blame the victim and places him in the best of the anti-racist liberal tradition. But the same line also signals why that tradition is in ruins and why we should say nay to the overall message of Hacker's study even as we applaud individual sections within it. Failing to see anything but disconsolation in the African American experience, and failing to see that on some levels whites know better than that, Hacker can offer no substantive grounds for hope that racial oppression can be fought. The inability of not only Hacker, but also American liberalism generally to keep hope alive influences the very structure of two nations. Pitching his argument defensively to a white audience, Hacker organizes his work around a series of debunkings of popular myths about African Americans. In comparison with Myrdal or the National Advisory Commission, his work is quite limited. Two Nations is a short book and one based on the drawing together of other researchers' data, not the generation of new research. Where Hacker does provide startling new interpretations, too often a laborious check of the ill-designed citations reveals that the assertion is unsupported. For example, he argues, without citation and despite voluminous documentation to the contrary by the Boston-based Center for the Study of Sport and Society's Studies of Racism and Athletics, that members of professional teams are all, obviously hired on merit, p. 121. Similarly, the interesting assertion that very few white Americans have ever set foot inside a black family's home, p. 21, turns out to rest on no cited evidence. And how would one document the bizarre contention that African Americans sense that much that is black is missing in artists like Toni Morrison and Paul Robeson? p. 40. Even so, there is much to applaud in Hacker's gathering of statistical material to dismantle myths. He shows, for example, that the typical welfare mother is as likely to be white as black, that in half of all cases her family receives aid for less than 2 years and that 43.2% of the time she has only one child and 30.6% of the time, just two. MORE 123. Over, he adds, most single mothers are not on welfare, but in fact hold full-time jobs, pages 86-7. Hacker likewise carefully demolishes the myth that affirmative action has exercised a strong negative influence on white male job and education opportunities. He deflates the notion that a privileged generation of African American affirmative action babies has moved up with uncommon speed economically. Black male attorneys between the ages of 35 and 45, for example, make only $790 for each $1,000 made by their white counterparts. Hacker excels especially at presenting provocative statistics, in either tables or prose, with little commentary. He demonstrates, for example, that recent rape victims identify their assailants as white in 2/3 to more than 3/4 of cases, depending on the sources used. He adds that in close to half of rape arrests, the subject is black, pages 182-3. But structuring a book around the statistical puncturing of racist mythology has its clear dangers as well. These myths set the book's agenda and sometimes leave Hacker arguing narrowly and rather pleadingly that African American life is not so pathological or degraded as has been thought. The lamentable detail Hacker lavishes on discussion of African American scores on standardized achievement tests is a perfect example of this problem. Penetrating points on the cultural biases and limited usefulness of the tests drown in numbers and graphs. Nor does Hacker avoid being trapped at times in variants of the myths he attacks. As Michaela de Leonardo's withering critique of Two Nations has shown, this is particularly the case where gender is concerned. Hacker argues, here following rather than challenging popular fashion, that black women are catching up to white society as black men are not, and that by one measure black women have caught up in income. But the comparisons are always with white women, and the fact that African American women still earn just 62% of what African American men earn gets lost in the shuffle. Registered trademark that Hacker stands out among popularly publicized academic writers on race reflects his own modest but real contributions, the generally abysmal state of the art, and the extent to which stronger critiques of popular race lore among whites have been marginalized. Sociological and anthropological accounts of the black underclass have done so much to legitimate such race lore that even the best of recent studies often fight over poorly and dishonestly mapped terrain. As the political scientist Adolph Reed has acutely observed, since the late 1970s, there have been on average, no fewer than 3 books and scores of popular, middlebrow, and faux scholarly articles published annually on the underclass and its sordid and defective ways, all repeating the same vicious idiocies and all claiming to break courageously with the silence imposed by sentimental liberals and defensive blacks' censorship. 124. The works of Reed and essays by Julianne Malveaux, Mac Jones, and Charles P. Henry in James Jennings's fine collection Race, Politics, and Economic Development, for example, challenge the underclass/race lore arguments much more thoroughly than Hacker does, but, alas, to far fewer readers. Most important, the reactive nature of Two Nations does not allow Hacker to question whether being black really is so disconsolate an estate. Hacker not only reacts to white racism but assumes that African American life is merely a panoply of reactions to, if not agonizings over, oppression by whites. Here too Ellison's commentary on Myrdal wears all too well as criticism of Hacker. But can a people, Ellison asks, live and develop over 300 years simply by reacting? He continues. Men have made a way of life in caves and upon cliffs, why cannot Negroes have made a life upon the horns of the white man's dilemma? That way of life is missing in Two Nations, with Hacker's imagination failing especially when it looks at, or fails to look at, what African American youth, particularly young single mothers, and working class people have created, not just out of their oppression but also out of their activity and reflection. Hip-hop music and poetry, for example, is discussed in 3 lines and only as evidence of misogyny. There is no sense in Hacker's work that masses of African Americans are still answering and even increasingly answering the question of who wills to be African American with the same assurance as Ellison, I do. Nor is there any sense of the extent to which, or the levels on which, many so-called white Americans question whether they want to be white. Hacker at once holds that most whites sincerely consider themselves to be the victims of reverse discrimination and that no white American would change places with even the most successful black American, p. 131. If both these assertions contain elements of truth, the second is clearly overstated. Racial consciousness among whites is fascinatingly complex and deserving of sustained attention. In any case, the development by whites of the race lore Hacker discredits must be explained if we are to assess whether debunking has a realistic chance of changing attitudes. Two Nations is most reticent in its discussion of whiteness, especially in contrast to its volubility on the question of what it is like to be black. It offers useful, fugitive hints that consciousness of being white is an insubstantial substitute for living a real life, calling whiteness an artifact, p. 217. It shows excellent taste in briefly quoting parts of James Baldwin's penetrating account of the way in which whiteness took shape as the white man's unadmitted and apparently, to him, unspeakable private fears and longings were projected onto the Negro. But these observations fill but perhaps 2 pages in good-sized book. The pathology under debate for Hacker is that alleged to exist in African America, not that which 125. Formed the very idea of a white America. Because of his assumption that race equals blackness, Hacker does not see the tremendous, often superficial, but also at times deep, attraction to non-white cultures and the increasing suspicion of the emptiness of whiteness among white American youth. Hacker cannot imagine the redemptive possibilities Baldwin did when he hoped that the white man might yet become a part of that suffering and dancing country that he now watches wistfully. In concluding his 1944 essay on Myrdal, Ellison observed, "What is needed, is not an exchange of pathologies but a change in the basis of society. This is a job which both Negroes and whites must perform together. In Negro culture there is much of value for America as a whole. What is needed are Negroes to take it and create of it the uncreated consciousness of their race. In doing so they'll do far more, they'll create a more human America. Culturally, if not politically, the U.S. has moved considerably in the direction mapped by Ellison in the half-century since he wrote those lines. The process is neither pretty nor even. A fair share of those white kids you see with Malcolm X t-shirts still have Confederate flag belt buckles. But what Baldwin called the lie of whiteness is on the run, and precisely because of the creations in fiction, music, film, dance, social criticism, speech, fashion, and everyday life of people of color. This process is not easily reduced to statistics, least of all to election results, but it decidedly is a ground for the hope currently absent among American liberals. Gaining a hearing for Black-White Unity, Covington Hall and the Complexities of Race, Gender, and Class. On a 1913 organizing campaign in Roediger, Louisiana, Ed Lehman faced the familiar problem of a white worker who refused to join the Union because it took in niggers. In a masterful example of soapbox oratory, Lehman drew the racist worker into an exchange which entertained the assembled crowd. "There is not a nigger in the Union," Lehman said in the quiet voice which street speakers often used early in their performances to ward off hoarseness and to encourage listeners to move forward and pay close attention. "The hell there ain't," came the reply. "Not one," Lehman insisted. "Well, what in the hell is Gaines, if he ain't a nigger?" asked the racist, seeking to clinch the argument by referring to a black member of the Industrial Workers of World IWW, one whose release on a bombing charge growing out of the Maryville lumber strike. "Yes," Lehman granted, "he is black as the ace of spades, but he isn't a nigger." Surely the racist's voice was raised by this point. What the devil is he then? It was just the question Lehman wanted, and he shot back, "He is a man, a Union man, an IWW a man. And he has proven it by his action, which is more than you have done in all your boss-sucking life." Lehman finished his transformation of the discussion from racial division to class and gender unity by observing, "There are white men, Negro men, and Mexican men in this union, but no niggers, greasers, or white trash." We know about this splendid exchange because of the writings of Covington Hall, the poet, humorist, and fellow worker with Lehman in the organization of the IWW-affiliated Brotherhood of Timber Workers, BTW, in Louisiana and Texas. Hall recorded Lehman's exploits in an especially vivid section of Labor Struggles in the Deep South, his superb unpublished work of history and reminiscence. He credited Lehman with 127. A breakthrough in organizing. The assertion that all real men were for the Union, he wrote, spread all over the lumber country. That the rank and file adopted Lehman's language and logic had a tremendous effect in countering the boss's efforts to stir up race prejudice in a Louisiana industry in which, according to the 1910 census, 49.2% of timber workers and 64% of saw and planing mill laborers were African Americans. If Lehman pioneered in the formulation of the argument that no niggers but only men were found in radical unions, Hall was its popularizer. Editing the Lumberjack, later Voice of the People, in 1913 and 1914 as the integrated BTW reached its height of 20,000 members, he immediately took up Lehman's language. As early as March 6, 1913 he offered the following definitions in the Lumberjack: Negro, a man, a Union man, an IWW. Nigger, a dirty scab, a company sucker. Over the next year Hall's papers drove the same point home consistently with even cartoons enjoining, "Let all white men and Negro men get on the same side of this rotten log." Indeed, although this article concentrates on the years of 1913 and 1914 in Louisiana and East Texas, Hall may have carried Lehman's words across decades and state lines. The Southern Tenant Farmers Union, STFU, repopularized the phrasing of Lehman in answering racists during interracial organizing in Arkansas and Missouri in the 1930s, echoing him almost verbatim, minus the mention of the IWW, of course. The reminiscences of H. L. Mitchell, a leader and historian of the STFU, suggest that the formulation had the same galvanizing impact on black-white unity in Arkansas and Missouri as Hall claimed for it in Louisiana and Texas. It is of course possible that Lehman's example survived in popular memory, or that an STFUer hit upon the same logic and wording as Lehman independently. However, it is worth noting that Hall was teaching at Arkansas's left-wing Commonwealth College in the 1930s, and that both Hall and John D. Rust, his former associate at Louisiana's New Llano Cooperative Experiment, were gurus to younger STFU activists. Hall could really make things clear, Mitchell recalled in a 1988 interview in which he mused that Hall's fascinating and didactic stories were much like the ones he himself had taken to telling young people in older age. Whether one such story told by Hall to STFUers, or by Hall to Rust to STFUers, concerned Ed Lehman breakthrough at Roediger must remain a matter of speculation. In any case, both the great early 20th century Southern experiments in black-white labor unity, those of the IWW/BTW and the STFU, justified their egalitarianism in the same way. Lehman's words, popularized by Hall, therefore echo over the decades and through the writings of historians searching for a usable Southern past. Hall's seemingly modern, or perhaps postmodern, appreciation of the 128 power of language typified early IWW writing. The Union's press regularly featured poems, puns, neologisms and pointed redefinitions of important terms. From reprints of Jack London's rollicking essay in definition, What is a Scab?, to small, bottom-of-the-column fillers proposing a new meaning for boss or wage slave, the WW papers connected the task of remaking the world with that of redefining it and made workers talk and hear differently. When T-Bone Slim, surely the IWW's and perhaps the nation's most linguistically playful writer, held, wherever you find injustice, the proper form of politeness is attack, or when Joe Hill dubbed the Salvation Army the Starvation Army, they aimed to shake established certainties even at the level of language. For T-Bone Slim, this activity mattered even if the words involved had no immediate political import. Juice, he wrote, is stranger than friction. Leading students of American speech, from H. L. Mencken to Peter Timony to Archie Green, have therefore concentrated on the WW5 Wobblies took their words seriously in part because they had to do so. Often highly educated, autodidactically and by each other, they talked for long stretches in the bunkhouses of mining and lumber camps, on the job, in boxcars carrying hobos, and in circles surrounding the kettles and coffee pots of soup kitchens and union halls. Such environments produced a number of worker intellectuals who connected the search for a new society with new ways of naming the old. Hall displayed a special concern with the use and redefinition of words and with the ways white Southern workers spoke and heard. As the veteran anarchist Esther Dolgoff put it in her reminiscences, Hall spoke the Southern workers' language, their idioms, their accent, their colloquialisms. His substantial efforts as an organizer and as perhaps the most prolific labor poet of his time, not to mention his work as an insurance salesman, doubtless honed this attention to language. His emphasis on developing a republic of the imagination led to the embellishment of what he heard. Nonetheless, at least in comparison with T-Bone Slim, Hall was not wildly playful in his use of language. He tended not so much to invent new words as to pick up, popularize and recast in purposeful ways existing Southern expressions. His papers featured not only steady use of Lehman's new language of race and labor, but also redefinitions of rebels, slaves, mothers of Dixie and even Klansmen. Hall's politically charged recasting of language raises a serious question as to whether his, and Lehman's, new and improved Southern discourse represented an indigenous response to white Southern experiences or merely an opportunistic playing with words by radicals who did not in fact share the values of white workers in the region. A letter from the IWW organizer and historian Fred W. Thompson provides an apt point of entry into this question. Thompson, a friend of Hall's from the TME. 129. Both taught at Minnesota's Work People's College during the Great Depression, objected to the inadequate treatment of Hall's Southern identity in one of my early essays on Hall's poetry. The essay viewed Hall's Southernness as the product of attempts to preserve a sense of personal heritage, but Thompson saw it shaped at least as much by virtue of its being a tool in mobilizing Southern workers. He was a Southerner and had no intention of apologizing for it. His sense of self-respect, and respect for his people and roots, made him boast his Southernness, just as Black is Beautiful did for others later. He integrated this view with the populist perception that Wall Street was milking the South and West, and with the obvious Union practicality of uniting black and white against the employer. His audience consisted of fellow Southerners, whose prejudices he could best combat by advising them not to fall for the game of Northern capitalists. The virtue of Thompson's assessment is that it allows that Hall both acted out of a genuine commitment to white Southern values and traditions and sought in every possible way to turn those values and traditions to his own purposes. Indeed, had Hall's new language been conceived in cynicism, it is most doubtful that it could have achieved the real, if limited, popular resonance it enjoyed. Only by seeing Hall as writing both within and against the Southern grain can we come to grips with the paradox which runs through his, and Lehman, innovations in Southern language. On the one hand, Hall's mission was to demystify Dixie by showing it as a class society. But on the other hand, every attempt to do so invoked categories redolent of race, gender, and regional identities: nigger scabs, rebel women, white men, company suckers, real men, white trash, and so on. Thus even the most popular attempt at a materialist language describing the Southern social structure could not get along without race and gender as pivotal social categories. Proposals to do so were present, at least where race was concerned, but they found few takers. Phineas Eastman, another wobbly leader of the Southern lumber organizing drive, urged workers in 1912 to please stop calling the colored man nigger. The tone some use is an insult, much less the word. Call him Negro if you must refer to his race, but fellow worker is the only form of salutation a rebel should use. However, the Lehman/Hall approach, which sought to redefine existing Southern words like nigger in terms of manliness, rather than to replace such words, persisted during the lumber wars to an extent that Eastman's more purely class-based discourse could not. Some modern readers will prefer Eastman's logic as better grounded in 130. Morality and/or surer about the centrality of class. Others will contrast the failure of Eastman's language to catch on with the brief success of Hall's in literally gaining a hearing from white Southern male workers. The latter readers may praise Hall for a pragmatic populism that did not attempt to insist on a pure, essentialist class consciousness but instead built upon the existing consciousness of flesh and blood workers. Some may even see him as almost a premature post-structuralist radical, fashioning reversals in meaning via skillful reading and turning of symbols. While I greatly admire Hall, he belongs with A. Philip Randolph, Lucy Randolph Mason, Isaac Myers, Nat Turner, Vincent St. John and Albert Parsons at the front rank of Southern-born labor leaders. The purpose of this article's close examination and contextualization of his language of race, class, and gender is neither to praise nor to condemn. Instead, it is to use his proximity to the Southern white, male working-class worldview during the period between Reconstruction and World War I to look anew at that worldview as well as at Hall by skipping promiscuously and often from Hall to the broader picture. Southern values and traditions, along with the South's curious patchwork of occupational color bars and relatively integrated workplaces, opened space in which a son of Dixie like Hall could attempt to fashion a radical new manly language of race designed to promote class unity. But the shell of the old society in which Hall and other labor radicals attempted to build the new one, had its distinct chambers of gender and race, as well as of class. These imposed limits on the imagination of even a Covington Hall. If, as one historian has argued, the BTW leadership learned to struggle inside the racist vocabulary of the region, it was not easy to get back out, especially when issues of opening new job categories to black workers arose. Escape by way of a heightened emphasis on gender carried its own problems. Ultimately, there was no class consciousness, here or elsewhere in the industrializing U.S., which was not also race and gender consciousness as well. For that reason, this highly experimental essay is an attempt to treat race, class, and gender in what Tara Hunter has aptly called their simultaneity, although many individual sections lapse into discussion only two of the three factors. registered trademark. Hall, white workers, and gender. The personal, the political, and the paternal. Evaluating Hall's central role in popularizing a new language of labor, race, and gender among Southern workers is complicated by the fact that, although the region's most famous IWW member, he was not himself working class. At various junctures in his ill-documented life, Hall was 131. Unemployed, an insurance agent, a lawyer, an editor, a publicist, an organizer, a poet, and a professor. Hall sometimes received the improbable title of Reverend when introduced during the Lumber Wars, although his combination of militant free thought and what would now be called liberation theology makes it quite unlikely that he ever had a church. Neither his memoirs nor other sources show Hall as a wage worker for extended periods. Coming from a patrician background, he suffered immiseration and often lived in dire poverty, but he was not proletarianized. Hall tended to draw his attitudes from two worlds, neither of which he was fully part of. Though without wealth, he grew up within the traditions of the Southern elite, which could at times justify its hesitant racial liberalism on the grounds of a paternal fondness for, and duty towards, blacks. He was more enduringly conversant with the world of the Southern white working class, which justified its own hesitant challenges to Jim Crow on extremely hard-headed, pragmatic grounds. Although the racial paternalism of the elite marked his poetry, Hall managed to put it aside when he wrote agitational labor journalism. On the other hand, the paternalist gender politics which the elite and white masses of the South shared, though with varying emphases, ran through both Hall's poetry and his prose, and, as this section emphasizes, undergirded Hall's attempts to create a language and a practice of biracial class unity. Registered trademark. Hall's youth ensured a sharp concern for paternal values. Born in Woodville, Mississippi in 1871, Hall descended on both sides from prominent planter families. His father, a Presbyterian minister, soon separated from his mother, with the result that Hall grew up living with a half-uncle, Ammi Woods, in the Bayou Terrebonne in the Louisiana Sugar Bowl region. After the death of the treasured Ammi, Hall would sign many of his poems. Kovama. He watched as an adolescent when the Knights of Labor mounted a stirring integrated strike in the sugar industry. As the strike unraveled, some white knights joined with a local militia unit which, at Thibodaux, invaded churches and other buildings in which evicted black strikers had massed. Perhaps 30 African Americans were massacred. Hall's memoirs credited estimates as high as 600 dead and noted that Thibodaux was by no means the only scene of carnage. The memoir clearly connected this tragedy with the personal losses Hall experienced at about the same time, noting its proximity to the death of Ammi Woods and its role in leading to the loss of the Woods family plantation, Rural Retreat, in a foreclosure and sheriff's auction in 1891. The latter link rested on the fact that Rodney Woods, an uncle of Hall's who operated the plantation, had given in to the sugar strikers' demand in order to preserve his cane crop. He thereby compounded the family's social and economic problems by securing a reputation as disloyal to his class. 132. Thus Hall lost the opportunity to apply the paternalist values with which he had been raised at just the TME when he became a man. Hall's best poem, Us the Hobos and Dreamers, called on the Southern masses to rebel with the fierce and frenzied fury of a fatherhood denied. He had ample reasons to invoke such an image. Of his own family, he wrote, I have seen my father lying on his deathbed like a beast, in his poverty forsaken, he a Southern soldier priest. In his poetry Hall showed great concern with family lines. He was, by Oscar Ameringer's reckoning, the handsomest young man in New Orleans and a formidable rival in courting young women. Yet Hall apparently neither married legally nor had children. The loss of Uncle Ammi and of Rural Retreat, amidst the class and race war of 1887, denied Hall a father and the opportunity to act in the paternal style of the Southern elite. His poetry and his activities as a leader of the Sons of the Confederacy, the first word of which surely explains his passion for the organization as much as the last, hankered for what might have been, personally and politically. This hankering bonded Hall to recently proletarianized male workers in and beyond the Piney Woods. Often reared in patriarchal farm or artisan households, such workers faced difficulty in securing the resources necessary to raise a family and often spent lengthy periods as migrant, single workers. When they did marry, they generally remained wage workers who could not appeal, as their fathers did, to male status as unbossed producers to ground their authority at home. Amidst this crisis in masculinity, the male role as a breadwinner whose wages protected his family received greater emphasis within the working class. Unions, as Joy Parr's superb study of Canadian furniture workers suggests, both reflected and forwarded this change, which dramatically shifted the balance among the roles by which male workers could define their worth as men towards providing and away from producing. Hall's exhortation to be a man, therefore implied not just union militancy but a union militancy which, as a BIW leaflet put it, made Wobblies able to earn a family wage and to keep their old mothers, their wives, and their babies from hunger. Indeed, working-class manhood was a particularly supercharged topic in the South generally and in Louisiana particularly, as significant numbers of black workers were migrants, as a fair share of white workers in particular still had, or had very recently lost, tenuous claim on nearby farms and a more traditional patriarchal existence, as white men dealt with the heritage of Civil War defeat, and as black men, and a considerable percentage of whites, lost the citizenship rights that had given symbol and substance to male power. Hall's poetry and his labor journalism took full advantage of the drama attached to these gender issues, often using the threat that all trees might be felled to stand in for threats to masculinity in the industrializing South. 133. Racial paternalism versus redneck double consciousness. Not surprisingly, Hall's poetry also featured a strongly nostalgic racial paternalism, focusing on his black uncles, his mammy, and his own, lost, alleged responsibilities for taking care of plantation hands. His racial poems were almost always cloying and poor. If, as a great black critic put it at the time, dialect poetry suffered from having only two stops: pathos and humor, Hall's attempts to write in black dialect had only the former. The ill treatment of language in a work like Old Ned M'Dian may have stemmed in part from the fact that Hall was a monotone and heard black speech less than well. But what could excuse Good Oi Pete, in which the minstrel like Slowfoot Sam meets St. Peter and in which dialect consists of spelling from as from and rendering likewise as Laquas? Certainly the jittery postscript that all the Slowfoot Sams are not black and yellow-skinned. Quite a few are white supremacy Democrats, mitigates little when the stereotypical and faithless rendering of black speech is compared to Hall's practice of having Southern whites almost always speak in standard English. In Hall's most embarrassing racial verse, condescending dialect was not the problem, but paternalist sentiments were. Revealingly titled, My Nero Mammy Son, it includes, I don't want to see him crushed, my dear old mammy son, the boy I played with long ago, whose China's marbles I often won, who stood with me in many fights in old plantation days, whose heart was true and loyal in 1,000 different ways. I don't want to see him crushed, his black face scarred with grief, his sorrows made unending, or his pleasures few and brief. And for his sake an Aryan pleads with Aryans today to rise in Aryan manhood and drive the wolves away. Hall could manage only the lamest defense of this poem when Joseph Etter objected to it in the WW Journal Solidarity with the criticism that a sentimental projection of the Negro is not revolutionary, it is condescension. In his agitational journalism, Hall gave full play to more or less conventional, paternal views on gender and portrayed many of his ideas in terms of inspirations derived from the rebel fathers and granddads. However, in the practical world of revolutionary labor organization there was simply no place for the kind of racial paternalism that had its appeals among the elite. Hall's journalistic arguments for white workers cooperating with black workers came to be as hard-headed and unsentimental as his racial poetry was saccharine. The organizing tasks he faced, and the CON 134 constituency he courted, guaranteed as much. Race relations at the bottom of postbellum Southern society generated little sentimentality but some variety. While the biracial labor unity in lumbering and longshore in Louisiana stuck out as exceptional within a generally bleak early 20th century picture, such cooperation was part of a substantial tradition going back to Reconstruction. As Harold Barron has written, it was actually more common in the South than in the North for black workers to hold a position so strong in particular industries that unions had to take them into account. Because of demography and perhaps because of the precocity of the North in developing a specifically white workerist consciousness, Dixie hosted most American experiments in biracial unionism before 1919. The Knights of Labor, the organization of the New Orleans waterfront, coal mining unionism in Alabama and the BIW were the most spectacular such experiments. More modest local cooperation and unity in individual trades added to a durable tradition which, in some areas, survived the lowest points in Southern race relations. If we count, as some historians have, populism as a labor mobilization, black-white working class unity attracted Southerners by the hundreds, rather than tens, of thousands. On the other hand, many of the scores of U.S. hate strikes against employing black workers between 1865 and 1914 also occurred in the South, and experiments in biracialism were often contradictory and fragile. For example, although the National Labor Union, NLV, and its Southern affiliates began Reconstruction-era efforts at joint work with the Colored National Labor Union, CNLU, Baltimore's white waterfront workers united across lines of craft to push black ship caulkers, whom NLU leader Isaac Myers had helped to organize, out of their jobs. NLU biracialism ran a very short course and, near its demise, the Union entertained proposals to deport blacks from the Southern white rights agitator, Hinton Rowan Helper. Similarly, the sad decline of the Knights of Labor saw that Union, which had attracted such loyal support from black Southern members, resolve in favor of emigration of African Americans as a solution to white workers' problems. Registered trademark. Even the remarkable biracial cooperation on the New Orleans waterfront suffered through a terrible hiatus in the 1890s. That city's general strike in 1892 marked what Eric Arneson has called the climax of Gilded Age solidarity. Less than 2 years later, white Union men used both the strike and the riot to try to drive black crewmen and longshoremen from the docks. While economic cycles, racist initiatives by white supremacy Democrats and successes of employers in exacerbating racial divisions helped to account for such crazy quilt patterns of biracialism and hate, it is important to emphasize that white Southern workers were not just manipulated into racism. Their consciousness was a double one that constantly pulled 135. Them towards urgent insistence on their whiteness and toward a questioning of whether their class grievances did not outweigh their racial privileges. The use of the word redneck tells much about this double consciousness. By 1900, redneck had come into use as a name applied by the better class of people to the poorer white inhabitants of the rural districts of the South. The Oxford English Dictionary's 1989 characterization of the word as originally, and still often, derogatory captures the tone with which elite whites used the word but misses the extent to which rednecks created their own identities. Southern journalists Billy Bowles and Reamer Tyson trace redneck to the style of headgear adopted by poor whites in the wake of the emancipation of the slaves. Noting that ex-slaves wore broad-brimmed straw hats when working outdoors, such rural whites opted for narrow-brimmed wool headgear in the fields to set themselves apart. The Southern Sun ensured rednecks for working whites who made such a choice. But if rednecks and wool hats signaled important changes in white racial formation in the South, they also heralded critical developments in class feeling. The wool hat boys, whose headwear harkened back to that identified with Jacksonian Democrats, vigorously participated in populist politics, underpinning, for example, the successes of Georgia's Tom Watson, who vigorously championed the unity of black sheep and white sheep against the fleecers of the world before turning to pitting the white poor against blacks. Redneck itself at times expressed a fragile impetus toward class feeling across racial lines. A 1935 article in American Speech defined the term as any honest working man, but, more specifically, one who belongs to a labor union or sympathizes with union men in a strike. The latter meaning specifically reflected the practice of union miners who tied red bandanas over their necks to develop a non-racial redneck identity and who sang during strikes, "Rednecks, keep them scabs away." So strong was the association of labor radicalism with the term that radical, often communist, National Miners' Union agitators in Appalachia in the early years of the Great Depression were slurred as rednecks, with the term roughly connoting Bolshevism. The consciousness of the redneck thus took shape both against images of the straw hat black and of the silk hat rich. That there is such a stark difference in symbolism between the wool hat redneck and the red bandana one does not mean that the individual white worker irrevocably chose to identify with one image or the other. The wool hat boy, in that he chose hot and not very protective headgear to prove himself different from blacks, might serve as a textbook case of self-defeating white working class racism. The non-racial red bandana redneck symbolizes a quite different logic. However, as the about-face of Tom Watson and his followers on race illustrates, white consciousness of 136. Race and class was both fluid and contradictory. On the one hand, being white did offer benefits in politics, in education, on the job and even in the ability to get into a park or theater. The performance of nigger work and the consequent association, real or symbolic, with African Americans opened whites to harder driving, increased danger, and stepped-up economic exploitation *. Moreover, as Patrick Huber has shown, the use of such terms as redneck and hillbilly by elite Southerners placed the very whiteness of poor whites at issue, with elite spokespersons often referring to these groups as genetically inferior and as of a different color. In Halls, Louisiana, the question of whether Italian Americans, slow learners of Jim Crow, were white was sharply contested in the 1890s, as were at times the positions of Coonascajuns and the fine, fluctuating line between white and black Creoles. In the last of these cases, as Virginia Dominguez' perceptive white by definition demonstrates, acceptance of colored jobs served to heighten the fear of being cast, as non-white. Most tellingly, the very term red bones, used to describe many of the poor in the Piney Woods, Louisiana timber region, bespoke the ways in which racial classification was the product of social struggle. On the one hand, the word applied to small groups of isolated folk whose ancestry was said to be traced to the early presence and mixture of Indians, white fugitives, and escaped slaves in the region. On the other hand, it was also more broadly applied to many who considered themselves white and who considered red bones to be a fighting word *. At the same time, the common experiences of poor black and white workers and farmers with credit merchants and employers with poverty and slights, and, after 1890, with political disfranchisement, could cheapen the wages of whiteness and send white workers to look for their red bandanas. The wool hat boy could mock the way that elite Democrats ruled by manipulating white supremacy, as the People's Party paper did in 1892. The argument against the independent political movement in the South may be boiled down into one word: nigger. Fatal word. Why, for 30 years before our war, did the North and South hate each other? Nigger. What brought disunion and war? Nigger. With what did Abraham Lincoln break the backbone of the Confederacy? Nigger. What impeded Reconstruction? Nigger. How did the Republicans rule the South for years after Appomattox? Nigger. 137. What has kept the South in a cast-iron straitjacket? Nigger. What will be the slogan of our old politicians until Gabriel calls them home? Nigger. Hall's task was to make sure that his constituency saw such a passage in terms of class justice and did not, like the wool hat redneck, take its moral to be that the problems of poor whites could only be addressed when blacks were removed from the world of politics, or of work. Surely those whites with an ongoing experience working alongside large numbers of African Americans were most likely to resist seeing their interests undermined by racial divisions. That mining, a highly integrated occupation, generated the red bandana as a non-racial symbol is no accident. Nor is it odd that the white workers of textile mill villages, protected in their poverty by color bars and often, as W. J. Cash observed, unfamiliar with blacks, took particularly quick and sharp offense when middle-class reformers seemed to treat mill people as a separate, less-than-white caste *. But even in biracial workplaces there were constant temptations to attempt to capitalize on whiteness and to shed the stigma of nigger work, whether by erecting full-color bars, by creating a structure of white and nigger jobs, or simply by participating in racial abuse degree at the turn of the century and beyond, boss remained so much a distinctively American English term that Sir Arthur Conan Doyle once referred to its use in a letter from Jack the Ripper as evidence that England's most famous mass murderer had spent time in the U.S. Independent-minded, self-consciously manly, and often newly proletarianized, Southern white male workers despised the idea of being bossed. However, after Reconstruction, boss also became a term by which virtually all Southern white men were called by virtually all blacks. Although initially blacks used boss somewhat assertively, to avoid saying master, the word became a badge of humiliation for freed people and of self-satisfaction for poor whites. Lillian Smith's brilliant Killers of the Dream argues intriguingly that the opportunities for poor white men in the South to be race and gender bosses sealed the bargain that kept them subservient to patrician whites. However, it is worth re-emphasizing that among white workers, such bossing could appear as paternalist, protective and benign only where gender, and not race, was concerned. *Registered trademark. Moreover, since the very bargain that made poor whites bosses also left them anxious regarding enslavement and emasculation, their consciousness remained a contradictory and, at least, double one. Covington Hall and others could capitalize on such fears as they encouraged white workers to confront their bosses. They could denounce the twinned evils of wage slavery and emasculation with considerable effect. What they could not do was to 138. Deny the importance of race or to sentimentalize racial divisions and hope to unionize white Southern males. Stomach equality and its context. Covington Hall and the BIW reflected, and faced, the double consciousness of poor whites in Louisiana and East Texas. Hall enjoyed particular success in organizing among the white farmers and sons of farmers from Louisiana's Wynn Parish, home to both Huey Long Sr. and Jr. and to strong populist and socialist movements. In a tantalizing unfinished section of his memoirs, the lineage-minded Hall contended that Huey Long Jr.'s men were the sons and successors of the veterans of the Louisiana lumber wars. Long Sr. had great success in mobilizing Democratic voters at the time of the BTW's organization. He did so through remarkably class-conscious appeals. There wants to be a revolution. I've seen this domination of capital, seen it for 70 years. What do these rich folks care for the poor man, he thundered in a Jeremiad often quoted by those emphasizing the radical populism of the Long family. Less often quoted is the policy goal that followed in his remarks, to get the niggers off our necks. Although poor rural whites in the timber region were as likely to be called redbones as rednecks, and although Italian BTW members were the only ones who appear to have used red bandanas as symbols of labor unity, Hall's constituents shared the double consciousness of the wool hat boys throughout the South. In such a situation, Hall wrote, the BTW acted pragmatically and never overcame race prejudice but did smother it and prevent opponents from using it. Although he often pointed to the need for radical labor to provide a vision, a dream or a republic of the imagination, Hall and his union emphasized only the immediate self-interest of white workers in a careful, bread and butter-based strategy to enroll whites in the biracial BTW. That strategy literally turned on winning men's hearts through their stomachs and the stomachs of their family members. The best example of the BIW's argument for biracialism came in a short play, signed by Skagg, in an early issue of the Lumberjack. Subtitled Union Men Bill Wouldn't Organize the Negro Until this highly didactic drama spelled out how the savvy white worker I am won the more backward bill to biracialism through a series of materialist lessons. I got 7 members to join the BITW and could have got more if I had taken the niggers that wanted to join, Bill begins. I am at once implicitly challenges Bill's language, referring to blacks supporting the Union as Negroes with that term being capitalized, as was done in neither the 139 mainstream nor the labor press at the time. Slowly the dialogue runs to nearly 150 lines of tiny type. Tom coaxes Bill into acknowledging that the Negro is a worker, who therefore potentially has power. When Tom asks, where would you sooner have that power, with us or against us? Bill learns a little more, though he still thinks harmony is better served by segregated locals. IAM's attempt to take Bill over this hurdle by arguing that strike strategy and union democracy cannot survive such separation meets with a serious objection when Bill asks with regard to mixed meetings, "Wouldn't that be social equality?" "No," OM replies, clinching the argument, "that would be stomach equality." Bill's conversion is complete. He announces that all of us have to come together the same way as we work before running off to enroll colored fellow workers into the BIW. Bill even agrees that it might be necessary to defy Jim Crow laws on behalf of stomach equality, if such laws interfere with biracial union meetings. Never in the whole catechismic exchange does Tom directly dispute Bill's views on white supremacy. Instead he smothers Bill's racism on practical grounds. Tom and Bill reprised much of the BTW's celebrated 1912 convention. ITWW leaders Hall and Big Bill Haywood persuaded white delegates at that convention to break from the union's segregated past and to hold biracial meetings, albeit with blacks on one side of the hall and whites on the other. Hall later recalled that he and Haywood had insisted, "If any arrests are made, all or none of us will go to jail, white and colored together." The authorities, who had threatened to use Jim Crow laws to prevent mixed union meetings, backed down and apparently accepted Hall's argument that the law required only separation within the meeting place. Bill's, that is, Haywood's transformation of the BTW set the stage for IAM's transformation of Bill. In both cases the logic was hard-headed. "You cannot possibly do business this way," Haywood emphasized. Other BTW leaders extended the argument, pointing out that alarmist talk of social equality was consciously spread by capitalists who opposed the union and who sought to sow disunity and to fool white men into valuing the hollow privilege of lynching damn niggers to obscure class and gender issues among whites by hiding the fact that capital worked white women and children to death. Registered trademark such emphasis on practical appeals to white workers and the refusal to be drawn into seemingly diversionary battles for social and political equality did not so much break new ground as they typified the most egalitarian ways in which the hesitant labor movement, North and South, conceptualized the inconsistently made case for black-white unity from the Civil War through World War I. Even the rare labor paper that did support full equality for African Americans, as did the Boston Daily Evening Voice during Reconstruction, necessarily cast its appeals in terms of 140. The interests of its largely white readership, asking, "How many kicks will be required to give workingmen the hint that colored labor is henceforth in competition with the white, and if the white will not lift the colored up, the colored will drag the white down?" National Labor Union leader William Silvis, who opposed social equality vehemently and on highly gendered grounds, writing of his disdain for whites whose daughters entertain young Negro gentlemen, was more stark in his evocation of white workers' economic self-interest as the basis of biracial trade union unity. "The time will come when the Negro will take possession of the shops if we have not taken possession of the Negro." The Knights of Labor, a rare trade union with a massive black membership during part of this period, often organized racially segregated assemblies in the South and paid a considerable price in white membership when it did not. When, during its 1886 convention in Richmond, some Knights raised questions as to the propriety of social segregation, the storm was fierce and the retreat clear. Grandmaster Workman Terence V. Powderly wrote to the Richmond Dispatch, promising that the Knights had no wish to interfere with the social relations which exist between the races of the South, that there need be no further cause for alarm and that the colored representatives of this convention will not intrude where they are not wanted. The AFL's ambivalence on racial equality shows most clearly in its important 1901 policy statement on the issue. In it, Samuel Gompers reaffirmed the Federation's paper commitment to organizing without regard to race or color, but hastened to add that this did not mean that the social barriers which exist between the whites and blacks could or should be obliterated. Segregation, Gompers held, was a problem that the Southland deserved to be able to consider without the interference of meddlers from the outside. %. When the labor advocate, in the AFL's Birmingham stronghold of biracial unionism, did launch and obliterate the Color Line campaign, it could be certain of being understood by regular readers to mean within the Union only. And even Birmingham came to have a segregated city central labor body and few integrated locals. While it was possible at times to extend the field of labor matters in which biracialism was permissible to include a parade, AFL unions seldom challenged Jim Crow outside the workplace and often did not do so within it. The AFL consistently tolerated color bars within its affiliates. As late as 1898, its American Federationist touted mass colonization of African Americans as a strategy to improve the lot of white workers. Some of its member unions did enroll significant numbers of black workers, especially in mining, longshore and, to a lesser extent, tobacco processing. However, even these unions were capable of capitulating to, and pressing for, racial exclusion. 141. AFL officials typically organized blacks apologetically. That white and black workers are compelled to work side by side necessitated biracial organizing, according to Gompers, who thereby placed the onus of race mixing on the employer. John Mitchell, president of the United Mine Workers, UMW, confessed a personal belief that blacks were morally inferior and depressed living standards, though he added that the UMW Constitution forbade discrimination. When Atlanta's Carpenters and Joiners District Council president supported organizing of blacks to prevent competition from lowering wage rates, he began his economic argument with, "Let us lay aside all our prejudice. I have as much as any Southern-born white man." Registered trademark Chris Scully, a Hall associate who advocated biracial cooperation from his position as head of a white longshoremen's union in New Orleans, provided a classic expression of this forced into accepting blacks' stance in replying to a false 1907 charge by a state senator that the unions advocated social equality. "Wasn't always a nigger lover. You made me work with niggers, eat with niggers, sleep with niggers, drink out of the same water bucket with niggers, and finally got me to the place where if one of them comes to me and blubbers something about more pay, I say, 'Come on, nigger, let's go after the white bastards.'" The railway brotherhoods at best adopted this shamefaced biracialism. The editor of Railroad Trainmen's Fernal in 1899 justified taking in black members with the plea, "It is humiliating, no one will take kindly to it, but unless the Negro is raised, the white man will have to come down." Most skilled railway brotherhood members continued to resist such humiliation in the name of masculinity, class, and race, engaging in strikes and in terror to displace black workers. When Georgia's railroad firemen engaged in a 1909 hate strike, they argued that blacks had no right to skilled jobs in a white man's country and that an integrated labor force amounted to social equality. None of this kept Gompers from blaming black workers for being cheap men or from threatening that if blacks kept tearing down what the white man has built, Caucasian civilization will serve notice that its uplifting process is not to be interfered with in any way. The countenancing of compromise with Jim Crow, though destructive in the long run, did not require hypocrisy or bad faith. Social equality was not a live political possibility in the South, but it was a most useful stick with which anti-union forces could, partly be invoking gender fears, beat down labor. For this reason and others, black unionists themselves often disavowed any intention to use the labor movement to address racial inequalities outside the workplace. Moreover, they took pride at times in 142. All black locals as institutions strengthening the African American community. Prior to the historic 1912 decision of the BTW to integrate, the central demand of African Americans in the Union was for a separate black executive board to ensure that the existing all-white board not control the dues of African Americans. Even after 1912, blacks often opted for separate locals in the BIW, whether out of preference, pressure from sheriffs enforcing Jim Crow laws or both. To argue that unions should go out of their way to raise the issue of racial equality would still seem an adventurous, exotic position as late as 1929, when the communist-led Textile Workers Union at Gastonia did so during a bitter strike, provoking strong public doubts among its own organizers as to the wisdom of exposing tender shoots of union growth to the icy outrage provoked by questioning of segregation. In 1946, the fearless left-wing white Southern journalist Stetson Kennedy wrote that neither race could be helped by a union that went so far and so fast in the field of race relations as to jeopardize its own existence. Put in those terms, slow progress to stomach equality represented a wise course and a considerable achievement. The work of the Socialist Party, SP, in the South and nationally reflected the same sense that given the necessity to appeal to white workers' self-interest and given the surpassing importance of class, there was little room for specifically anti-racist initiatives on the part of a workers' movement. In a mild form, such as Eugene V. Debs's 1903 statement that the socialists have nothing special to offer the Negro, such a stance implied that blacks suffered oppression, and should seek redress, only as workers. But socialist pragmatism in the South often led further, to a positive endorsement of the color line in some industries. Black workers were a force to be reckoned with, pushing white unionists toward biracial organizing. But the SP functioned as an electoral party in a South where blacks could almost never vote. Short of undertaking a campaign for reenfranchisement, the SP was left appealing for white votes by making certain that its advocacy of the downtrodden was not mistaken for an appeal for racial justice. With Hall as an early leader, the Louisiana SP insisted on the separation of the black and white races so loudly that the National Party delayed approving its charter. The Negro clause supporting Jim Crow was eventually dropped in Louisiana, and the state and national parties lived harmoniously with the de facto segregation into separate locals of the few black socialists enrolled. At the height of the Lumber War in 1913, only South Carolina's SP openly banned African American membership, but Florida, Georgia, and Mississippi had completely segregated parties. Arkansas had recruited no black members, and Maryland and Tennessee but a few. Only parts of Texas and the border states of Kentucky and Oklahoma had substantial, racially mixed socialist organizations. In Texas, Hall's sister paper, The Rebel, publicized the Texas SP's 143 demands for an end to the poll tax, but its editor, Tom Hickey, specifically disavowed social equality and refused to recruit blacks to the SP, on the grounds that they could not vote. Registered trademark Hall was by 1913 far too much a syndicalist to more than episodically support the electoral solutions offered by the SP. He, and the BTW, did have excellent relations with the SP leaders around the Appeal to Reason newspaper in St. Louis, however. The Appeal featured lively and sympathetic reports on the BTW alongside commentary on race by its editor, Kate Richards O'Hare. O'Hare carried to extremes the argument of many racist socialists that the new society could perfect segregation. She argued that a socialist America would solve the race question with a policy of segregation that isolated African Americans on reservations. Her 1912 pamphlet Nigger Equality proposed a temporary, strategic alliance with black workers, but it left no doubt that the nigger is getting the best of it all around in the South and that whites needed to defend their racial sensibilities as well as their class and gender interests. Where is the Jim Crow law for the factory, workshop, mines, or cotton field? A Negro can't ride in a white streetcar in Memphis, but I saw 100 men digging in a sewer ditch. Half of them were blacks and half white Democrats. There was no Jim Crow law there. When the water boy came along with the water pail and one dipper, a nigger took a drink and then a white man, and not a politician, shouted nigger equality. In the laundries of that aristocratic southern city the daughters of white Democrats work side by side with big, black Negro men. In the cotton mills, the white children compete with Negro children. In the cotton fields the white daughters of white voters drag the cotton sacks down the cotton row next to nigger bucks degree. Against such a backdrop, we can appreciate why historians have stressed the exemplary egalitarianism of the BIW. It therefore bears emphasizing that what is being discussed here is not the cynical, incorrect, or immoral racial strategy of an evil union, but the limitations and costs of a good strategy in an exemplary union. There was clearly substantial anti-racist opinion inside the BTW. Hall signed his letters "Yours for the liberty of man, woman, and child, regardless of creed, race, or color." Eastman, surely the most consistently egalitarian white BITW organizer, wrote suggestively of a desire among the white rank and file to be friendly with their colored fellow workers, but also of that desire constantly being frustrated because the white worker feels abashed and is afraid he will be made fun of. Such a delicate situation required hard judgments. At times, the BTW did race mix outside the Union Hall. Hall, for example, joined hundreds of other white workers in union-sponsored, integrated celebration of Negro Emancipation Day in 1912. 144. Eastman once attempted an end run around Jim Crow by going to eat at a nigger restaurant until a deputy sheriff drove him off at gunpoint. In telling the story of a black worker thrown from a moving train for walking through a white car in search of a colored one, Eastman circumspectly challenged the caprice and brutality of the color line. Finally, it is worth remarking that the strongly syndicalist ideology of BTW leaders made them regard the workplace and the union as the most important institutions in their present society and as the seedbeds of the new one. Thus, in terms of racial equality, nothing was more critical to them than breaching the color line in the economic realm. Finally and critically, the BIW/IWW innovated to strengthen the ground on which arguments for stomach equality could be made through its clear understanding that employers could use racial divisions not only to depress wages, break strikes, and hurt unions, but to foster competition that made life worse every day on the job. Within unions with few black members and few members at integrated workplaces, the call for industrial equality of the races could be quite abstract, as in the National Labor Union's celebrated post-Civil War question to white unionists. Shall we make black workers our friends, or shall capital be allowed to turn them as an engine against us? The IWW in Louisiana, building on experiences in timber camps and on those of New Orleans longshore workers who knew how crews of differing races could literally be pitted against each other in daily competition, were far more concrete regarding what was at stake. The cartoons in Figures 1 and 2 suggest the extent to which race became associated with issues of workers' control. The perception that it was possible for management to exploit the race issue not just on payday or during strikes, but throughout entire working lives that, as one Southern tobacco worker put it, supervisors used the poor whites to whip the nigger and the nigger to whip the poor whites became a key to BTW's strategy on race. Trademark such sophisticated appeals to the class interest of workers took the logic of stomach equality to impressive new levels. Nonetheless, the BTW remained a product of American and Southern conditions and continued to think and speak in terms of racial and gender hierarchies. Even at its 1912 convention, the Union stopped short on the issue of social equalities, a set of questions BTW leaders rarely mentioned without noting that it was the capitalist who threw the races together. Hall's speech to the convention echoed Gomper's with regard to the alleged subservience of black workers, noting that the Civil War had freed the slaves but many Negroes in the South don't know it yet. He premised the case for labor revolt, characteristically, on the decline in the position of Southern workers from that held by their fathers and grandfathers, despite the fact that the fathers and grandfathers of those on one entire side of the hall had overwhelmingly been slaves. He further argued, just as the AFL and openly racist Southern reformers did, that the presence of only white children, and no Republican Negro children, at work in Southern textile mills was objectionable as example of the special victimization of whites, ignoring the color bar against all black workers in production jobs in textiles. Finally, he added a racial swipe at white Southern workers, whom he derided to an uneasy audience as the servile white Chinese of the world. Registered trademark copyright. His newspaper would similarly appeal to, and at times become ensnared in, the common sense of the South. Niggers and white trash, race amid class. Hall was far from alone in the Southern labor movement in using the word nigger while trying to organize biracially. The desire to signal that one accepted black participation but did not necessarily question white supremacy outside the Union contributed to such usage. When Tobacco Workers International Union President E. Lewis Evans wrote to a white Durham activist in 1933 that the nigs had to be brought into the Union for strategic reasons, his language reinforced his pledge elsewhere in the letter that biracialism could not mean that his union would ever countenance social equality. Some use of racist language was perhaps habitual. One Texas CIO organizer, according to an associate, never could get over saying nigger despite being the biggest and best champion of civil rights you ever saw. Registered trademark activists who were sure that the movements of classes, not races, would transform the world may have regarded such habits as less than important. When early white Alabama communists referred to black party members as Comrade Nigger, it is difficult to know if they did so out of habit, out of a need to reaffirm a sense of whiteness even as they broke racial taboos, out of a misplaced certainty that the power of the first of their words took all sting from the second, or for all of these reasons at once. Since class, like race, did matter, black organizers often learned to look past racial epithets without breaking from the Union. Richard L. Davis, a black official on the United Mine Workers Executive Board, once attempted to defuse the anger of black unionists after white unionists had undertaken a hate strike rather than work under supervision of a black worker. Holding that black miners should stick with the Union while resisting racism, Davis explained that when a man calls me a nigger, I call him a fool, so we keep even on that score. Hall and the BIW found a way to retain old racial language and categorizations without exposing their own members to the insult of racial abuse. Like other Southern advocates of biracial unionism, they faced 148 charges of being nigger lovers. In Alabama in 1903, for example, black and white organizers of coal miners suffered the humiliation of being made to kiss another man of another race in public in addition to beatings. In Hall's New Orleans, the opponents of longshore unions could brand them as amalgamators, referring to the union's willingness to federate across lines of skill but also playing distinctly on white fears of race mixing. Hall's papers frequently attacked niggers, but at the same time they accorded to colored fellow workers the title of Negro. In so doing, Hall again was giving a progressive twist to that long-standing and far from egalitarian Southern practice on differentiating between respectable and tractable Negroes and disreputable niggers. Moreover, the lumberjack and voice of the people offered a certain degree of equality in epithets. They emphasized that just as there were niggers there also were white trash, employing a term that white and African American Southerners themselves often used. That black trash came to take the jobs of the pure white trash non-unionists at non-union mills was, for example, seen as poetic justice. Hall offered the opportunity for workers to retain the idea that race mattered but also to transcend the stigma attached to race. In effect, what Hall and the BIW did was to try to reverse the employer's use of competition among racial and ethnic groups portrayed in Figures 1 and 2 by encouraging the races to compete in their manly, family-defending labor militancy. Hall called upon, and refined, long-standing arguments for class unity across racial lines when he invoked such logic. As early as 1866, the New Orleans Tribune, the first African-American daily newspaper in the U.S., argued, "Labor equalizes all men, the handicraft of the worker has no color and belongs to no race." In 1913 the lumberjack maintained, "Ayers don't care who fells them. They make as good lumber when felled by the hand of a Negro or a Hindu, as when coming from the hands of a white, American citizen. The interests of all who work in the woods and mills are the same." But if labor was raceless for Hall, individuals were not, and their actions proved the mettle of the groups to which they belonged. Hall frequently compared the willingness to struggle of Southern whites with that of other peoples and races. Usually the comparison reflected poorly on the whites, though his expectation was that they ought to have excelled. Hall counted the Chinese Revolution, along with the Mexican, as the international inspiration that helped to set the stage for the lumber wars and reported a stirring Chinese workers' mutiny during the Marine Transport Workers, MTW, 1913 campaign against United Fruit Company. Nevertheless he continued to use the Chinese as a touchstone of degradation. His 1914 Chinese Outscabbed headline led a story on Swedish and Norwegian seamen who beat out the Chinese as the final word on scabbery and thereby disgraced the Caucasian race and more. 149. Particularly the Scandinavian sick. Hall learned to love and respect Latin fellow workers during the MTW agitation, in which Spanish and Canary Islands workers showed a persistence which he thought refuted the popular image that they were too emotional and lacked the bulldog tenacity of Britishers and Americans. The militancy of the Latins, Hall later recalled, put to shame that of later fruit ship workers recruited from the sod-busting farms of Mississippi, Alabama, and Arkansas. Other Latins impressed Hall, again specifically in comparison to whites, during the lumber wars themselves. After black workers near Carson, Louisiana had been driven off from a BTW street meeting by gunmen and deputy sheriffs, Hall and Lehman attempted to speak, shouting "Long live the Brotherhood," and hearing in reply "Viva la Brotherhood." The answer had come from Mexican immigrants, members of an ethnic group so solidly pro-BTW that one company roster listed a worker's Mexican-sounding name and added presumably Union, "All Mexas are." That same day 30 Italian workers also took up the "Viva la Brotherhood" cry. However, according to Hall, no freeborn white Americans dared answer back to the "Long live the Brotherhood" cry at the TME. Later some whites asked for understanding from Hall, saying they could not help their hesitancy. "Oh, yes, you could," he answered, "but unfortunately, unlike the Mexicans, Italians, and Negroes, the spirit of solidarity was not in you. Now you will have to keep on crawling, and eating dirt, as usual." Hall's invidious racial and ethnic comparisons sometimes had a distinctly playful quality, as when he discussed degenerate college scabs almost as an ethnic minority. They were probably often reflexive, as when he criticized authorities in Derrida for wishing to overthrow liberties respected even by Bushmen and Hottentots. Degree more often they were pleas carefully designed to shame whites into a pro-union response. And yet Hall was not merely joking, free associating, or angling for advantage. On some level he did think that the races were being tested. Reflecting, after more than 35 years had passed, on the day no white freeborns would heed the BITW's call, he soberly remembered feeling ashamed of the breed to which he belonged by birth, which boasts itself the free and the brave, but hasn't the manhood to take a stand when a battle for life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is on. Insight and blindness, nigger scabs, syndicalism, and the Klan. Today's readers, happily unused to seeing chinks and niggers denounced in labor publications, might object that Hall had not gone nearly far enough in eliminating white supremacy from his new language of labor and wish that the BTW had taken Phineas Eastman's advice to 150. Avoid reference to the race of workers altogether. Their uneasy response to Hall's playing with words to draw good and bad racial categories would raise an important point. Sometimes the line between a facility with language and facile language proved extremely thin. However, the option of a raceless language was an illusory one, not only because white workers would not hear it, but also because race did shape work, politics, and society in the South and therefore needed to be talked and struggled over. Hall's language was inadequate to the task of imagining a truly new South, or even of describing the complexity of the South in which he organized, but perhaps less because he paid too much attention to race than because he paid too little. Having broken from the sureties of white supremacy, his words and logic remained so tied to white Southern male assumptions that he could construct the ideal rebel without taking the experiences of others into account. The failure to do so was the source of the strength of Hall's appeals to white male workers, of his inability to give them genuinely new ways to dream of the future, and of his sharply limited understanding of black workers. Hall's discussion of the nigger scab, in a short 1913 article carrying that title, shows well the attractions and the limits of his language. The passage begins with the standard lumberjack distinction between niggers and Negroes, but concludes by threatening, with a vehemence very like that of Gompers, that whites would launch a race war if black strike-breaking did not end. If the Negroes of the South lay down on the job and allow niggers to continue to disgrace their race, Hall warned, no earthly power can prevent a disaster to their people. In pointing up the peril of the failure of the Negro workers of New Orleans to ostracize the nigger scabs of the United Fruit Company, Hall minimized the record of black labor militancy in Louisiana and Texas in order to emphasize the real threat that whites would conclude that blacks as a race were nigger scabs. He acknowledged the record of black support for the BTW, which consisted at times of half or more minority members, in other contexts, but when it came to discussing the nigger scab he remembered only a brave handful of Negro workers, who have fought the good fight with us against the lumber trust. To have reflected on the actual record, in lumber, in sugar, or in longshore, would have rendered ridiculous any attempt to cast blacks as a scab race in Louisiana. Even in this amnesiac discussion of nigger scabs, Hall probably managed to stay barely within the left wing of the possible where race-class discourse among white workers was concerned. He clearly did not buy into the argument that blacks were genetically or, because of the heritage of slavery, culturally programmed to break strikes. His language, even when discussing Negro workers and nigger scabs, shows that something other than race caused strike breaking, a point much reinforced by the 151. Presence of countless indictments of white trash strike breakers in Hall's papers. Harold M. Barron, writing of the nation in the early 20th century, and William M. Tuttle, writing of Chicago's stockyards during the same period, have both offered the politely worded view that for many white workers scab and Negro were synonymous. Hall at least undermined that destructive mythology which, as Barron has written, persisted despite the fact that whites were used as scabs more frequently and in larger numbers. Hall was far from alone among Southerners in his critique of the literal equation between blackness and strike breaking. The best examples of the conflation of scabbing and race tend to come from the North, especially from mining areas there and from industrial cities like Chicago, East St. Louis and Pittsburgh. In Dixie, where traditions of biracial unionism had more strength and where it was less easy to brand African Americans as outsiders, it was harder to be misled. Moreover, the substantial record of white workers and white militias in undermining the strikes and unions of black Southern workers, a topic much deserving historians' attention, undermined any imagined congruence between blacks and enemies of unionism. So did the image of poor whites in the South, and especially in the Southern mountains, as too individualistic, quarrelsome, and ill-disciplined to be organized into unions registered trademark. North or South, the connections between race and strike breaking running through the use of an expression like nigger scab were extremely complex. Hideous as the term was, the need to add a racial prefix to scab suggests that blackness and betrayal were not quite made one in white workers' consciousness. Just as the hobo lingo spoken by so many wobblies required two words, faded boogie, to describe a black stool pigeon, so too was there no simple, single word connoting a black strike breaker. However, the behavior of a loyal Union member during a strike was often described as proving that he was white, while disloyalty to the Union revealed a black heart. These usages reflected long-standing Anglo-American traditions pairing whiteness with morality and drew on the well-established precedent of calling anti-Unionists blacklegs or black sheep. Such terms did not directly invoke, but neither did they wholly transcend, racial categories. As a Birmingham Labour Advocate correspondent remarked in 1894, all the blacklegs are not niggers. From the color of their skins at least. Registered trademark * whites and unions at times agreed with the Atlanta iron molder who wrote in 1907 that the Negro with a white heart, be his skin ever so black, is an angel in comparison to the black-hearted, job-stealing, scabby white-skinned creature shaped like a man. The willingness to allow black workers to prove themselves white by proving themselves men had a keenly pragmatic edge in that it allowed white strikers to appeal to black strike breakers to change course. Had the whites fully accept that the black race was bound to scab, they would not have been able to mix so intimately the racial abuse of nigger scabs with hopeful pleas that African Americans would yet show their white-hearted manliness by walking off the job. On this reading of white workers' attitudes, Hall's distinction between nigger scabs and Negro workers seems an approximation of distinctions then being made by a number of relatively egalitarian white Unionists, especially in the South. Hall, however, offered African American workers the chance to prove themselves Negro rather than to prove themselves white, that the WW fought, in Hall's words, to bring the workers into one big union for the mutual protection and final freedom of all, of course set him apart from those white AFL Unionists who too often both demanded that African American workers show white hearts by honoring picket lines and claimed the right to bar them from jobs afterwards. The strike breakers whom Hall threatened could join and fully participate in the unions he championed, as those Gompers threatened typically could not registered trademark. Moreover, the BTW explicitly refused to waste its sympathies on those white unionists who erected color bars in their trades and who then waxed indignantly when blacks broke their strikes. Degree nonetheless, Hall's emphasis on the idea that each race could unproblematically be judged by the same standard, that of loyalty to their class, missed the extent to which Jim Crow made the calculations of black workers regarding unionism different from those of whites. Migrating from longer distances to the timber camps than white lumber workers, they could rely less on the support of nearby kin on farms during strikes and lockouts. A long pattern of exclusion of blacks from unions by a labor movement that, as W.E.B. Du Bois complained, mobs white scabs to force them into labor fellowship but mobs black scabs to starve and kill them, left a bitter heritage not easily erased by episodically egalitarian labor organization registered trademark. As Du Bois' words further suggest, blacks could be singled out for especially brutal intimidation. Such intimidation came from labor when blacks broke strikes and from the police forces of corporations and of the state when they engaged in class protests. Typically able neither to vote nor to serve on juries, black workers had few defenders against lynch mobs or judges. Hall did acknowledge that the presence of limited voting rights was all that saved black unionists in the Sugar Bowl region in the 1880s from even harsher repression than they in fact received. He also wrote of the success of white labor radicals in New Orleans in making use of splits in the Democratic Party there. However, to have pressed for the franchise for black Louisiana citizens as a demand would have verged too dangerously close to social equality and would have clashed with the syndicalist disdain for politics Hall and other BTW leaders were professing in 1913 and 1914. 153. Syndicalist Southerners were also slow to acknowledge that color bars severely limited the industries in which blacks could work, a fact that complicated any decision to risk employment through union activity and that limited the extent to which the egalitarian logic of stomach equality in fact applied in the South. Hall's syndicalism envisioned wide powers for workers in each industry to rule themselves and justified biracialism on the grounds of the need to respond to employers' divide-and-conquer tactics in mixed workplaces. Given this view, it is hard to see what dynamic would lead to the union challenging color bars in industries like textiles, where employers were not pursuing an immediate divide-and-conquer strategy and where the rank and file apparently had little interest in championing black employment. Hall's certainty that while the colors in question are two, the class in question is only one also caused him to overlook at times racial inequalities within good unions. His memoirs found no reason to object when black dock workers in New Orleans were forced in 1907 to give in on the issue of equality in the hiring of foremen in order to maintain harmony with white unionists. More seriously, The Voice of the People in August 1913 featured an article by H. M. Witt, a frequent contributor, which rehearsed familiar arguments for pragmatic black-white unity but then specifically warned that without a commitment by whites to the biracial BTW, the nigger lovers in management would succeed in placing blacks in skilled jobs filing saws. Witt raised fears that employers would give the nigger preference until black supremacy reigns. There was no mention of the threat of white trash filers. Hall appended a lame editorial comment which explained that in Southern lumberjack parlance, a nigger is a black-skinned scab. A Negro is a man. An IWW. He did not at all comment on the vital issue of how rebel unionists should regard hierarchies of skill based on race. Since, as Robert Norrell has shown, so noble a concept as workers' control could be turned in the South into an argument reinforcing caste in job classification, this was no trifling omission. Hall's belief that the expansion of industrial capitalism would undermine distinctions of skill may have contributed to his neglect of the issues of race and job classification, but in the BTWS industry the problem was a pressing one. In the East Texas forests the Union organized, virtually complete color bars kept blacks from many skilled timbering jobs. In Louisiana's forests local white residents pressed, with some success, for color bars, and in Mississippi some forests were closed to all black workers, skilled or unskilled. Hall's Southern nationalism deepened his inability to see the situation of black workers in the South as different from that of white workers. Although he at times couched his nationalism in humorous terms, there can be little doubt that Hall did regard the South as the first conquered. 154. Province of the American plutocratic empire, as a foreign country and as a colony which, like Ireland, needed national liberation. He saw the Civil War as an invasion of the South by the coming class in Sam's Land, who branded the Dixieans as lazy and unprogressive and fought them to gain the best undeveloped market in sight. Reconstruction, the regime of that coming class, was never overthrown. All that happened was that politicians called Democrats ousted from office politicians called Republicans, and in the name of white supremacy instead of black social equality sold out their native land to as soulless a gang of industrial carpetbaggers as ever plundered a nation of its resources. The core of such a view of the post-redemption South as a colony of northeastern capital finds much support in modern historical literature. Some of Southern tradition, such as an emphasis on decentralism, on rebellion, and on love of nature, held obvious attractions for the BTW. On occasion, Confederate Veterans Organization did provide valuable assistance to biracial labor initiatives. Southern nationalism was not, therefore, a patently ridiculous notion for a radical like Hall to embrace. However, it was, at least as developed by Hall, a problematic ideology in its implications for race relations. It combined with a vulgar Marxism to make doubly unlikely any examination of the specific plight of the black worker, who was seen as the victim of capital and of colonizers but not of racists. The perverse upshot of Hall's Southern nationalism was that he advocated that Southern workers organize across race lines in organizations named and modeled, right down to the sheets, after the Ku Klux Klan. As early as 1905, Hall had chided the New Orleans Picayune for supporting the Klan that operated in the South during our Reconstruction, but then opposing the equally praiseworthy 1905 Russian Revolution, which Hall found embodying many of the same principles. He replied to charges that the BTW advocated self-defense and sabotage with mock horror that such accusations could be raised against the heirs to the Klan's tradition. By 1913, Hall specifically called the secret labor organizations that he envisioned taking shape as responses to repression in the lumber industry, the clans of toil. He hoped that ignorant Southerners would copycat their forebears by forming such secret societies. He promoted his papers with the slogan "Join the Silent Klan," and advised that if company police harmed a single one of our heroic women fellow workers, it would become necessary to let the sheeted Klansmen rise from their graves and ride again. When the Klan of Toil was actually formed in 1916, one of its most influential advisors was J.J. Eager, whom Hall proudly described as a Confederate veteran and a leader of the old Ku Klux Klan. In both prose and verse, Hall romanticized the Klan. His 1915 poem, characteristically titled Our Father's Way, looked back longingly to days 155. When the wood was thick, the moon was bright. The Klansmen knew that might was right. Other poems invoked the fiery cross and the souls of the Klansmen. His prose explained why he thought none of this was racist. The Great Reconstruction-era Klan of the Southern people was hated not because it killed a few niggers. Except as a tool, the Negro had very little part in the Great War, between the Northern capitalists and their Southern allies and the Southern planters and farmers. Democratic politicians raised the issue of nigger domination and hid behind the false race issue. What interests me most today is the marvelous manner of organization of the Ku Klux Klan. Hall wrote such lines at just the time when another advocate of the people of the South and of the Great Klan, D.W. Griffith, was filming Birth of a Nation. Hall was no Griffith, and no Klansman. He hated the North-South reconciliation glorified in the climax of Birth of a Nation. He had no use for the 20th century Klan, which he derided as a moronocracy. Registered trademark in his many litanies of rebel heroes, Hall invoked anti-slavery luminaries such as Wendell Phillips and William Lloyd Garrison rather than flesh and blood Confederates. He stressed that, in his dream, black, Mexican and white clans would come together around a common fire to form the Klan of Toil. Nonetheless, in a nation ripe for the triumph of Birth of a Nation, and for a new Ku Klux Klan, with his own associates praising the racist tradition of whitecapping and echoing the words of the pro-slavery Dred Scott decision by arguing that the scab has no rights an honest man is bound to respect, Hall asked much of the black workers he invited to come around that fire. Given the Klan's record of sustained political and economic terror against blacks, and given the confusion between blackness and strike-breaking as he wrote, Hall's choice of the Klan as a model to organize interracially was an act of extraordinary impracticality. For Hall to have managed to rewrite Southern history, seeing blacks as central actors in it, would have required more insight than we perhaps have any right to expect. Lists of slave rebels to grace his hymns to freedom were not found in the dominant histories of slavery, which saw antebellum blacks as capable of crime but not of sustained resistance to bondage. On the left, Hall's friend Oscar Ameringer had written a highly popular history of the U.S. in 1909 and had reached the same conclusions as Hall regarding the Civil War. No working-class interests were at stake in the war between the North and South, and slavery hardly mattered in it. Griffith could easily stud Birth of a Nation with enough expert historical opinion for the film to win the endorsement of President W.O.156. Drow Wilson, himself one of the quoted historians. Hall occasionally suggested that he recognized that black traditions of what he called voodoo undergirded BTW sabotage campaigns and that secret labor organizations in the South grew from black as well as white traditions. However, outside of the early writings of black historians, no body of knowledge at his time could have helped him to follow up these insights and to appreciate that the strongest Southern roots of silent organization and direct action protest went back to the community of slaves. Nor could he have known that the freed people he dismissed as pawns during Reconstruction fought, against the murderous opposition of the Klan, an impressive battle for the very demand of land reform to which remnants of the BIW turned after their defeat as an above-ground union. Registered trademark. Given his background and opinions, he would not have heard the truth about slavery, Reconstruction, or the Klan from his fathers, his Negro mammy's son, nor even perhaps his colored fellow workers. More troubling is that same background and outlook may have kept Hall from realizing the extent of black militancy even when he witnessed it. He came close to posing very important questions as to why, in Louisiana, blacks were willing to take risks for the BTW that freeborn whites would not. But he did not pursue the matter. He remained sure that nigger scab and white trash anti-unionists acted under the same pressures, judging both by a common standard that minimized the extent to which blacks were, for historical rather than racial reasons, making more class-conscious choices, despite constraints, than whites. When black workers broke strikes, Hall argued that they were discrediting their race, but when they led protests, he counted them as simply workers. Thus, in describing the overwhelmingly black strike in the Sugar Bowl during his youth, Hall emphasized white participation and noted that the black leader of the strike was A. Griff, about 1/4 white. He held that the strike disproved contentions that we cannot have the races together, without danger of riot or bloodshed. Of course, on Hall's own account, the strike did end with wholesale bloodshed. But he cast the 1887 massacre as an attack on those whom the wealthy called black bastards and white anarchists rather than as the racially motivated, as well as class-based, slaughter of black strikers in which some white knights of labor took part on the side of the attackers and remained undisciplined by the Union for having done so. The same inappropriate rush to racelessness characterized Hall's discussion of the terrible 1919 Elaine, Arkansas riot by whites against blacks engaged in rural labor protests. It is like all the rest of the race wars I've seen in Dixie, at bottom a struggle between landlords and tenants, Hall argued, before noting that since several white men had been arrested on charges of supporting the protests, it was ridiculous to see race as a central theme in the riots. Trademark 157. Hall was tantalizingly close to questioning whether white supremacy hurt the labor movement simply because it divided workers or whether it did damage also because it deprived whites in that movement of the models established by black workers. At every turn in the high spots of Hall's experience, blacks played a leading role. Such was the case in the Sugar Bowl and on the New Orleans docks, where, according to Ameringer, there was considerably less danger of the Negroes deserting the whites than vice versa. Hall frequently noted the same situation in the BIW. His poems and humor concerning the wisdom of savages, black and white, in the uncivilized South suggest that he might almost have been able to see that the pickaninny stereotype required criticism both because of its racism and because that racism hid from whites an attractive African American critique of alienated work. But instead of pursuing such glimmers of sharp insight, Hall busied himself separating niggers from Negroes. Slaves or men, which? When Hall offered the definition of nigger as a dirty scab, a company sucker, he glided from race to class to gender. In defining Negro as a man, a union man, an I.W.W., he moved from race to class by inserting gender as a middle term. When he wrote that he would rather be on the battle line of human freedom with a black man any day than down in the filth-licking boots with a white sucker, he showed vividly his faith that gender, indeed heterosexism combined with class, could overcome race. Black workers, like whites, could avoid being boss suckers, cringing cowards, bootlickers, and eunuchs if they would only stand as men. The moral, indeed existential, question facing all workers found clear expression in the title of a major lumberjack article, Slaves or Men, which degree the former choice indicated emasculation, while the latter demonstrated a manly fitness to take a place on the battle line of labor, protecting women and children. As Hall put it, the NWW worker helped to send his wife and mother to the sweatshop, his daughter to the red light, his babies to a worse than living death. Such a worker, Hall continued, is not a man, he is below the brutes, for the brutes protect their young and their mothers to the last extremity. Against those who projected the black brute rapist as the central threat to the gender system of the South, Hall replied that corporations, gunmen, and suckers were the real menaces to family life. In Southern lumber, where there were 7 married male workers for every 6 single ones, the ratio was less than 4 to 6. In the northern and western lumber industries, family responsibilities were facts of life. 158. Indeed, Southern timber workers were often called home guards in contrast to their footloose counterparts in other regions. Hall consistently spoke, for all his personal dash and bachelorhood, to the values of the home guards. If historians have amply appreciated that Hall advanced a class viewpoint in attacking racism, they have not much commented on how thoroughly gendered were his class arguments. Scholarly discussions of the BTW and gender, brief as they are, have downplayed discussion of the Union's traditional values while stressing the egalitarian policy toward women adopted by the BIWS 1912 Convention. At that meeting, the same one at which affiliation with the IWW and the turn to biracialism took place, delegates voted overwhelmingly to admit dues-paying wives of members to full Union membership, which included the right to vote in strike ballots. Mothers, sisters, and daughters of males in the BITW could also join and vote on strikes, provided that they did housework in a member's home. Since, in addition, the Union included a remarkable female representative, Fredonia Stevenson, on its executive board, and since it demanded for the women workers the same wages and conditions it demands for men workers, all they produce in a free world, the BIW has rightly been portrayed as having exceedingly advanced policies on gender equality. Hall himself praised warrior women and saw their willingness to struggle as presaging the fall of the existing order of society. He even defended the suffragettes, as he called suffragettes, against mob attacks, though his syndicalism made him skeptical as to the ultimate good of their, or males, voting. However, egalitarian policies of the BTW did not necessarily signal a break with traditional attitudes regarding gender. The specific rationale for allowing women to vote on strikes was that when a strike is on, the man can go hunting and fishing, and not have to hear hungry children whimpering for something to eat, while the woman has to stay at home and take it all. Women were to make sure that their husbands did not show the white feather, and male union leaders boasted of women able to exercise feminine influence by telling faint-hearted men, "Get out of this house and join the union, or I'll leave it and try to find a man to live with." Like the Latina cigar makers in Tampa who offered to lend their skirts to insufficiently militant male workers, BTW women attempted to shame men into being good union members. However, unlike the Tampa women, those in the BTW intervened almost solely as wives and mothers rather than as wage earners. Hall idealized this aspect of their activism, referring to women as the mothers of Dixie, the mothers of the race, or the wives of the men. Such roles did not preclude their being warriors. Indeed, Hall's memoirs credit the grand old lady of labor, Mother Jones, with instructing her boys in Louisiana on where to get 159 cheap, reliable guns. But in the main, Hall identified women's roles on the battle line with nurturing. As workers, he thought women needed protection, especially from sliding into prostitution. As mothers, women defended families by sustaining the union. They ideally raised money, spoke to church groups, ran soup kitchens, and saw their suffering households through strikes. The lumberjack posed the first two of these womanly activities as specific alternatives to foolish women's suffrage agitation. One of the major BTW solidarity campaigns revolved around the right of a mother to see her son, who had been jailed for union activities. Seeing men as protecting women through workplace struggles while women protected the home left little room for the BTW to imagine white women coming to anti-racist conclusions except in the toe of men. The argument that a biracial wage work experience provided the dynamic leading to limited challenges to white supremacy left white women out, as they were largely unwaged, working in private homes or working in industries featuring color bars. Moreover, since the BTW's biracialism derived its justification from stomach equality and generally abjured social equality, it tended to accept mixing of the races in the male world of work and to reject such mixing precisely in the female realm of the home. Occasionally, and impressively, women could come to join in the breaking of the color line. Herbert Gutman fondly cited one such instance, that of an early 20th century Irish woman who spoke to the reformer Mary White Ovington. As Ovington wrote, an Irish friend was talking on trade union matters, and she said, "Do you know, yesterday I dined wid a neighbour. Little did I ever think I would do such a thing, but it was this way. You know, my man is secretary of his union, and the men are on strike, and who should come to the door at 12 o'clock but a big black neighbour. Is Brother O'Neill at home?" says he. "Brother O'Neill," thinks I, "well, if I'm brother to you I'd better have stayed in Ireland." But I axed him in, and in a minute my man comes and he shakes the neighbour by the end, and says he, "You must stay and ate wid us." So I puts the dinner on the table and I sat down and ate wid a neighbour. "To tell you the truth," she said, "he seemed just like anybody else." Even in this lovely passage, however, the expectation was that biracialism was first of all for men at work and that a woman got it second hand, if at all. The logic of manly work and protected homes found more typical expression in an 1894 letter from Mississippi to the Machinists' monthly journals. Mississippi, a white machinist, could scarcely imagine bringing a black brother home. 160. I can imagine myself saying, "Wife, this is Mr. Washington, a brother machinist," and I can imagine what would be her surprise, but I can't imagine what would be the results. I can realize how much lower myself and the machinist at large would be rated in the eyes of one who had always looked upon the machinists as an intelligent and worthy class of men. Hall's views on gender were likewise traditional where blacks in the Union were concerned. Although African American timber workers in the piney woods typically came as single workers, they began families while living in company housing. However, the wives of black timber workers are virtually absent in BTW propaganda. They receive scant mention individually or as a group and do not figure in BTW proceedings. In contrast to the highly racialized language used in referring to male lumber workers, Union publications referred to Southern women and mothers in generic ways that implied their whiteness. In opening the Union to black men and, mainly, white women simultaneously in 1912, BIW delegates took two important egalitarian measures. It is possible that taking the first paved the way for taking the second in ways beyond the simple contagion of freedom at the convention. Bringing in, white, women balanced the voting power of black men and removed the possible objection of wives that black men were making decisions that affected white families while white women could not participate. The logic of stomach equality and the grounding of anti-racism in appeals to white masculinity left little place for consideration of black working-class women. Their absence, amidst such full discussion of race and manhood on the one hand and of idealized Southern, white, womanhood on the other, was hardly accidental. In no Southern industry organized energetically by the IWW were black females a significant enough part of the labor force to necessitate bringing them into the logic of biracial cooperation. African American women could hardly gain acceptance by proving their manhood and, since their role in the mythology of the white South was as valued mothers of Dixie only to the extent that they provided maternal care to white families, they would have fit uneasily into paeans to motherhood. As the important recent studies of Tara Hunter and others demonstrate, white workers, not just upper and middle class whites, sought and bought the services of African American cooks, child nurses, and especially washerwomen for their families. This further complicated any possibility of seeing working-class black and white women as being victims of common oppression. When African American women did prominently appear in BTW publications, it was as prostitutes serving the desires of scabs, in the improbable ratio of 2 women for every man. The exaggeration played on the images black women as harlots, of libidinous nigger scabs and of race-mixing white trash strike-breakers. Black men not in the Union were 161. Meanwhile said to have menaced white women. Nigger scabs go into the post office, the lumberjack reported during the Maryville strike, and push the women around while the white trash laugh. On at least one occasion the voice of the people replied to the charge that BTW members were nigger lovers by arguing that it was the anti-union workers who visit some colored lady's house in the wee small hours of the morning. However, in considering black men in the Union, Hall sharply broke from Southern ideas that branded African American masculinity as pathological. He also abandoned the labor movement's general commitment to what Mary Ellen Freyfeld has called the white man ethic, which equated whiteness and manliness. The manly skilled worker, whom David Montgomery has rightly placed at the center of craft union campaigns to maintain and extend workers' control, autonomy, and mutuality in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, was ideally not only a man but a white man. Usages of white man by skilled workers to describe their class and gender ideal did at times show a sharply limited awareness that biology was not destiny. White male workers could turn out not to have any manhood, if they turned nigger by blackening themselves as scabs. Conversely, class-conscious black workers could, as the National Labor Tribune's account of an 1882 iron and steel workers' strike had it, prove that they are white men. However, just as the labor historian Patricia Cooper has argued that, as a group, women could hardly be manly, in the estimation of male workers, neither were white workers likely to concede that, as a group, African Americans were white. Among other things, white skilled workers associated lack of manliness at work with slavery and slavery with race. Even in proclaiming that strike-breaking was slave-like behavior, whether undertaken by whites or blacks, indeed even when arguing that all workers were wage slaves, whites could not lose sight of the historic link between race and slavery. Thus Jacob Stage, a white McKeesport, Pennsylvania strike-breaker, was nothing more or less than a natural-born slave according to the Union Press. Therefore to people around McKeesport he was better known as the nigger. Degree whiteness, maleness, and pride in craft joined in the fashioning of an identity. James J. Davis's autobiographical The Iron Puddler, partly set in Louisiana, combined craft and gender in writing of the man of iron as the masculine ideal. But Davis, an inveterate performer in amateur minstrel shows and later a U.S. congressman, added that he wanted to create specifically white men of iron as civilization's shock troops grappling with tyrannous nature. Davis added, "Some races are pig iron, Hottentots and Bushmen are pig iron. They break at a blow. Others, like the meek Chinese, let nature slowly whip them with cold, drought, flood, isolation and famine." Only Davis's own race could take up the manly task of belting the world with railroads and bridging the seas with iron boats. 162. The fierce resistance of craft unionists to entry of blacks and of females into their trades reflected how widespread was Davis's conflation of craft, race, and gender. Integration at work would not only make the manly skilled worker associate with the supposedly servile but also would associate his craft with degradation and weakness. The idea that blacks threatened the dignity of skilled tradesmen often found its way into workers' language. Not only was nigger work generally synonymous with servile, driven labor, but individual crafts developed occupational slang that reinforced the point that blacks would sully their trades. Thus, for electrical workers a nigger was an impurity fouling connections, for cowboys a nigger brand was a saddle sore, and for railroaders nigger locals were especially burdensome short runs. In other cases, workers' language connected mechanization to niggers, with the logic probably built on the twin associations of blacks with the hard work, especially lifting, being replaced by machines, and with perception that both machines and blacks posed a threat to whites' employment. Mississippi sawyers thus called devices to turn heavy logs steam niggers, and in many trades powerful winches were niggerheads. The combination of blacks and machines was especially fearsome. The great black writer James Weldon Johnson listened closely to white engineers, machinists, plumbers, electrical workers, and helpers in a shipboard smoking room. Their words convinced him of how lean a chance the black worker had with his white brothers of the proletariat. He wrote, "The expression which I heard at least 100 times was, 'Never let a nigger pick up a tool.'" Such language and such strictures suggest the extent to which the white manliness of skilled workers was not easily dissolved by desk-killing. Rather than reacting to the loss of job control and status by seeing their interests as more like those of unskilled workers, including blacks, semi-skilled and newly desk-skilled craft unionists often seized on racial or gender issues, reasserting their manhood and whiteness ever more insistently and taking the threat to their skilled status posed by blacks and women considerably more seriously than the threat posed by capital. Any attempt to build a biracial labor movement was bound to emphasize that blacks had overcome, or at least could overcome, slavery and become men. But the chances for success in making this argument were slim, especially in craft unions. In the 1890s, when Samuel Gompers was still quite active in pressuring constituent the AFL unions not to bar qualified blacks from membership, he stressed that colored brothers were proving to white brothers that the docility of slavery has passed. To the hesitant to integrate white New Orleans Union leader John M. Callahan, he emphasized the manhood of workers of both races. He appealed to Callahan to listen as a man whom I have every reason to believe you are. The great labor journalist John Swinton packed a short 163. 1886 report on integration in the Knights of Labor with approving references to colored men who were fraternizing with white trades brothers. But retreats from biracial unity and from integration followed the same pattern of appealing to manhood. Terence Powderly used a fully patriarchal logic to reassure white Southerners that the Knights would not push for social equality. He promised never to violate the sanctity of the fireside circle, since every man has the right to say who shall enter beneath his roof, who shall occupy the same bed, or such other place as he is master of. Gompers, in his 1895 compromise with, or rather capitulation to, the International Association of Machinists on the issue of racial exclusion, agreed that so long as the Union did not bar blacks from membership through its constitution, it could do so through its fraternal rituals. The worst examples of labor's campaigning for color bars were, not coincidentally, found among the all-white railway brotherhoods. The BTW was thus remarkable on several counts. Hall took its status as a brotherhood seriously, styling it as a Freemasonry of labor and crediting its use of fraternal rituals with much of its initial success. But the BTW was a brotherhood that admitted women. Unlike the typical fraternal organizations of industrializing America, ones that Mary Ann Clausen has aptly described as seeking mutuality in the lodge room even if this were no longer feasible in the workplace, the BTW sought transformation at the point of production. Unlike most labor brotherhoods, it actively sought fraternity with black workers. In a South and a nation in which appeals to the manhood of whites usually caused African Americans to suffer, where color bars were justified by invocations of the ideal of a white man's mining camp, a white man's country, a white man's town, or a white man's union, the BTW at least tried to turn manhood against white supremacy. The BTW was relatively well poised to challenge the idealization of the white man as the paragon of labor movement virtue. As a biracial industrial union whose leadership considered the advent of the mass worker to signal the declining importance of craft skills, the BTW was partially immunized against the white man ethic. Like miners in organized, integrated pits in the South, Louisiana lumber workers had reason to know that black workers often proved both manly and white in the course of a strike or of a day's work. Skilled and recently de-skilled craft unionists tended to conceptualize manliness around issues of control, sobriety, skill, responsibility, steady employment, and moderation, and at times to see performance of physically hard work as unmanly. In the lumber industry, and mining, danger and backbreaking work were facts of life for most of the prospective union membership, black and white. Manliness could thus be identified far more closely with strength and physical courage, attributes which black workers undeniably possessed rather. 164. Than with characteristics which racial stereotypes reserved for the white race? Posing the question confronting workers as slaves or men, which? The lumberjack emphasized that slavery grew out of unmanly behavior, not out of racial characteristics. Black or white, any worker who failed to demand and collect the full product of his or her labor could be termed a laboring slave. That it was servility which emasculated workers was brought home via definitions that made slave synonymous with company sucker, a figure in turn connected to the eunuch. That the slave was a nigger or white trash mattered, but so did the fact that he was less than a man. Degree Hall's rhetorical strategy of disarming the racism of white workers through an appeal to the masculinity they were said to share with blacks was both ingenious and ingenious. It reflected his sincere belief, one shared by many of his readers, and grounded in the material reality of white Southern gender relations, in the importance of manhood and of paternalism in gender relations. It advanced the argument for biracial unity from the pragmatic, but problematic, terrain of white self-interest to the realm of natural rights conferred by manhood. However, because of its racelessness amidst racism and its fixation on being men, it raised perhaps as many problems as it solved in organizing black and white workers. As Barry Goldberg's penetrating recent work has demonstrated, emphasis on the slavery common to the experience of black and white workers often signaled a denial of the special oppression, historic and contemporary, of African Americans. Like many other white activists, North and South, Louisiana labor radicals argued at times that wage slavery lacked the paternalism of chattel slavery and therefore featured much harsher oppression. H. G. Creel, a leading socialist orator who supported the BTW, went further, chiding white slaves who objected that a lumber company had given Negro Emancipation Day as a holiday but not the 4th of July, the niggers used to be chattel slaves. Now they're only wage slaves. The niggers have something to celebrate, while you white men haven't. Wait till you're freed. Then you'll be as good as the niggers. On one level, Creel's humor undoubtedly provided a useful, mocking antidote to the niggers off our necks radicalism of the Huey Long, senior variety, and made the apt suggestion that looking for emancipation in Southern history meant looking at the African American tradition. But on another level, Creel's joke came troublingly close to mocking Long in the sense of imitating him by playing to white fears that somehow blacks were being treated better than they were, and that white manhood was under specific threat. Moreover, even in the relatively capable hands of Creel, the image of wage slavery tended to lose track of the fact. 165. That African Americans had suffered slavery in reality and white workers in metaphor. It misconstrued the history of slavery by assuming that the slave shared the servility, and thus the moral taint, of the strike breaker. Thus trade unionists spoke of scabs as white sambos. 8. Also problematic was the extent to which Hall's publications tended to present the ideal unionist as a fighter eager for confrontations but, when discussing black members, more often prized forbearance and feminine virtues. One of the most sympathetic African American figures in BTW literature was, for example, a single father, evicted from his home by the company, and caring for 2 half-clothed children, the victims of meningitis. Hall insisted that might is right and advised, "Thou shalt not kill, but if you must take life, take it easy." His editorials held that the only good gunman, company policeman, was a dead one. He wrote of battles with such gunmen as tests of manhood. Nonetheless, he featured an account of the Maryville strike, indeed the same article that warned against nigger scabs menacing white women, which praised a Negro fellow worker who took it when faced with humiliation by a gunman because he did not want to start a riot. It is difficult to know whether such praise for passivity reflected a glimmer of recognition of the extra risks of attack and lynching faced by black workers. The worker in question was ultimately shot despite his caution, or whether it illustrated Hall's holding a different standard of masculinity when speaking about black men. In either case, questions are raised about how far a simple invocation of common manhood could go in transcending race. Likewise troublesome was the very attempt by, however well-intentioned, white Unionists to act as arbiters of what constituted manly behavior among black workers. In arguing that hesitancy to join the Union signaled an absence of masculinity, and proof of slavish nigger status, labor organizers may well have closed communications with workers who could have gradually been brought into the Union. Black male workers who left the southern countryside in the World War I era often defied vagrancy laws and Klan terror to do so. They weighed choices, as the recent work of James Grossman and Joe William Trotter shows, with a close eye to the welfare of their families. They considered family responsibility, job prospects, the record of labor's racism, and exploitation by the employer in making often provisional decisions about union membership. Some ultimately made compromises with the paternalism of mine and lumber management, hoping to manipulate such paternalism to their own advantage. None faced the simple man or eunuch choice the BIW press imagined. While the Great Packing House Workers Organizing Drive on 1917 in Chicago achieved initial successes at biracial unionism around the slogan "Be Men, Join the Union," it also partly shifted the ground for considering the merits of unionism from a debate about class and race. 166. To non sequiturs regarding gender. William Tuttle's fine account of attempts to organizing packing house workers in Chicago captured the mood. "Fuck the union, fuck you in the union button," raged a black worker. Knives and revolvers proliferated on both sides. "If I catch you outside I will shoot you," a Negro warned an insulting committee man. "Where is your button?" demanded an organizer. "I ain't got none on," was the angry reply, "but if I did I would put it on the end of my prick." Of course, as the provocative recent work of Nancy Hewitt, Ava Barron, Dolores Janiewski, Patricia Cooper, Mary Ann Clausen, Elizabeth Pfau, and others has shown, class feeling was a thoroughly gendered phenomenon in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Hall may well have exhorted his followers to be mothers and men even if race had not been at issue in his union. But when manhood was made to stand in for both class and racial identities, it surely tended to run through labor discourse with more frequency and shrillness. Therefore it is worth considering in conclusion whether Hall's creative and well-grounded efforts to disarm race through masculinity may have contributed to the Union's having a short, if heroic, life. Hall later regarded the central problem of BIW organizers as their being placed consistently in the situation of having to rein in the desire to fight of rebel Southern workers who had seen their region sold to alien exploiters and lost their peace-loving character. He hinted at regrets that with all Louisiana and the entire Umber country, on the verge of revolt, he joined other BIW leaders in working night and day to balk it. However, it would be hard to support such a view of the BIW as counseling pacifism from the files of Hall's publications. His cultural magazine was called Rebellion and featured Dreams and Dynamite in its subtitle. According to his memoirs, from the very first start of the Lumberjack there was much talk of guns. His featuring in the BTW press of a cut showing two crossed rifles, with this caption, "The only argument a gunman understands," hardly urged nonviolence. Neither did touting the lumberjack as a machine gun of the revolution, nor the warning to deputies, "We mean to slug and kill you, man for man, rank for rank." The leadership of the BTW may well have balked armed revolt, but its rhetoric also fostered expectations that such revolt was imminent. Of course, violence was often initiated by the lumber companies, and the BIW plausibly maintained that its guns were simply for self-defense. No violence. The lumberjack held, "We do not want violence and we are going to stop the master's violent treatment of the workers." However, to the extent that manliness came to be connected with gunplay, and with 167. Smiling at the death of enemies of the unions, more subtle, and perhaps sustainable, methods of waging class conflicts suffered. The BTW preached sabotage as a tactic perhaps more than any other IWW affiliate did. But it was possible to spell sabotage in two different ways. The first of these narrowly focused on confrontation with strikebreakers. Scabs. Attention! Brotherhood of Timber Workers. On strike at Maryville, Law. Take warning. American Lumber Co. Going crazy. Everybody's doing it. Doing what? Nothin'. The second spelling suggested an ongoing strategy of creatively striking on the job. Soap stops water from making steam in boilers. Asafoetida keeps patrons from struck theaters. By working slow, profits are greatly reduced. Oil-containing emery makes machinery strike. Telling trade secrets wins battles for workers. Accidents often are an aid in winning strikes. Guerrilla warfare always gets the boss's goat. Ends that are revolutionary justify the means. *degree. However understandable the confrontational first approach to spelling sabotage may have been, it is hard to believe the zeal with which it was propagandized was not intensified by the tremendous emphasis on manhood, in part as a way to disarm race, in BIW thinking. And, of course, the fear of emasculation and the need to assert manhood applied with special force among white male workers because to be cringing and servile meant not only being unsexed, but less than white as well. Conversely, the second, less confrontational spelling of sabotage was relatively neglected. Hall's publications came to identify sabotage with the improbable image of the rattlesnake, not the black cat symbolizing the tactic elsewhere. When IWW leader Vincent St. John argued that the rattlesnake's warning before attack made it an inapt symbol of sabotage, Hall replied that the warnings made it a manly, honorable symbol. A greater appreciation of African American patterns of resistance might have argued for using Brer Rabbit as the symbol for sustained, creative, gritty struggle. Instead, the BTW not only sought confrontation. 168. But, like the rattlesnake, made noise about doing so. Since it preached to its members that they were slaves and eunuchs incapable of providing for their families, if they could not seize and hold power, the Union needed speedy results in order to keep its hold on Southern members. Joy Parr's penetrating work on relatively skilled furniture workers, like that of Paul Tablin on railway crafts, suggests that a manly breadwinner unionism was particularly compatible with craft-conscious, conservative unionism as members sought recognition as men and increases in compensation from employers. When less skilled miners, factory workers, and timber workers organized around masculinity and breadwinners' issues, a militant industrial unionism was, as the BTW demonstrated, among the possible outcomes. However, industrial breadwinner unionism could also tend toward tactical brittleness, despair, and a willingness to be mollified with a managerial apology rather than structural change. Failing quick victories, the logic of the union itself led workers to accept that they were beaten and degraded. Paternalist employers were ready with strong arguments that avoiding unions, staying on the job and securing a family home was the more viable way for a man to defend his good wife and the little ones who toddle. Within 2 years after its heroic 1912 convention, the BTW, once armed with as many as 20,000 members and with a strategy of using class and manhood to smother race, had gone down fighting. The road to class solidarity did not plow under and pave over consciousness of race and of gender. Instead, all three roads of class, gender, and race were made to intersect for a time in the cause of biracial labor unity. But each road continued to run, and all could easily diverge. Whiteness and ethnicity in the history of white ethnics in the United States. Barbara Fields has recently argued that the absence of the term white people in the United States Constitution is not surprising since in a legal document, slang of that kind would be hopelessly imprecise. Nonetheless, the first Congress convened under that Constitution voted in 1790 to require that a person be white in order to become a naturalized citizen of the U.S. Predictably enough, the hopeless imprecision of the term left the courts with impossible problems of interpretation that stretched well into the 20th century. As Robert T. Devlin, United States Attorney at San Francisco, understated it in 1907, there is considerable uncertainty as to just what nationalities come within the term white person. The courts thus discovered in the early part of this century what historians have belatedly learned in its latter stages, that the social fiction of race defies rigorous definition. If science were to determine whiteness, problems proliferated because ethnological wisdom constantly changed. In particular, modern ethnology shunned the word white and used instead terms like Caucasian and Aryan, which were not current when the legislation was passed in 1790. Moreover, science tended to classify Syrians and Asian Indians as Caucasians, a view that clashed with the common-sense view of federal naturalization officials and of some judges bent on excluding them as non-whites. If the ground were shifted to culture and geography as determinants of who was white, the inconvenient fact was that these standards too had evolved messily over TTME. The Pennsylvania jurist Oliver B. Dickinson acutely noted, although the original 1790 statute probably was not intended to include the Latin races, later immigration expanded the term to cover Latin Europeans, and still later Southeastern Europeans came to be included. Color differences were so varied within so-called races as to 181. Preclude the possibility that whiteness could have literally been measured by absence of pigmentation. The 1923 Supreme Court decision to deny naturalization to Bhagat Singh Thind marked the culmination of a process by which the legal system, in the words of Joan M. Jensen, rejected science, history, legal precedent, and logic to put the Constitution at the disposal of a legal fiction called the common man, an invented figure who knew that Asian Indians were not white. Between 1923 and 1927, 65 Asian Indians suffered denaturalization in the wake of the Thind decision. Lower courts had naturalized them as white immigrants, but under the test of common understanding they had become non-white. If the legal and social history of Jim Crow often turned on the question who was black, the legal and social history of immigration often turned on the question who was white. And yet, amidst the large and sophisticated literature on ethnic consciousness and Americanization among immigrants, we know very little about how the Irish and Italians, for example, became white, about how the Chinese and Japanese became non-white, or about how groups like Asian Indians and Mexican Americans were at least partly identified as white before becoming non-white. The recent outpouring of historical writing on the social construction of whiteness as a racial category and as an identity opens the possibility of closing this gap in the historical literature and of undertaking a full reconsideration of the relationship between race and ethnicity in U.S. history. Until now, most objections to the conflation of the category of race with that of ethnicity have turned on the quite reasonable point that, historically, civilly and structurally, racial minorities have not been treated in a relevantly similar way to those immigrants who came to be identified as white ethnics. Richard Williams's elegant hierarchical structures and social value has recently pushed this argument to the fascinating conclusion that in the U.S. ethnicity is made possible by race, that ethnicity is a social status assigned to those immigrants who, though slotted into low-wage jobs, were not reduced to the slavery or systematic civil discrimination that racial minorities suffered. But however compelling the case that racial oppression has not equaled ethnic oppression, another challenge deserves to be made to analyses that do not sharply differentiate between race and ethnicity as ideological categories. Among whites, racial identity, whiteness, and ethnic identity are distinct, and this article will argue, often counterposed, forms of consciousness. This latter distinction, and its importance, becomes clearer as we look at a recent passage from the distinguished legal historian William Forbath's Law and the Shaping of the American Labor Movement. Forbath aptly summarizes the position of the New Labor History on why U.S. labor is not so exceptional by world standards in its historical lack of class consciousness. He writes, ethnic division is the other principal factor in the TRADI 182. Exceptionalism story. In any revised account, ethnic and racial cleavages will surely remain central. However, the new labor historians have discovered that ethnic identities and affiliations were not as corrosive of class-based identities and actions as we tend to assume. The sliding here from an argument about ethnicity to one about race and ethnicity and back to one about ethnicity is significant. Surely, as the work of Wayne Brohl, Earl Lewis, Vicky Ruiz, Victor Green, Robin D. G. Kelly and others shows, specific white ethnic, that is, Polish American, Irish American, and so on, African American and Mexican American cultural forms and institutions often undergirded class mobilization in the U.S. past degree. But what happens when we remember that racial identity also means whiteness? The central point of much of the recent writing on the instances of attempts to organize specifically as white workers in hate strikes and campaigns for Oriental exclusionism, for example, is how fully such mobilization played into the emergence of a narrow, brittle, and at best craft-conscious labor movement. Ethnicity is one thing in this case, and whiteness quite another. Racial identities are not only Black, Latino, Asian, Native American and so on, Coco Fusco has written, they are also white. Ignore white ethnicity is to redouble its hegemony by naturalizing it. Fusco's comment is breathtakingly clear in its recognition of the need to explore the social construction of white identities, but her use of the term white ethnicity introduces interesting complications with regard to how white Americans have historically come to think of themselves as white. Fusco uses white ethnicity in the same sense as one might use white racial identity, illustrating a long tendency in U.S. scholarship to conflate race and ethnicity. But white ethnicity has also meant, at least for the last 40 years, the consciousness of a distinct identity among usually second or third generation immigrants who both see themselves and are seen as racially white and as belonging to definable ethnic groups. And the complications do not end there. As Barry Goldberg and Colin Greer have observed, this white ethnicity, which gained force in major cities from the 1950s onwards in opposition to racial integration of neighborhoods, was not just a heading grouping together specific ethnic identities, Greek American, Polish American, Italian American, and so on, but a pan-ethnic ideology that did not emphasize cultural distinction but the shared values of a white immigrant heritage. Thus it was possible to become more self-consciously white ethnic, but less self-consciously Greek, Polish or Italian at the same time. Registered trademark. Though the phrase white ethnic trips off the tongue easily today, the relationship between whiteness and ethnicity is in no sense simple, not now and certainly not historically. This essay attempts to survey some of the historical complexities of the interplay of racial and ethnic conscious 183-ness among whites in the U.S. Its very preliminary nature qualifies it as less a survey of what we know about this understudied topic than as a survey of what we do not know. Although we badly need studies of how S.G. non-white ethnic groups became so defined, indeed, in effect became races, the focus here is on the process of becoming white, with material on non-whiteness largely included to illuminate that process. The not yet white ethnic. Alex Haley's epilogue to Malcolm X's autobiography features a riveting scene in which Malcolm admires European children newly arrived at a U.S. airport and predicts that they are soon to use their first English word, nigger. The force of the passage lies in its dramatic rendering of the extent to which European immigrants became not just Americans but specifically white Americans, and of the apparent ease with which they did so. Degree as important as the telescoped, long-range historical truth in the passage is, it also leads us to miss, as most historians have missed, the dramatic, tortuous subplots of immigration history via which, as James Baldwin has written, arriving Europeans became white. The history of what John Bukowczyk has called the not yet white ethnic remains to be written. Its writing will sharply focus our attention on the fact that immigrants could be Irish, Italian, Hungarian, and Jewish, for example, without being white. Many groups now commonly termed part of the white or white ethnic population were in fact historically regarded as non-white, or of debatable racial heritage, by the host American citizenry. In the mid-19th century, the racial status of Catholic Irish incomers became the object of fierce, extended debate. The simian and savage Irish only gradually fought, worked, and voted their ways into the white race in the U.S. Well into the 20th century, blacks were counted as smoked Irishmen in racist and anti-Irish U.S. slang. Later, sometimes darker, migrants from southern and eastern Europe were similarly cast as non-white. The nativist folk wisdom that held that an Irishman was a black, inside out, became transposed to the reckoning that the turning inside out of Jews produced niggers. Factory managers spoke of employees distinctly as Jews and as white men, though the good Jew was sometimes counted as white. Poorer Jews were slurred as black with special frequency. Indeed, a 1987 Supreme Court decision used the record of Jews having been seen as a distinct race in the 19th century as precedent to allow a Jewish group to sue under racial discrimination statutes. Stock anti-black humor was pressed into service as anti-Semitic, anti-Czech and, later, anti-Polish humor. Slavic hunkies were non-white in steel towns? Among white miners defending their American 184 towns in Arizona mining areas, not only the Chinese and Mexicans, but also Eastern and Southern Europeans, were termed non-white. As the leading scholar of nativism, John Hyam, has observed, in all sections of the U.S. native-born and Northern European laborers called themselves white men to distinguish themselves from the Southern Europeans whom they worked beside. Registered trademark. Of course, none of this implies, as the modern white ethnic's historical memories and invented traditions often do, that the immigrant experience was parallel to that of African Americans, except for the more successful outcome, arising from determination and effort. Not yet white immigrants consistently had a more secure claim to citizenship, to civil rights and political power, and a greater opportunity to choose to pass as whites, especially in seeking jobs. The duration of not yet whiteness, as measured against that of racial oppression in the U.S., was quite short. In Joe Esterhouse's Much Better Than the Movie labor novel, Phi.S.T., set in and after the 1930s, the Afro-Polish freight handler Lincoln Dombrowski is plagued by a boss who kept after him, hitting his buzzer, calling him Polak as if he were saying nigger. Registered trademark readers understand that the implied use of the latter term greatly added to the sting of the former. It is, as Lawrence Joseph Swithering review of the recent collection Devil's Night by the Michigan-raised Israeli writer Zeev Chaffetz, maintains, silly for Chaffetz to portray himself as a non-white in writing about Detroit. Chaffetz's self-described bad hair and swarthy skin notwithstanding, Joseph argues, in America, blacks cannot choose which racial side they're on. In America, Chaffetz can. To write the history of the whitening of the not yet white ethnic thus requires close attention to change over time. In reconstructing that history we may, for example, not only develop an appreciation for why the pioneer labor researcher David Sapes consistently referred to anti-Slavic and anti-Southern European prejudice as race prejudice as late as the 1920s, but also a sense of the problems raised by his and others doing so. Further complexity arises when we cease to regard racial and ethnic identities as categories into which individuals simply are slotted, as Williams's hierarchical structures has it, and begin to see whiteness as in part a category into which people place themselves. James Baldwin's point that Europeans arrived in the U.S. and became white by deciding they were white powerfully directs our attention to the fact that white ethnics, while they lived under conditions not of their own choosing, by and large chose whiteness, and even struggled to be recognized as white. We urgently need studies of how and why this choice was made by specific immigrant groups. It is not strictly true that, as Baldwin argues, no one was white before he or she came to America. In a few cities providing significant numbers of migrants, such as London, there was a 185 significant black population and a developing sense of whiteness. Within the working class before immigration, white Cuban immigrants brought to the U.S. a sense of the importance of race, though one not nearly as finely honed as that present in the U.S. We need also to know far more about folk beliefs regarding blacks in areas like Ireland, Germany, and Slavic Europe. The extent to which, as Williams argues, English anti-Irish oppression was racism rather than ethnic prejudice, or to which Sicilian oppression in Italy or anti-Gypsy and anti-Semitic oppression in Europe involved a kind of race thinking, deserves consideration in accounting for the development of a sense of whiteness among immigrants to the U.S. Robbie McVeigh's astute comments on anti-traveller ideas as a source of racism in Ireland begin such studies penetratingly. Nonetheless, in its broad outline, Baldwin's point is hardly assailable. Norwegians, for example, did not spend a great deal of TTME and energy in Norway thinking of themselves as white. As the great Irish nationalist and anti-racist Daniel O'Connell thundered to Irish Americans who increasingly asserted their whiteness in the 1840s, "It was not in Ireland you learned this cruelty. Degree, but neither was whiteness." Z7 immediately learned in the United States. At times a strong sense of ethnic identity could cut against the development of a white identity. Thus Poles in the Chicago Stockyards community initially saw the post-World War I race riots there as an affair between the whites and the blacks, with Poles separate and uninvolved. The huge numbers of birds of passage migrants working for a time in the U.S. and then returning home were probably less than consumed by a desire to build a white American identity. That the native population questioned their whiteness may also have led immigrants to a sense of apartness from white America and occasionally to a willingness to sympathize and fraternize with African Americans. The best studied example of the dynamics of such solidarity and mixing is that of the Italian, and especially Sicilian, immigrant population in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, especially in Louisiana, a not yet white population both in the view of white Louisianans, and in its self-perception. Many black Louisianans, according to Harding Carter, SR's Southern Legacy, made unabashed distinctions between Dagos and white folks and treated Italians with a friendly, first-name familiarity. White natives also made such distinctions, counting black Dagos as neither black nor white. If Paolo Giordano exaggerated in treating Italian Louisianans unequivocally as a group that associated freely with the blacks, going clearly against the accepted social order, he did so only slightly. The associations of blacks and Italians took place at peddlers' carts, in the cane fields, in the timber camps and in the halls and bars where jazz was made. Italian-black solidarity was also strikingly present, albeit alongside its opposite, in New York City and 186. From Buffalo to California, Italians suffered from racial typing and what Michela de Leonardo calls racist oppression. The Italian and Polish examples are far from isolated ones of mixing and solidarity. However vexed the record of relations between African Americans and Jews, the history record of solidarity with black civil rights causes by radical and mainstream Jewish organizations and individuals is clear. The important Ukrainian-American paper Svoboda Kob OAA included militant anti-lynching articles and even homages to John Brown. Roger Horowitz's work on interracial unionism in meatpacking identifies Croatian-American workers in Kansas City as among white packing house workers the group most clearly committed to interracialism. He attributes this commitment to the Croats sharing oppression with blacks as they worked at the bottom end of the employment ladder and chafed under mistreatment by German foremen who called them hunky rather than their name. Raymond Moles and Neil Betton's research on Gary, Indiana shows examples of positive Black-Greek associations. In Houston, such interracial contacts were not pronounced, as Greek Americans quickly learned Jim Crow. But the Greek community also long continued to differentiate itself from Seven Aspri, that is, the whites, a term often used disparagingly. The Mississippi Chinese, whose racial status was the object of contention over decades but who arguably eventually became accepted as white, also frequently socially mixed with and married blacks in the early years after migrating. Even some Irish were not yet white in their own eyes, and not just in the eyes of nativists, in the 1820s and 1830s and mixed considerably with free blacks as the term not yet white ethnic implies. Many of these patterns of association of immigrants and blacks were ephemeral. Moreover, it was quite possible for immigrants and African Americans not to see their interactions in black-white terms but nonetheless to regard each other with suspicion and even hatred, much as rival immigrant groups did at times. Still, the patterns are important in that they signal that the white ethnic developed historically and that he or she was certainly not white because of his or her ethnicity. Indeed, at times of great identification with homeland and ethnicity, immigrants' identification with whiteness was often minimal. Americanization or whitening. Malcolm X therefore had a great deal of the story right when he argued that in the process of Americanizing, European immigrants acquired a sense of whiteness and of white supremacy. As groups made the transition from Irish in America or Poles in America to Irish Americans or Polish Americans, they also became white Americans. In doing so they 187 became white ethnics, but also became less specifically ethnic, not only because they sought to assimilate into the broad category of American, but also because they sought to be accepted as white rather than as Irish or Polish. In the Irish case, this seeking of whiteness involved constructing a pan-white identity in which Irish Americans struggled to join even the English in the same racial category. In Ireland, it goes without saying, there was little talk of the common whiteness uniting Anglo-Saxon and Celtic peoples. Nonetheless, the precise relationships among Americanization, whiteness, and loss of specific ethnicity are extremely complex. One complicating factor is that immigrants at times developed significant contacts with black culture, and through those contacts maintained elements of their own ethnic cultures that resonated with black culture, even as they embraced whiteness. The haunting example of the blacked-up Irish minstrel, singing songs of lost land and exile, is, as Lenny Sloan has tellingly observed, an extreme case of the phenomenon. The essence of minstrelsy was the whiteness, not specific ethnicity beneath the mask, but elements of Irish memory and culture were perversely maintained in blackface. Alexander Saxton's fine World War II labor novel Bright Web in the Darkness provides a more modest and modern example. Its hero, the young Union militant Tom Oregon, notices that his wife-to-be is standing with a black student when he picks her up from a welding class. So, Oregon asks, "Who's the smoked Irishman?" Sensing disapproval, he adds, "Oh, it's only a joke, Sally, don't act so huffy. After all, I'm an Irishman, like you're all the TME telling me." Saxton here picks up on the combination of racism, defensiveness, and a certain desire to keep alive comparisons of black and Irish that runs through Irish-American retellings of Paddy and the Slave jokes still more recently, as Donald Tricarico has shown, the most self-consciously proud because we're Italian segment of New York City youth culture has generously appropriated African-American styles in forming a Guido subculture. Deriding assimilationist wannabes, Guidos, sometimes called b-boys, have adopted the ant-Italian slurginny, a term perfectly illustrative of the not-yet-white period of Italian-American history, as their preferred form of address. They have become able hip-hop musicians. Nonetheless, Iricarico adds, Guidos on other levels resist identification with black youth and bite the hand that feeds them style. *degree Moreover, partial identification with African American culture cannot simply be connected to a defense of specific ethnicity against the cultural homogeneity or the emptiness of white American culture. It may well be that, as the music historian Ronald Morris has argued, Sicilians playing jazz in New Orleans embraced black music because Sicilians were like black people in seeing music as a highly personalized affair, born of 188 collective experience. But in the playing, Sicilians not only retained this sensibility but contributed to creating a new American art form, though far from a white American one. Louis Prima, the second-generation Italian-American jazz great, may have rebelled out of some sense of ethnic pride when forced to learn to play the violin in the classical tradition as a means of cultural assimilation. But when he picked up the horn and discovered Louis Armstrong, he moved into a white and great black and American tradition in a career that took him to the most famous white clubs in New York City, to the Apollo in Harlem, the Howard in Washington, D.C., and the palatial hotels of Las Vegas, but, out of principle, not to segregated Southern venues. The same might be said of Chicago's ethnic jazzmen, especially those in and around the Austin High Gang, who fled the homogenizing influences of suburban culture and assimilationism and preserved much of the best of immigrant resistance to routinization via an identification with African American culture, even as they helped innovate within an American music. The best modern example is undoubtedly Johnny Otis, the important bluesman and West Coast music promoter. Otis, born of Greek immigrant parents who ran small stores in black neighborhoods, chose the vibrancy of African American life over what he saw as the relative stagnation of white American mass culture, and then pioneered in forms of rock and roll, which much changed U.S. culture and the world's registered trademark. The examples of Prima and Outs suggest that it was at least possible to become an American, rather than to become a white American, and that through participation in an incontestably mulatto American culture, a greater part of that which was vital in immigrant culture was capable of being preserved and developed than by assimilating to white Americanism. However, such glorious subplots in immigration history remain subplots. In particular, political mobilization around the claiming of white Americanism by immigrants was far more constant and powerful than the episodic claiming of a non-racial Americanism, as perhaps in the case of the early CIO or the Knights of Columbus' response to the resurgence of Anglo-Saxonism after World War I with the anti-racist gifts of American People's Initiatives*. The very claiming of a place in the U.S. legally involved, as the Asian Indian example shows, a claiming of whiteness. But more than that, immigrants often were moved to struggle to equate whiteness with Americanism in order to turn arguments over immigration from the question of who was foreign to the question of who was white. Nativists frequently favorably compared the long-established black population with the newcoming immigrant one as an argument to curtail the rights of the latter. Abolitionists made the same comparison to buttress the case for African American freedom. Blacks at times used their long-established tenure in America to argue that they should be Pro 189. Protected against invading Italians or Chinese, or at least placed on a PAR with the immigrants*. Immigrants could not win on the question of who was foreign. They lost as long as the issue was whether, as Jack London put it, Japs and Dagos would usurp the jobs and privileges of real Americans*. The new immigrant was often viewed by the host population as a threat to our American jobs. But if the issue somehow became defending white man's jobs or a white man's government, the not yet white ethnic could gain space by deflecting debate from nativity, a hopeless issue, to race, an ambiguous one. The first dramatic example of this phenomenon was the embrace of Democratic Party appeals to an American race of white men by the huge masses of Catholic Irish arriving in the antebellum U.S. If whiteness made for Americanity and if the Irish could qualify as white, nativist arguments suffered greatly. It was even possible for the Irish to campaign for an Irish monopoly of New York City longshore jobs under the cover of agitation for an all-white waterfront. After the Civil War, the newcoming Irish would help lead the movement to bar the relatively established Chinese from California, with their agitation for a white man's government serving to make race, and not nativity, the center of the debate and to prove the Irish white. "What business has the likes of him over here?" a recent Irish settler in California asked regarding resident Chinese. The question made sense only if whiteness conferred a right to settle. 60 years later, the despised newcoming internal migrants, the Okies, would similarly seek to establish their claims as more fit to be Californian than long-established Californians by turning to questions of race. One new arrival from Oklahoma asked, "Just who built California?" before misanswering his own question, "Certainly not the Chinese, Japanese, Hindus, etc." Shared oppression and the claiming of whiteness. The process by which not yet and not quite white ethnics, whose own status as white Americans was sharply questioned, came to stress that their whiteness made them Americans shows how fraught with problems are those interpretations that posit that shared oppression should have caused new immigrants to ally with African Americans. It was not just of African Americans but that even very similar experiences of oppression could cause new immigrants to grasp for the whiteness at the margins of their experiences rather than concentrating on the ways in which they shared much in daily life with African Americans. It seems to me worth investigating whether the immigrant groups with sufficient NUM190 bears of small businessmen to be identified as trading minorities, for example, Jews, New Orleans Italians, Syrians, the Mississippi Chinese and Greeks had greater opportunity to develop a positive sense of non-white identity, and even to cross over into African American culture, than did more overwhelmingly proletarian new immigrant groups. Certainly, as the tragedy of African American relations with Korean merchants today suggests, trading minorities with businesses in the black community often have developed a sense of distance from, or hostility towards, the neighborhoods in which they trade, and vice versa. But it is also precisely those trading minorities that have produced some of the nation's best transgressors of the color line and race traders, from Louis Prima to Johnny Otis. Of course, proximity to the black community at his family's store mattered in the case of Otis, but more broadly the very distance between the ways trading minorities were stereotyped and the ways wage-working ethnic groups were stereotyped afforded a certain assurance that, however much they might be termed non-white, trading minorities were not in danger of being branded niggers. As Carrie McWilliams noted, the trading minority was usually seen as not lazy but too industrious, as not incapable of learning but too knowing. If members of such minorities, like the broader middle class today, often developed superficial or even exploitative relations with African American culture, they also may have been able to borrow more confidently from blacks without fearing that they would be cast as white niggers and their jobs as nigger work, and anxiety that the white working poor seldom escaped. Different dynamics characterized proletarian new immigrants' relations to African Americans, producing at once greater social proximity and a greater desire for distance. In his 1914 volume The Old World and the New, the nativist sociologist E. A. Ross approvingly quoted expert testimony from a physician who held that the Slavs are immune to certain kinds of dirt. They can stand what would kill a white man. Slavs had excellent reasons to want out from under such a stereotype, which not only declared them non-white but gave free rein to employers hiring them as laborers, and to native-born skilled workers hiring them as helpers, to place them in the dirtiest and most unhealthy jobs. In such positions Slavic workers would be said to be working like niggers and would, like the most exploited Jews, Sicilians, or Louisiana Creoles elsewhere, face further questioning of their whiteness based on the very fact of their hard and driven labor. Such sharing of oppression with blacks doubtless made many Slavs question whether they wanted to be white Americans, but at the same time bitter knowledge of how blacks fared made whiteness that much more attractive. In the case of working-class Italian Americans in and around Harlem, proximity of position, language, culture, and appear 19. Ants made for an especially sharp need to establish that Puerto Rican migrants were of another race, while cultural and color differences allowed for more tolerance toward Haitians, and even to the perception that Haitians were not black. Registered trademark. Thus the logic of class propelled Slavs and other not yet white ethnics at once in both of the direction of appreciating that which they had in common with African Americans and of denying the same. At times, it may simply have been that job competition made Slavs conscious of the potentialities of their possible whiteness. However, much more subtle processes could also be at play, as is illustrated by the rich testimony regarding both the possibility of rejecting whiteness and the attractions of claiming it from a Slovak woman from Bridgeport, Connecticut, interviewed by the Federal Writers Project in the 1930s. "I always tell my children not to play with the nigger people's children, but they always play with them just the same. I tell them that the nigger children are dirty and that they will get sick if they play. I tell them they could find some other friends that are Slovaks just the same. This place now is all spoiled, and all the people live like pigs because the niggers they come and live here with the decent white people and they want to raise up their children with our children. If we had some place for the children to play, I'm sure that the white children they would not play with the nigger children. All people are alike, that's what God says, but just the same it's no good to make our children play with the nigger children because they are too dirty." Yvonne Greenberg, whose fine dissertation includes this important passage, observes that the very dirty stereotype long used to abuse immigrants was turned by Slovak and Italian Bridgeport residents against blacks, and criticism of white ethnics was thus deflected if not diffused. It would of course be simplistic to suppose that whiteness and white supremacy were embraced and forwarded by not yet white ethnics simply as a public relations ploy to shore up their own group image. What gave force, poignancy, and pathos to the process of choosing whiteness was that it not only enabled the not yet white ethnics to live more easily with the white American population but to live more easily with themselves and with the vast changes industrial capitalist America required of them. I have argued this case in some detail with regard to Irish Americans in my book Wages of Whiteness, but other later coming groups also came to grips with their own forced acceptance of time discipline, loss of contact with nature, and regimented work by projecting primitive values onto carefree African Americans. Thus a resident in the Italian Slavic enclave studied by Greenberg combined racism and envy in holding that blacks had it easier than white workers. 192. The nigger people can stay up to 3 o'clock in the morning playing and dancing and they don't have to worry about going to work. We white poor people can't even have a good time one time a week. The nigger people have a holiday every day in the week. The tremendously conflicted emotional decision of white ethnics to abandon urban neighborhoods and, as Robert Orsi observes, often to abandon parents and grandparents in the city was similarly softened by the development of a historical memory emphasizing that black crime moved white ethnics to the suburbs by driving them out of the center city, though the timing of mass suburbanization hardly fits such a pattern. Other dimensions of the ways in which whiteness was constructed among immigrants remain so shrouded by mystery and inattention from historians as to be perfectly illustrative of the fact that at this stage we are much better placed to report on our ignorance rather than our knowledge of the history of white ethnic consciousness. In closing, it is worth evoking a particularly rich passage in William Attaway's great 1941 proletarian novel Blood on the Forge, which suggests not only how far we have to go in understanding that history but also how well worth the effort developing such an understanding can be. Attaway describes the reaction of Irish workers in a foundry after a black worker, Big Matt, had knocked out a hayseed before he could hit an Irishman. Matt was the hero of the morning and drew praise for being both a model colored worker and for being more than black. The boss melter, a big Irishman in charge of 5 furnaces, took the former line of praise, never had a colored helper work better on the hearth, do everything the melter tell him to do and take care of the work of a whole crew if he ain't held back. Other Irish workers on the gang conferred the title Black Irish. On Matt. One grinned that lots of black fellas have Irish guts. Another added, that black fella make a whole lot better Irisher than a hunky or a ginny. They been over here 20 years and still eatin' garlic like it's as good as stew meat and potatoes, before glanking sharply around to see if any of the foreigners had heard him. But Big Matt did not celebrate his newfound acceptance. He made no answer when called Black Irish but instead, full of savage pressure, took refuge in the pleasant thought of animals tearing at each other and hurried away to the dogfights. Some of this arresting scene is familiar: the social construction of race, the question of whether foreigners merit inclusion over African Americans, the combination of a commitment to specific, Irish, ethnicity and a lack of reference to whiteness, and the importance of timing, in that the Irish are by now natives, not newcomers. But much is also unsettling. There is little grandeur in the breaking. 193. Down of race lines here, in part because the break is a superficial and momentary one, based on Matt's temporary status, a model colored worker. Moreover, the very thing that makes Matt such a model to the more privileged Irish workers and bosses, a supposed loyal willingness to do anything for his superiors if not held back, are bound to define him as a nigger in the eyes of the hunkies and ginnies on the gang. In this scene at least, Attaway shows us a workplace that does not bridge distinctions between African Americans and white ethnics but tragically recasts such distinctions. What should perhaps be most unsettling to us as historians is how little prepared we are to judge how typical this scene was at the shop floor level and how it was experienced by the colored workers, the not yet white ethnics, and the white ethnics who built America. Until we follow the example of the recent and brilliant work on Italian Americans by Robert Orsi and develop a history of American immigration that puts the issues and contests of racial identity and difference at its center, we are likely to remain puzzled.